Good morning, very good afternoon, very good evening, maybe even good night wherever you are. But it is the start of play on day 2 of the second test between England and India from lovely Edgbaston on the outskirts of Birmingham. The umpires are out in the middle. It's a largely sunny day, some white fluffy cumulus clouds, plenty of blue sky as well, and no rain forecast. So another day of compelling, keenly fought test cricket awaits us, with honours pretty much even on day 1 after England chose to bowl first. India were wobbling and far less happy than they are now when they slumped to 211 for 5, but they're in the midst of an unbeaten 6th wicket partnership of 99 between captain Shubman Gill. He's become the 4th Indian captain to score hundreds in his first 2 games as captain, and he will resume on 114 along with Ravi Jadeja, resuming with me, provided that he's having a rest from a glorious bacon sandwich, and they really are very, very good here in the Edgbaston Media Centre. It's David Bumble, Lloyd.
Yeah, good morning, Neil. What a time to be a batter, just to look at the scoreboard as you walk out on day 2 with 114 to your name, in prime form. Jadeja, wonderful cricketer, Ravi Jadeja, he's on 41. So one more for the century partnership, and it will be Ben Stokes who opens the bowling. The bowl is new. They had about 4 or 5 overs last night, so it's in great condition. First hour will be telling.
I love the fact that Stokes, I mean, it's a surprise, certainly, and he's positioned, I suppose, in the balance of the team as the 4th seamer, but oh dear, we've got more problems here again behind the bowler's arm. Ben Stokes is looking around, frustrated over his shoulder. It's Shubman Gill again, and you know, the players were standing behind the boundary rope waiting for their cue from the television producers when they could take the field. If they just got on there a couple of minutes earlier, they could have sorted this problem out. Anyway, we've had a couple of minutes delay, and it is Stokes with the first delivery of the morning, and it's clipped away by Shubman Gill, as so many were yesterday. Over 30 runs just clipped off his hip through mid-wicket or square leg. He's still muttering and mumbling about some movement or some obstacle behind the bowler's arm, which he's not happy about.
Well, they've been out there for hours, and they all go out, all the players go out and shadow and imagine how they're going to play, and they look into the distance, into the sight screens. It's Shubman Gill. We'll just see now if Jadeja has the same problem.
Yeah, we talk often about the differences in the peripheral vision of certain players compared to others. 100 partnership then with that single, and it is Stokes around the wicket to Jadeja, outside the off stump again, and left alone. I was saying that Stokes, you know, may be positioned as the 4th seamer, but he was the pick of them. I know Josh Tongue took 7 wickets, and very valuable wickets, and he took them all in a glut, in a rush at the end of the 2 innings, mopping up the tails. But in terms of the hard work in the middle overs and the top order, Stokes was the pick of the bowlers with 4 for 66 in the first innings, and he's dangerous with a hard new ball, so good on him. See how many overs he gives himself. Here he is around the wicket again to Jadeja, bangs it in short to Jadeja, up onto his toes, plays it away defensively, and there's no run.
Be a real asset, will Ben Stokes, to England if, and it is a big if, he can continue his fitness. He looks a potent bowler, and you look at his pace when he's come back from his injuries, and it's a knee injury which has been really troublesome. He's in the high 80s all the time. Big asset.
Here he is once again around the wicket to Jadeja. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls full, straight, driven, firm push rather than a full-blooded drive from Jadeja. Stokes fields off his own bowling.
I'll watch again very closely. the batters, I'll not say antics, because we would all do it. I, for one, would definitely do it. You've got a big score on the board, a very dry pitch, a grassless pitch. Disturb the surface where the spinner bowls. Keep knocking it with the bat, stand on it.
Here is Stokes again, outside the off stump, and it's left alone. And that's what you would do as a player. As an umpire, would you look out for that kind of understandably miscreant behaviour?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those, what's it like? I'll probably say it's like driving at 34 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour. You know, the umpire knows what he's doing, and you've got to tell him to get off the pitch. They don't know the laws. They don't know the laws of the game, players, which is an advantage.
Here's Stokes again, and up onto his toes goes Jadeja, knocks it away to Crawley at gully. They go through for another run.
And so, when I was umpiring, there was a miscreant, as you say. He kept going down and scratching about and running down the pitch, running down the middle of the pitch, taking a single and taking a two. So I'd had enough. I'd give him his warnings. I said, right, that's it. So the penalty is you've got to take your shoes off. He said, when did that come in? I said, this year. It's a new regulation that's come in. Batters running on the pitch have to go in bare feet. I didn't know that. And he got down, started to take his shoes off. I said, no, just don't run on the pitch.
You should have let him carry on. Maybe just one boot.
I should. Yeah, wouldn't that have been better? You're going to take one boot off, that's your leading foot. Well, put it on backwards.
And your second warning is the other boot. That would have been beautiful. Running up and down in his stockinged feet. 312 for 5. The second over of the day is going to be bowled by Chris Woakes. So Bryden Carson, Josh Tongue will have to wait their turn, as will Shoaib Bashir. The ball, we had 5 overs of it yesterday, so it's only 6 overs old in total. Here's Woakes from the city end, bowls to Jadeja, flicks it away through square leg gloriously for 4 runs. Woakes with a loosener, full and straight, gentle pace, leg stump half volley. Jadeja will have plenty of that. He moves on to 46.
Well, nonchalant. Just the ball that you want as a sighter. Pleasant pace, full length, leg stump. Flicked over to the Hollies, who were quiet at the minute, just building up.
Yeah, there's quite a few, several hundred haven't taken their seats yet. They'll be downstairs getting a bacon sandwich and a cup of coffee. Forward comes Jadeja, pushing that up towards mid-off. And is that Woakes running on the pitch? What's Woakes complaining about?
It's exactly what I've just been talking about. That Jadeja has, again, I think it's brilliant that he's set off to run. There's no intention of running, but he's set off and run straight down the pitch, exactly where any spinner, he himself, would be landing the ball. Chris Woakes has said, look, he's running on the pitch.
And the umpire, Shafadullah, has actually walked from behind the stumps 3/4 of the way, more maybe, 4/5 of the way down the pitch to have a word with Jadeja.
And the umpire, he started doing a bit of guiding himself. I think that's wrong. It's nothing to do with him. You see it so often that the umpire comes down and starts moving debris. No, that's not your job.
Here is Woakes again up to the crease now, and Jadeja pushes it behind square on the offside. Ollie Pope can't prevent the single. Ben Duckett, rather. It is at cover. So Jadeja, of course, knows exactly where he wants to create some damage, because he's the one who's going to benefit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a problem to me at all. But it's laxed by the umpire, because the umpire is on a bowler's case if he's running on the danger area, and you see it on TV when they put the mat and his foot just about lands in it, and it's a first warning, second and final warning, third time you're out of the attack. Whereas a batter, if he continues to do it, it's just a little penalty, 5 runs.
2 slips and a gully. Woakes in now to the right-handed Shubman Gill. Forward he comes, defending, pushing that gently up to Shoaib Bashir at mid-on. No run.
It's a good word, is that, gently. He's got all the time in the world. Should get a big score, should get a huge score on this pitch. It's very placid.
Well, I don't think Gill should get out unless he starts playing in a risky, carefree manner in the company of the tail enders and starts to take high risks. He's played very, very low risk cricket, percentage cricket. Here is Woakes once again. He's forward, defending again up towards mid-off and fielded by Ben Stokes. The thing is, Bumble, is it's all well and good criticising the umpires, and I know you would know them even better than I do, but I mean, in those off the record quiet moments where you share a cup of coffee at the airport on a tour or that sort of thing, or you meet on a non-match day, they will say, well, it's, you know, we don't have the power to actually act. Here is, oh, that's edged, genuine edge, and it's gone through third slip down to the unguarded third man boundary. Woakes gives it the two-handle double-handed teapot, hands on his hips, and that was a genuine edge. That flew at maybe, what would you say, knee height, maybe shin height through third slip. Would have been a catch if there had been a third slip.
It would have been a gentle catch as well. It's just a push forward outside off stump, feeling for the ball, outside edge. Well, it went perfectly for the batter, for Gill. It's perfect, right in the gap. Just a regulation, 2 slips and a gully, and that's like, yeah, that's changed now. Horse is gone, field away.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's bolted. It's more of a gentle trot off. It's that kind of pace. Woakes in again. Gill defends. It was Crawley who came into third slip, but 1 ball too late. 3:22 for 5. Back to the umpires, yes, just quickly.
Yeah.
You know, they've said to me, well, we know what the regulations are. We know that we're supposed to issue a warning and then a second warning, and then you know what happens. We make headlines. The umpires are in the headlines. There's a blowback. We don't get the support from our employers. We get a bad reputation. We get labelled as a troublemaker. We don't get the next. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Absolutely. It's just that the authority of the umpire has eroded over the years. And it started to erode with DRS, which is a challenge. We challenge you, we think you're wrong. Whereas when you're brought up as a child, the umpire's decision is final.
It's still final unless it's changed. Here's Stokes again. Full and wide outside the off stump, and there's no run.
It used to be in the local leagues where I used to play in Lancashire, and you'd finish the game and somebody would have been given LBW, and you go into the bar and he's moaning that, well, we're never out, and somebody would definitely say to him, you have a look in the paper tomorrow, it'll tell you whether you were out or not. Of course you were out.
And they knew that they would be employed next Saturday and the Saturday after that and the Saturday after that, and it didn't matter if they made tough decisions. Bouncer from Stokes, and it's turned away by Jadeja for another single through square legs. A glorious little moment there. There's some people in the corporate hospitality suite just to the right of our balcony, and they were standing there. I was watching them for about 5 minutes, and they were going, it's him, isn't it? It's Bumble.
Well, I waved to them. I thought I knew them.
Yeah. No, they spotted you,
yeah.
But they were having a long debate about whether it could possibly be Bumble commentating. I was watching them all that time. And very glad to say that you waved to them now, and they've got confirmation that it really is you. Slips very wide, spread now. 1.5 slips, 2.5 slips, and a 4th slip maybe. Cut shot from Gill, gets over the top of it, slaps it out to the cover point boundary.
Very friendly club is this, Warwickshire County Cricket Club. In the one-day game against the West Indies, it was the Blue for Bob Day, which is a prostate cancer charity, and we raised an enormous amount of money on the day, over £170,000 for the charity. But we were in the chairs lounge, It's that new word for chairman, a chairperson. It's just the chair lounge. I thought it was a lounge with a lot of chairs in.
Stokes in again to Jadeja. Little inside edge saved him from an ear bashing. There was on the verge of a very loud, confident appeal for leg before wicket, but just a little inside edge.
I have to go at the drinks break. I go in front of the Holly stand round about 4 o'clock when, you know, they're all a little bit merry. And I'll do a bit of a spiel about Bob and the charity. And the line is, get your phones out, get your phones out, get your phones out, and send us a tenner. £41,000. It was fantastic, so generous.
Here is Stokes once again, up to the crease now, wide of the crease, and driven by Gill down into the ground hard, and Stokes leaps up, fields it one-handed. 325 for 5 it remains.
And I threatened them as well. If you don't get your tenner, I'll start singing to you. That Sweet Caroline, I was doing really well with Sweet Caroline till that bloke Neil Diamond started it.
That started at finals day, didn't it?
Yeah.
Many years ago.
Yeah, many years ago.
Very good. Big gaps now. It's what I call a gamble cordon. Joe Root wide at first slip. Harry Brook even wider at second. Big gaps between the two, trying to cover more area than they can naturally, their natural wingspan. But last ball of the overs left alone by Shubman Gill. The captain remains 120. Ravi Jadeja has 49. Oh, it's a no ball. Sorry, it's not the end of the over. I love it when bowlers do that. Stokes then goes and replaces his left foot into the foothole and says, well, can't have been over. And the umpire looks at it and goes, well, it was. Yeah, that's where it was.
Same thing, Ian Botham, I was umpiring, no ball. He come back, that's not a no ball. I said, it is, just look at the board, it's going up now, 1.
Not going to change his mind. Here is Stokes again. He'll have to bowl that ball again, and does so. And Shubman Gill keeps the strike by patting it ever so gently behind square on the offside. Fielded by Ollie Pope. Don't forget, if you're listening to us somewhere interesting, exotic, or lesser known, do let us know. We're up to 76 different countries and territories around the world. People have been listening to us and sending us messages. DJ says, good morning from New Brunswick in Canada. We've had quite a few listeners from Canada. Cricket pretty big over there. Listening from Serbia in 34 degrees heat.
Ooh.
Staying indoors for the cricket. That's from Steve Lewis. Serbia, I always think of Serbia as being cold rather than very hot. Now then, we've got an an unscheduled stoppage in play. Bumble knows what's going on. There's all sorts of people who aren't involved in the game who are out there now. What's wrong with Shubman Gill this time, or is it Jadeja? It is Jadeja.
They're having a drink. I mean, they've been out 15 minutes, and there are two, I don't know, physios, drinks people out there. They've just had a drink after 15 minutes. I was in the pub last night and started chatting to people who've been at the game, and I mentioned that we broadcasting. We can't go to India or England from our broadcast here. 76 countries. They were staggered.
I'm still staggered and excited. Short and cut from Shubman Gill. It's actually not a cut. It's just a sort of a gentle admonishment. It's just the way you might sort of cuff a large dog is being a bit over enthusiastic. He's just giving it a clip over the ear down to third man, backward point for 4.
Yeah, he's very square at backward point, almost on the boundary, so it's just a single. 76 countries. We were chatting away, and yeah, they were absolutely staggered.
Scott Clowry says, hello from Brisbane. I just got back from an Indonesian restaurant. Promises to be a cracking day too. Intriguing, right, rather than cracking. I think it's going to be quite hard work, quite slow. Woke's in again. Jadeja plays defensively, and there's no run. Rob says, good to see Ben Stokes opening the bowling. Captain leading by example.
Yeah, we've got Jarrod, Australian, has just joined us, and the Brisbane guy, reminding me of up down the Gold Coast there at Maroochydore, and is it Noosa?
Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, Sunshine Coast.
Gold Coast is a different place.
That's
You're going to upset our new Brisbane reader, a listener.
Wokes again to Jadeja, turns it away off his pads for a single, and the cheering that you hear is from the Indian supporters for Jadeja's 50. The veteran, the 36-year-old, in there he goes, a bat on the back twirling, celebrating his 50, but work to be done. Shubman Gill gives him a little gentle pat on the back.
That's all it needs, a little gentle pat. 50. You should be able to help yourself. Just bat all day.
He's batted a lot faster than usual. He quite often comes in and he's very defensive. He's been knocking them around and everything, so certainly come in for a long time here.
And that's driven firmly by Gill, straight up to mid-off.
Jadeja can sometimes be a passive batter, then he just sort of soaks up the pressure and everything else, whereas I felt even yesterday he thought, no, this is a good wicket. I can trust myself on it. I'm just going to play my shots a little bit more. So I like it because sometimes I think he bats like a really good number 8. Do you know what I mean? Where he's just blocking and doing everything right, whereas he's much more talented than that. He can do a lot more than that.
Here is Chris Wokes again, and it's clipped away behind square by Shubman Gill. Such a productive region for him. The clip and the tuck. Without the clip and the tuck, I don't think Gill would have 80. In fact, he's got 123. Do you know, Jarrod, it suddenly occurred to me that I'm actually not sure why the Gold Coast is called the Gold Coast. I mean, I've always assumed that they discovered gold there.
I think all the gold was in Victoria, wasn't it? Ballarat and Bendigo?
Why is it called Gold Coast?
I don't know. You put me on the spot now.
I know why it's called the Sunshine Coast.
Because there's a lot of sunshine there.
Yeah, the clue's in the word, yeah.
I don't think there was gold on the Gold Coast. Maybe the sand looks golder than other places.
It is remarkable, and it is a city, by the way, in case anybody hasn't been there. That's pushed away by Jadeja, straight to cover, Duckett Fields, and there's no run. Don't know why it's never occurred to me before. Normally,
we've got a listener from Queensland. He can tell us.
Yeah, please do send us a. I don't know whether we can. I haven't seen this before. We've got a listener from. Okay, another one from wet and rainy New Zealand. Delighted to be listening to the cricket. That's from Will. But Madagascar. Antananarivo, Madagascar. We've had that. Yeah. Okay. That is from Faraz. But Kos, the island of Kos in Greece.
That'd be nice there.
Kos.
That's lovely.
Fantastic. Yeah.
I don't do abroad holidays. I'd stay in the UK. I do enough travelling.
Just for your holidays?
Yeah, business would get me abroad yesteryear. It might even this coming winter. But if it's a holiday, I would be taking my dogs in the UK, and not that far either. I don't go very far from home.
Your dogs wouldn't like the Isle of Kos?
I think they would, but how do you get? You can't swim all that way.
You take them on your boat. Here's Ben Stokes. Gill defends once again. That was from Darren Whitehouse, by the way. He says, I'm loving the commentary in 30 degrees heat here in Kos, in Greece, on the island of Kos. We have 77. We're up to 77. Arun Muralidar says, good morning from Medina, Saudi Arabia. 77.
I bet it's hot there.
Is it, isn't it always?
Flat pitches.
Well, they could afford to water them, Jarrod. Here is Stokes again, over the wicket to Shubman Gill. Steers this one into third slip, fielded by Zach Crawley on the bounce.
We'll find out soon enough, Manus. Cricket will be played, major cricket will be played in Saudi Arabia in the next
Within
3 to 4
what time
years.
frame?
3 to 4 years, I think it would say.
A franchise league.
I think there'll be something along those lines. The Saudi Arabia government have a very good relationship with the Ambani family, who own pretty much everything in cricket at this point. And so I think there will be a compromise made, and there'll be some cricket. They've got an associate team there as well.
We have a mole on the ground, Arun Muralidar. Arun, let us know what you're hearing. Is a stadium being constructed? Is there some facilities being built in Saudi? Pushed away by Gill for a single behind square on the offside. Many thanks for your correspondence. But now go and do some investigating for us and let us know.
But I'm just going back to Chris Walks, that previous over, and Jadeja again, advancing down the pitch and just scuffing anywhere around a spin bowler's length, and he just keeps going down and pointing at it, Chris Walks, and the umpires are very passive about it. They go down and start treading on it, so they're adding to it. The umpires are adding to the danger by keep stamping on it and treading on it.
Here is Ben Stokes once again, and that's short and cut. He rides the bounce well, does Jadeja. That one climbed a bit. The only extra bounce there has been, and it's been very few and far between deliveries, has been from our pavilion end. That one just bounced a bit.
I would say all the first 3 wickets were all a little bit of extra bounce, weren't they? Jaiswal got the top edge to the cut shot. You had the one off KRL stickers, and then of course the other one that was the edge or glove into the slips from Karan Nair as well. So occasionally the ball has just got a little bit steep.
Here is Ben Stokes looking for exactly that. It's left alone. Quicker one from Stokes, I fancy. That one's carried through nicely to Jamie Smith. Took it on the up, shoulder height.
That's a quick delivery. That just, when you see a ball like that so early on day 2, you're thinking, has this pitch just got a little bit quicker? Got a bit harder and firmer? Yeah, it does. It goes through way above shoulder high. I keep looking at the big screen. Is there yesterday it was telling you how quick it was. There's nothing that's come up there now.
Just looked quick, didn't it? Looked like an effort ball. When it's still on the way up to the keeper, you know it's going through nicely. That one is outside the off stump and left alone by Jadeja again, and there's no run. 3:31 for 5. Jarrod has this ability to look both sympathetically at a pitch as a cricket and a cricket lover, but also as an analyst, as a statistician. So what do you think the numbers are saying, Jarrod? What does it feel to you? Is it getting quicker?
I think yesterday what you had was maybe a slightly more tennis ball bounce at times. And just looking at some of the balls that we've seen today, they're still getting that extra bounce, but I think, as Bumble said, it's just a little bit more zip off them, which in some ways I think the tennis ball bounce caused some issues yesterday, because at times the Indian players went out to that bounce, whereas if it's coming on faster, they might enjoy that a little bit more. It's a good pitch to bat on, but Bumble would still be not out if he went in yesterday.
And the ball's in good condition, fairly new.
Here is Chris Wokes continuing. Shubman Gill forward, steers that one behind square in the offside, sets off for a quick single. Ben Duckett picks up, shies at the stumps at the striker's end. One to aim at from cover point. Throws, misses. Oohs and ahs. I think Jadeja was comfortably in.
The umpires are busying themselves. You think that he's having a good game if you don't notice him. Well, I'm noticing the pair of them. They're forever going down onto the pitch and moving things.
I noticed that last night as well, and in odd positions too. Like, they seem to be doing more gardening than either of the batters are doing.
Yeah, it's not their job. But if you're tactically, somebody like Raymond Illingworth would want debris around, so the ball would act differently.
Here's Wokes around the wicket to Jadeja. Leaves that one alone down the leg side. Bat and gloves high out of harm's way.
But what was the ideal wicket for you to bat on? I mean, don't say flat. But I mean, did you like a little bit of extra pace? Did you like the ball slowing down, bouncing high, bouncing low? Was there anything that helped you?
The thing that makes it more comfortable is an even bounce. If you can judge the bounce, which gives you confidence to play your shots, especially your square shots, a square cut, which is a left-hander's meat and drink, anything short and wide.
Here's Wokes from the city end towards us, towards Jadeja. Forward comes Jadeja, the left-hander playing defensively. He's 50 not out. Shubman Gill has 125. Jadeja, of course, I always enjoy reminding people of his greatness statistically, with a batting average of almost 35 and a batting average of a bowling average of 24. Highest score of 175. 23rd 50 this to go with 400s in his 81 test matches. Oh, and there's an overthrow here. They've scrambled through for a quick single. throw at the non-striker's end, and it's Stokes who has to go and chase it down to the boundary. I missed whose throw it was.
Wokes. It was Wokes, and it's Jadeja who's getting under the skin. He's just getting under the skin, and he's got previous with England, if you recall, at Trent Bridge, I think it was, with Jimmy Anderson. There seemed to be a bit of a fracas as they were leaving the ground and going into the pavilion. So he's just getting under the skin. It's a wild throw from Chris Wokes after retrieving the ball.
No chance of a run out there either.
No, there wasn't.
As you're saying, Jadeja's getting under their skin, which is a sign that Jadeja's back to his best after a very quiet test match on all fronts at Headingley. Wokes in once more. Gill is forward playing defensively. I'm delighted. I think Jadeja's been one of my favourite players for a decade. He's been in my World 11 notional fun World 11 in all 3 formats for the last 6 or 7 years. Gun fielder, terrific bowler, regularly contributing batsman.
Do you hear that crinkling there, Manners?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, what's that?
That's Goughy's brought over sweets, and Bumble is very excited at these sweets.
Oh, that's good, because he'll be off in a minute and he'll be able to help himself to a couple. Works in again. Gill pushes it back defensively, and there is no run as Wokes does the fielding himself. 310 for 5 at the start of play. It's now 335. 25 runs in the first half an hour. Jadeja up to 53. Gill has 125. Quick word from Bumble before he has a bazooka.
Yes.
And then it'll be Jon Norman.
Yeah, it's a bazooka, and it is a sour cherry brought in courtesy of Darren Gough.
You a sour cherry man?
I am a sour cherry man. I've picked a good one.
We've got Stokes, 3 slips in place, and a couple of fielders out on the leg side for Jadeja, but I think they're just going back of a length around off stump to him at the moment.
And he's in. This is pushed nicely, actually, by Jadeja, up on his toes, through extra cover. The chase is on. Duckett and Wokes. And the ball is going to beat both of them. So Jadeja, who's gone past 50, moves to 57. India 339 for 5. They were 211 for 5 yesterday when Nitish Reddy shouldered arms to deliver from Wokes, which took off stump, and in a little bit of trouble. But this partnership now has stretched past 100. Gill 125 not out, and Jadeja in the sunshine. You agree it's sunny today, Jarrod? Just to check, because there is quite a lot of clouds, so I'm just wondering what your ratio to cloud to blue sky has to be before you admit or agree it's sunny. This is short and cut away, not too far from the outstretched hand of backward point. It was in the air for a while, but it's sailed through to the boundary. Back-to-back 4s. Jadeja moves to 61. And the score here at Edgbaston on the morning of day 2, 343 for 5.
Yeah, they're really trying this back of a length, sort of angled in at him around the top of off stump, and he was poking at them and leaving them last over, and this over is like, no, I'm just going to smash him away for 4. This is when I enjoy watching Jadeja bat, when he's in this kind of mood, but he is now giving England just a bit of a sniff rather than the sort of more dour Jadeja we've seen in recent test series.
Do you think he should be batting at 6 rather than 7?
They want left hand, right hand, don't they? Gautam Gambhir loves that. He's obsessed with it. So it's not going to change.
That's Jarrod's way of saying yes. Defended. Good morning to you, Goughy. Hope you're well. Looking well.
Good morning. I've enjoyed this morning's play. I think from a game point of view, and taking my England hat off, I'm actually enjoying watching these two bat. I really am. I enjoyed Jaiswal yesterday, Naya as well. A couple of lovely drives through the covers, and these two have been magnificent. Shubman Gill, I mean, what a player, what a talent. The pressure, the most pressure in world cricket is being captain of India, and he has took to it like a duck to water. He really, really has, and he's been outstanding.
Stokes again, and short, left alone by Jadeja. Yeah, I was saying to Jarrod yesterday, you know, this seems to be kind of in his happy place, isn't he, when he's batting? The captaincy side of things, and your field positions, the pressure, and all of the rest of it, you know, maybe it doesn't come quite as naturally to him as just getting out there and scoring runs.
He just looks calm and cool at the crease. I mean, I can't remember when it was, Jarrod, but he went through a bit of a period where they weren't sure whether they were going to stay in the test side, wasn't he? He just kept, getting the low scores, and he was thinking, was it last time against England?
Yeah, he was definitely in the middle of a form slump at that point.
He was, and
he was only making runs in the third innings as well, like, you know, just weird things like that.
Stokes in and left alone again by Jadeja. He's taken 2 fours from the over, and that might be it. He's quite happy with that. 1 ball left to Stokes' 19th over. 343 for 5.
No, I think we have to be careful with this man. He is so vital to England, is Ben Stokes, and it was the right decision for him to bowl this morning. I think Stokes and Wokes, we all knew that they're the best 2 bowlers. You go out with them this morning, but if it doesn't work, he's got to get himself out the attack. The last thing I need is Ben Stokes bowling 35 overs in the first innings. I want him fit for the whole series and the down under tour.
Continuing around the wicket to the left hand as Jadeja, who hasn't played at the last 4 deliveries. It's almost like he's heard Jarrod and thought, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be playing a bit defensively, so I just withdraw the bat.
He scored all of his runs early in the over, didn't he?
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, here we are. So, you know, 211 for 5 India yesterday. You almost thought, India, or rather England might be batting. But here we are. So what kind of score? Not that India want, because of course they want
600.
But what do you think that, you know, how's the pitch looking from the position they're in now? What do you think England would probably take? 440, 430?
Oh, I think England would have wanted 370, 380. I think India would realise they got, what did they get, 470 at Headingley? I think they realise they need something just, whether it's 450, 440. But I think now from this position, 5 wickets left, they'll be wanting more.
Absolutely. Defended Gill, who's batting at his own pace, 125 from 236 deliveries.
I think looking at the team and listening to Ryan Tendusgarter, former talkSPORT 2's Ryan Tendusgarter as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Talk before the game. I think there is I think they want 550. Right? I think they want to go as far as possible.
Can you see that though, 550?
It's a long way away.
Absolutely, I can.
You
got Washington next. I mean, he can play, by the way.
It's after him it gets a little bit tough.
Yeah, that's the one. It's all about this partnership, isn't it? These two are both capable. I mean, Shubman Gill can get anything, and Jadeja, we've seen him get hundreds before.
This is the danger point for Jadeja, though. He does get a lot of 70s and 80s, doesn't he? Gets himself out.
And you're right. And these two are still batting at lunchtime. They're going to be what, 410, 420.
Exactly, yeah.
So then we can start thinking what a realistic score's going to be. But if they've lost 2 wickets between now and lunch, or 3 wickets.
Wokes is in, driving beautifully. Shubman Gill threads this past Ben Duckett at extra cover. The point fielder is actually quite close to Duckett there, but he's got this through, and that has raced away. Does it seem like the outfield's a touch quicker today? Is it pitch any different, markedly different from what we saw yesterday in the opening half an hour or so?
No, I think the outfield definitely is a little bit quicker today. I don't know whether it's purely the sunshine we have today compared to yesterday. It was a little bit windier, wasn't it, and cooler. And we know what it's like. The sun comes out, and grass, like a golf course, grows pretty quickly, right? You play golf in a tournament, and you see grass throughout the day. The greens get slower, right? Unless it starts damp, and then obviously the opposite.
There's a packed offside field for Shubman Gill, who just drops this ball beautifully down into the ground, and Zach Crawley, one of those 3 cover fielders, is quite far back, so there's enough time for a single. That takes Gill to 130. He's off strike now. The score 3-4-8 for 5 India as we approach the first hour of day 2 here at Edgbaston.
I'll tell you what, it was good to see all the players last night at the hotel. They all came over and said hello, and good to see some of the guys I've not seen for a while. And we have got the England Golf Day on Monday at the Grove, so I'll be playing in that, and it'll be good to see the guys. And they were all in good spirits last night, and they were excited to see what today brought. They would have been hoping for early wickets this morning, but I think India, credit to them, they played really, really well, and the pitch looks pretty good, eh? Looks pretty solid, and Wokes has just got it a little bit fuller than he would have liked this morning.
And here's Wokes now running in, bowling to Jadeja, who defends and then asks the question, is it all right if I pick the ball up, field for you guys? And Crawley's quite happy for him to do so, in a way that he wasn't late on day 5 at Headingley. And Wokes walks back to the top of his mark. So who was out last night?
No,
you and Harmy? Well, not out. Not
No,
out.
just sat in the hotel, mate, just watching Harmy slurp on his pint. I was trying to hide mine, but you know what he's like.
I do. Defended again. In all the years, no runs, 348 for 5 India. In all the years I've been at talkSPORT, I've seen a succession of self-proclaimed
I
big
wonder
drinkers.
where you're going here.
Well, you don't have to wait long.
It's known for it, talkSPORT, isn't it?
Well,
really?
I mean, but of all the big drinkers,
Yeah.
still Brazil.
Brazil's
still the king.
Ray
Right?
Parler's up there.
Parler is, but Parler comes in for 1 day a week.
I think
right?
Armour's number 2. Army's number 2.
I
I
think-
think he's just behind Alan Brazil.
I agree. I've seen a lot of people try and take Brazil on and really come a cropper. As this is left alone by Jadeja. Harmy, though, actually, he's got the capacity.
He's got the figure.
The figure. He's got the durability. To, you know, he can last. He can
The
last long.
consistency of his drinking
Well,
that I
that-
admire the most.
Well, but the thing is, it's the consistency and durability.
No,
You
it's
know,
the
some
size of
people
his mouth that fascinates me.
It's his neck.
He takes one drink and he's... I mean, last night, I went to the bar to get a drink. Whatever he was drinking, I said, I get 2. I have to get him 2 to my 1. Because it's wasted. Otherwise, you're just standing up and sitting back down every 2 minutes because he'll like look at you and like, yeah, all right. So now I just get him 2.
You know those wildlife documentaries where you see a snake dislocating its own neck just to be able to eat,
Welcome to talkSPORT
eat
cricket
an
coverage.
animal that's 3 sizes bigger than the snake, and then it undislocates its neck once it's the goat or whatever it is, or the sheep is in its belly. That's like Harmy when he's drinking a
Talk
pint.
Snake on talkSPORT. Well, we have got a break in play where
Another break.
Jadeja's having a drink. Probably might be an anti-inflam. Or
I was going to say, I wonder if there's a back issue.
yeah.
He seems to have been taking something quite regularly. Carter's coming on to bowl, but I just wonder if there isn't just a slight back issue at the moment with Jadeja. The umpire is right there, isn't he? He's like, you've done this enough. Talking about drinking a lot, Jadeja's had that drink in his mouth for about a minute and a half. Harmy would have gone through 3 pints there.
Well, Maverus has got in contact, says it's not their necks. Snakes release their jaws. Okay, yeah, they unhook their jaws,
yeah,
don't
that's
they?
it. Oh.
Well, that isn't what Harmy does. It's definitely his neck. It kind of extends. You remember Total Recall?
Yes. We all remember Total Recall.
It's kind of that.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
there's a lot of 80s kids very excited at that. And everyone else go, I don't remember that in the Colin Farrell remake.
Bryden Cass is in, replacing Ben Stokes, and first ball Gill gets a
Oh.
back of length delivery, which he just pushes to the leg side and comes through for a single. 349 for 5 India.
bit of a loosener, that wasn't it? I don't think that would have registered on the speed gun, that, Jarrod. I think in the 70s, that low 70s.
He played that shot before it was bowled. Didn't he?
He
He was
did.
already on.
But it's always hard. Look, it's
How many
bowling's
overs would
not
it?
easy.
Yeah, how many,
Bowling's not easy.
how many overs after you bowled a good stint the day before? Day 2, how many overs do you think it usually takes?
Oh, you take 16. He only bowled 16 yesterday. I mean, as a fast bowler, I would have snatched your hand off at 16. But normally, realistically, you were looking, if you were opening the bowling, you might be looking at 21, 22.
24 in a terrible day.
Yeah, 24 on a terrible day. And if you were first change, you're probably looking at around that 16 mark. But Cass opened the bowling. I think he got away with a bit yesterday.
Round the wicket now, and Jadeja just comes forward and dead bats this.
Is the
delivery.
advantage that you had, though, what they have over you is that they have a genuine fifth bowler, where you wouldn't have played with a genuine fifth bowler all that much. You would have played with sort of someone who could bowl a little bit like Mark Elam occasionally, but not a genuine, front
Sorry,
line
Mark.
fifth bowler. Well, he's not Ben
He bowls
Stokes,
a little
is
bit.
he? No, Mark Elam's a
He
really
was a
good
genuine
cricketer.
all-rounder, Jarrod.
He's not listening,
He
is
got
he?
5 for it against
Yeah.
Australia, I think, a couple of times.
But he's going to bowl you 10 to 12 overs, whereas
Yeah.
Stokes can bowl
I get
a lot
what you're
more.
saying.
Cast again. This is a touch straighter and still good lift.
He didn't play that many games anyway, Mark
So
Elam.
he was like a Ronnie Irani, that's what you're saying.
All I'm saying is,
Come on.
I called. You know what happened with New Zealand when I called Colin de Grandhomme a spinner, and remember Colin de Grandhomme texted in.
Oh, he did he? What did he say? You were right.
He basically agreed with me. He had fun with it.
He might be listening now. We're going out to New Zealand.
How are you? Oh, thanks for the invite.
No,
I'm always last on the. I'm always last for the
broadcast,
invite.
not
in a minute.
yourself.
I meant we're broadcasting to New Zealand.
Don't worry, I'm ringing Scott up. I've got a chat. He texted me yesterday, Scott, the
Oh,
boss.
did he?
Yeah, so don't worry, I'll be down. I'll be on him.
Good friends to have forward and defending out to the covers from Jadeja, who remains 61 not out. Shubman Gill 131, 349 for 5. He's heading out, the big boss, to Australia at the end of the year for the Ashes.
He's at Lord's next week, day one. He asked me if I was going to be there. I said, well, I've not got the invite for day one yet, but I'll be there day two. I'm in a box. So I'll be having good fun on day two. Nice jolly. And then I'll be at the Oval for 4 days. No Manchester. Sorry, don't travel up north these days. Didn't do Edinburgh. I unfortunately was in South Africa, and I won't be doing Manchester.
Here's cast again. And arrowing in on an off stump, and Jadeja just comes forward and pushes this back to the bowler.
Was it Bumble saying, is it for the Ashes there's no tests up north?
Yeah, that's right.
It's ridiculous,
There's
isn't it?
nothing.
I mean, how can you not? I mean, Headingley. Listen.
You got some views about Headingley?
Well, well, the thing with Headingley, look, it's kind of. I'll always love it because that's where I played, and I played a lot of my good cricket there, whether it be for Yorkshire or whether it be for England. And we've seen some of the Test matches over the history of the game. As the best ones have been at Headingley, right? And to not have a Test match against Australia, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it does seem a bit short-sighted. Short delivery, and Jadeja ducks out the way. Last ball of Carter's first over of his spell today. Just a 1 run coming from it. 349 for 5. Yeah, there's a big difference between the amount of overs the two new ball bowlers have taken. Chris Woakes has bowled 25 overs at 2 for 81, 6 maidens in there, and that was Carter's, what was it, his 16th over? 17th over maybe?
17th, yeah.
How many did the spinner get in? Well, we're soon friend now. He's
18.
coming into the attack, look.
So what, Carter's
19 overs.
86 was his quickest ball on that over? They didn't show the last one. Last one looked a little bit quicker than that, maybe.
It would have taken him a while. Like I say,
It's a big unit. There's a lot to move.
Strong boy. I tell you what, I saw at Overton, yesterday at the hotel as well. He's a big man, eh? Big, strong man. Big, strong man. And they were all going for a run this morning. They ran to the ground. Jacob Bethel, Overton, all the unfortunate ones who weren't playing. And the keeper was there. He was having a little run out. I think he ran to the ground this morning. Fit lad. To go and stand under that helmet and those pads on and keeping wicket. And this, you don't fancy that, do you? Having gloves on all day.
Bending over.
know.
Having to stay awake.
To be honest, my knees won't get down like that.
Same.
And he's a big man as well, isn't he?
Yeah, someone was
James
talking
Smith.
to us about that yesterday.
Yeah, me. I said he's just a big man.
Bashir is into the attack quite early on day 2, and his first delivery is defended by Shubman Gill, who's 131.
Someone was saying that, and this is true, that Clive Walcott was a wicketkeeper and he was 6'2". He did his back halfway through his career. It didn't happen to Gilchrist. He'd be about 6'1", wouldn't he?
Yeah, Gilchrist tall.
Was he that tall, was he, Gilchrist? So it's a clip to mid-wicket from the bat of Shubman Gill. And Shubman Gill gave it away a little, didn't he, in the day 2. He'll be more than keen not to do that again. There is a fielder out on the boundary.
It's kind of middle of nowhere. There's no sweep man on the leg side, right? But it's in front of square, isn't it?
So it just zips along a little bit by Bashir. And it's defended again by Gill. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see Shubman Gill caught at deep square leg like in the same way that we saw on day 2 of the first Test match. That really set the collapse in motion, and they're not in as strong position here at this Test match. Forward again is Gill, pushing back to the bowler Bashir.
I tell you what, Bashir actually, credit to him. I think he bowled all right yesterday. He did the role kind of he's going to have to do for England over this next 12 months, kind of holding role. 19.4 overs he's bowled, 1 for 65, just at 3.3 and over.
Does he bowl enough maidens though? As this is pushed up to long on from the bat of Shubman Gill. He moves to 132, and there's a little smattering of applause as the crowd recognise and note that India have reached 350 for 5. And a lot of that has been down to this partnership. 211 for 5 when Reddy was dismissed, so they've added 139, and they'll hope to be batting all the way up to about tee, you'd think. But we shall see. Bashir, and again, this is clipped down the leg side by Jadeja. Now, yesterday, keep an eye on this one, because yesterday, Bumble was very quick to point out that Jadeja was running down the track a lot. And what Bumble was saying is, and watch Jadeja, and he just did exactly the same thing there. He's just, essentially, he's pretending to run. And he takes about 2 or 3 steps down the track, and you're thinking, well, there's no single there. There's not a run there. What are you doing?
Well, he's using the facilities. Remember, he does bowl spin.
Exactly.
And he wants something to bowl at. He didn't get much to bowl at Headingley, so he wants a little bit. It's a little bit of work, doesn't he? I mean, for India to win the game, they're going to need Jadeja to come to the party. He were poor at Headingley. Let's be straight. Jadeja is one of the best cricketers, one of the best all-rounders in the world. Let's be straight about this. He's a fantastic player, and he had a disappointing game at Headingley. He started this one on top. He's batted beautifully.
Oh, good ball by Bryden Carse, who beats the outside edge. Gill comes forward and almost, well, he holds the pose essentially. It's a forward defensive shot.
I tell you what, John, if you'd have took a picture then, as he played that shot, you would say, what is the classic forward defensive?
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
And it's beat the bat, gone through to the keeper. Look at that. If you were to take a picture, absolutely sensational position he was in there, Shubman Gill. That shows the technique. And he still missed it.
Just one slip in place, and quite a wide first slip as well. Again, and Shubman Gill just plays the same shot he played to the last delivery, but this time the ball meets the middle of the bat, and it just is pushed out to the covers. No run. 350 for 5, India.
So much time, eh? So much time. You can see he gets into position nice and early. Pretty solid at the crease is Shubman Gill. He just looks elegant when he plays a cover drive. The shot I like that he plays is that pull shot, which he tends to hit down, doesn't he? There was a risky one yesterday off Josh Tongue, if you remember. They just fell short, a deep backward square, but he normally pulls so well.
Here is Carse, and he again is pitching this up. Gill comes forward. Doesn't really time this. It's not from the meat of the bat. It's fielded by Joe Root, running around from mid-wicket. Collects the ball just in front of Chris Wokes at mid-on. Ben Stokes has moved himself, so he's a touch nearer extra cover, short extra cover, there for the catch. And there's also another fielder in the covers. Who is that?
Ollie Pope.
Is that Ollie Pope? Ollie Pope, about 10 metres to the left of Ben Stokes, but in a deeper position, almost like a cover point. As this is beautifully played off the toes. Chris Wokes tries to get across at mid-on, but maybe shows just a little of those 25 overs he's bowled. Bit slow to get to the ball, but I tell you what, you're not going to see a better time ball than that today. And Gill takes 4 through wide-ish mid-on, and he moves to 136 to score 354 for 5.
What a shot, by the way. Beautifully. Just no real effort in it, just use the pace of the ball. Slightly over pitch from Bryden Carse, pitching about middle, sliding down onto leg stump, and Ed was in the perfect position, used his strength, used his natural timing, and it just looked elegant to hit it straight back past mid-on with power and pace. And Chris Wokes did he? He had no chance, diving to his right.
Beautiful, beautiful. Driving again is Shubman Gill, and this goes square through the offside. Just takes those cover fielders out the equation if you could play like that. Third, a desperate run along the boundary edge, but as soon as the ball left the bat, knew where this was going. 4 more to Shubman Gill, who moves to 140, and the score here at Edgbaston, 358 for 5.
I'm not sure. Look, I love Ben Stokes' captaincy, but I'm not sure I'd be too happy with this field. I really wouldn't. You get anything on bat and ball, when you're bowling at 85, 90 miles an hour, it's going to go square on the offside, right? And he's got no fielder there whatsoever.
Goes again, touch straighter, and it wraps Gill on the pads. The ball just loops up and comes through. Was there any bat on that? No, I don't think there was. Leg by signalled, And another run to the score, 359 for 5 India. They're moving on nicely this morning.
Yeah, indeed.
So what, you reckon you move Ollie Pope square, so more at point rather than cover point?
Well, if you're going to keep the two guys there, the guy he had like a really wide third has got to come squarer, because there's nothing worse. If you're a skinny type bowler like Bryden Carse is, and at the pace he bowls, everything's going to go off square of the wicket. And I think as a bowler, you'd be really usually disappointed if you kept getting it through the offside and it kept going for 4.
Right, spin to replace Carse, and Shaya Bashir has bowled 1 over so far this morning. And he's got a slip in place. It's a spread field. And it's Gill facing. Just ease this ball through long on. He's just playing with the bowler a touch there, isn't he?
Well, it's just his go-to shot, isn't it? Off spinner comes on, he plays with the spin. Well, there's not much spin, but it's just an easy one for him. The man out there, Ben Duckett, out on the boundary. He comes in now for Jadeja. And we've seen Jadeja, he likes to dance down. He likes to dance down and hit over the top. So he's giving him the option. I'm not sure we'll see it yet, but I think as the day goes on, if he's still batting, I think we might see a few dance down the pitch.
Yeah, there is a tempter there, isn't it? Get the ball over mid-on, or open the body up and try and carve this up over extra cover or mid-off. It's a slightly riskier shot. And the boundary's there as Jadeja clips this ball to Joe Root mid-wicket. There's a big amount of space at deep mid-wicket, so there's the carrot that Ben Stokes is offering the left-hander Jadeja.
Actually a good field he's set here, it really is.
Down the track and he takes it on, has a wild thrash. And he's very fortunate because he's got a little inside edge onto this. He could have been stumped by a mile, could have just dragged it to either mid-wicket or mid-on, or he could have hit 6.
He got nowhere near that.
Nowhere near
absolutely it. That was a proper tail-under shot. That Ed was up everything. He's just got the smallest inside edges on it. Just rescued him from getting stumped.
I'm not sure he's going to do that again. Shubman Gill at the other end with Jadeja, 61 not out this time. Ooh, he's hurried up a touch. Whips the ball to the leg side, doesn't get much on it. Root fields and Shubman Gill sends Jadeja back. Do you think that Bashir saw him coming and just dropped it a touch short, or
no?
Do you think that just went through with the delivery?
Yeah, I just think it was a good delivery and he just tried to dominate, and I think I'm expecting to do it again. I really do.
Yeah, Bashir is in. This is clipped to the leg side. Single will be taken. Jadeja moves to 62, and again a little applause rings out. There are far more Indians here today. 150 partnership as well. They're preempting it. Oh, fantastic partnership as well. Let's put India's noses just in front. I mean, they've got the scoreboard pressure, you'd say, if there's such a thing even exists anymore when England are playing. I don't even know if it does. But no Jasprit Bumrah, of course. Can they take 20 wickets on this track? Well, if they do, then the man who's at the other end, I think, is going to have to play a much bigger role than what we saw at Headingley. As another single's taken to long on by Shubman Gill, who moves to 142. India coming in with 2 spinners, and they're going to be bowling last. So
I think it will spin as the game goes on here. I think there's a little bit there. The problem with it, John, is but it's a little bit slow in pace. And if you speak to any spinner, they don't mind, right, if it doesn't spin, but they want a little bit of bounce, so it brings in the close fielders to play. And I don't think it's the type of pitch where the close-in fielders are going to feel in the game because of that lack of bounce. But I think it might spin as the game goes on. But Bashir, you're right. I think the only criticism for me from him is that lack of a maiden. 21 overs, and he's not managed a maiden yet. But I think he's bowled okay. Yeah. I think he's bowled okay. He's bowled a good pace. He's not been afraid to give it a bit of air.
Carse continuing, short delivery, and this has just helped down to fine leg for a single from the bat of Shubman Gill, who's easing towards 150, he's 143. How many did he make? 147 he made at Headingley before he was dismissed, caught on the boundary from the bowling of Bashir. I'll be very surprised if he changes his game at any stage, certainly in the next hour or two before the tail comes in. If he's still around, he might start.
I think he's going to want a double. I think he's going to want a double, John. I mean, and it's going to have to be a good delivery, I think, to dismiss him. I can't see him doing anything silly. Look, you never know, it's cricket, but I think he's got a double in his head. I really do.
Jadeja facing, and he rides the bounce and just pushes this down to Shoaib Bashir, who's at backward point. I don't think I've commentated on him so close to the bat before.
Is it a mistake?
I don't know.
But again, I mean, look at the two fielders though you've got there at the cover area though. You've got Joe Root, absolutely fantastic set of hands, and Ben Stokes. He is changing the field though here now, Ben Stokes. Oh, he's going for a fly slip. Look at this. Interesting. Oh, here, what are we doing here? Body line.
Well, it's all changed, isn't it?
Leg side dominated field. It looks like we're going to get a bit of short pitch bowling.
How many overs is this second new ball? 17 overs old. And
wow.
Yeah, wow, that is...
It is body line, basically. You have got second slip that's gone on the boundary, right?
Yep.
You've got a real fine leg, a gully.
And Carse's bowling takes on the short delivery, does Jadeja, but rolls his wrists over the ball, and he'll take a single to square leg, and it'll be all change again, will it? Will Carse continue with the short stuff to Shubman Gill? We're going to see. We're still going to have the field. No, it's going to be more offside dominant. So that fly slip has come back up. Regulation slip. There's a deep backward point. Extra cover point mid-off is quite deep, mid-on, and a catching mid-wicket as Carse comes in, and this is driven to the right of Ollie Pope, who does really well to get across. Take this two-handed. Sunglasses come off his head. This was hit hard and with some timing. Saved a 4 there. Certainly saved a couple. 364 for 5. There's also Bashir at deep square leg, and also a fine leg who's touch wide. Shubman Gill 143 and Ravindra Jadeja at 63.
The importance of this partnership is vital for India. They were really on the edge, weren't they, of being another collapse. But the way they've recovered, great partnership.
Short delivery, and this is steered down to third. There's a chase on for the fielder, who does really well to slide on his knees, collect and throw back to Jamie Smith. So just one more run added to the score. This is what I love about Ben Stokes' captaincy. He's always seemingly trying something. You don't get those periods of the game that is drifting along, do you?
Yeah, I don't know how he has the energy. Bowls, he's 20 overs. He's always looking to do something. He's well thought out plans. I think obviously Brendan McCullum as well, the think master, and I'll be chatting to him on a regular basis in all the breaks and after play, and trying to work out a plan. But this is definitely body line. If you look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the leg side, all waiting for that short ball.
Last ball of the over. Braden Carse bowling round the wicket to Jadeja. It's short, and Jadeja just ducks and lets the ball go through. Goughy is off, and Manners is going to be joined with by Steve Harmison and a special guest very shortly. Oh, I can check out one of these bazookas. I might take 2. So, a little hold up in play. Shubman Gill's just going off the field for a second. We're going to have a couple of some drinks. Harmy's about to come in. Manners as well, as they've got a special guest, as I say. Jadeja's moved on to 44 not out. England yet to break through this morning. The first hour belongs to India, who are 365 for 5.
Thank you very much indeed to Jon Norman, and what an easy-going first hour of the day that was for India. No real threats, no challenges, and they've ticked over very nicely from their overnight 310 for 5 to 365 for 5. Jadeja 63, Shubman Gill 144, and for England, problems. They need wickets. They need, statement of the obvious, but they need to make something happen. One often leads to 2 and 3, and that's what they'll hope happens again, as it did at Headingley. I'm delighted to say that we've got a very special guest for the next half an hour. A man I first met well over 30 years ago, right here, well, closer to 40 years ago. Former Warwickshire long-time opening batsman Andy Moles, alongside Steve Harmison. And Mola, I'm delighted to say, has just released a fabulous book, Around the World in 40 Years, a story of a life very well lived and travelled. Andy Moles has coached in 8 different countries. Mola, it's fantastic to have you. How are you?
It's a pleasure to be here, Manners. Long time no see. Wow. Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Yeah, the book is being launched tomorrow.
So I didn't realise it's been launched tomorrow. I've got a preview copy.
You have got a preview copy. So yeah, you're one of the few pairs of eyes to go through it. So yeah, it's been very exciting. Jeff Dean has done a great job in putting it together with me, and as they say, the proof will be in the pudding.
Unfortunately, we normally have cameras in the commentary box, in the talkSPORT commentary box, and I'll be able to show viewers and listeners the front copy, but it looks to me like you're standing on Milnerton Beach with
Blowberg. Yeah, that's
Blowberg.
That was a photograph taken just after I'd had the, as you can see there, the amputee leg amputated with a prosthetic leg, and I did a 10-kilometre walk for the Professional Cricket Association, who did a fantastic job in helping me with the payment and looking after me when I first had the injury, and I managed to raise £15,000 to put back in the pot. So yeah, it was a very rewarding, humbling experience.
Coach of Afghanistan amongst those 8 countries, and Scotland and New Zealand, and long established relationship with Orange Free State and Griqualand West in South Africa, for whom you played and also coached. It really has been quite the journey. Harmy actually got hold of this copy, and he hasn't. He's finding it all a bit intimidating. It's quite such a list of incredible achievements and stories.
Massive list of incredible achievements and stories. I bumped into Tim Munson yesterday. Muntz, obviously, Warwickshire legend, and you mentioned that Mola and Finchy, Tony Finch, who's behind us, having a chat to coffee, and that you were in the building, and we thought, right, we've got to get you up, me and Manners. We've done our following on Cricket Collective for so many years now, talking about so many great stories, and this is an unbelievable story. But what's it like, Mola, to be back here? Because this place was a lot different to when you played. It's a magnificent.
Oh yes, this where we are now, Harmy, must be 30 metres above the old pavilion that we were brought up in. But still, it's changed, but it's still got a lot of the character that I enjoyed experiencing when I played here. And obviously the teammates and the people behind the scenes, a lot have moved on, but there's still enough people around here. It's lovely when you come back, and it's nice for the ego to get recognised every now and again, which is nice. But no, I've thoroughly enjoyed coming back here every time I come.
They look after former players as well when you come back here, don't they? They make you feel welcome.
Magnificent. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be a life member, so I can bring a guest to any game I want and get a free lunch and whatever in the chairman's lounge, etc., which is very special. Now, it's one thing that the club does very, very well, and a lot of the counties do it, but I think Warwickshire would be very close to the head of the queue in the way they look after their ex-players.
Play is about to get underway here at Edgbaston, but while India continue to quietly dominate, we'll be chatting to Andy for the next half an hour about his amazing career. Didn't play cricket even until he was 15. Didn't make his Warwickshire debut until he was 25, but finished as one of the few cricketers, and this is a stat you've heard so many times in your career, Mola. Here's Bashir, defended by Gill. One of the few players to finish with a career average of 40 without a test cap. But you did play for England. You played in the Sixes, Hong Kong Sixes.
Hong Kong Sixes, which It was rather a social occasion. That was probably why I did well there. But no, yeah, I was very proud of the record I managed to put together.
Bashir in Gill defends. But it is it's one of the great sort of cricket pub quiz questions. You know, who averaged 40 in first-class cricket and never got a Test cap?
Yeah, but you look at the side. I mean, there was Gooch, Atherton, Stewart, Butcher, all playing close, if not more than 100 Test matches. There wasn't really a way in with that experience.
Yeah, and you had a sort of fond affection. Actually, this club, Warwickshire, had a fond affection with South Africa, didn't it? And was that, with a young Alan Donald, was that a big, contributor to get him over, and you went to the Free State and played alongside him?
I went to South Africa for the first time as a pro.
Bashir into Gill defends.
I went to South Africa the first time as a pro to play for Griqualand West, and we played against the South African Defence Force. And one Alan Donald was a pimply-faced youth, skinny, who run in and bolt the speed of light, but didn't quite know where it was going. And it was then, I think, Ali Bakr and David Brown, the old manager here.
Bashir to Gill defends again, 365 for 5.
And they got together and arranged. We had a scholarship scheme that ran between Johannesburg and Birmingham, and we send a young player over there every winter, and they'd send a young player to us every winter. But David Brown got hold of Ali Bakr and sort of cut through the red tape to get Alan Donald from Free State to come and join us.
Bashir in again, Gill defends, 365 for 5.
And yes, I went down and picked Alan up at the end of that summer I was over in South Africa, because I knew Alan, I played against him. So I picked him up at the airport and brought him up here. And I took him out the first night, and I said, "What do you want to drink?" He said, "I'll have a lager shandy." He says, and I said, "You won't, son, you're not drinking lager shandy anymore. You'll have a pint of lager and like it." And unfortunately, he did like it.
There must be something in that with fast bowlers, isn't it? Especially ones that were a bit wayward at the start and still liking a lager. I mean, say talking about fast bowlers, Gough had 3 pints of Cruz Campo last night. You should have seen him. He was lying in the corner. He slept very well. He slept very well, Darren, last night. So us bowlers, we don't mind her.
Yeah, but you need some anaesthetic for what your bodies go through. You need every bit of help you can get at the end of a long day to get ready for the next day. Never mind your night's sleep.
Absolutely.
How was your Afrikaans back then? Because Alan's English was very scratchy.
My Afrikaans was also very scratchy, but I knew a few words that we can't talk about right here, which the youngsters, when I coached at Gill College in Somerset East, they taught me all the naughty words, unfortunately.
I'm sure they did. Short and pulled away by Jadeja, hit very sweetly indeed. That's 4 runs. That's just sat up. Well, it's not often you'll say that Bryden Cast looks like he's bowled a long hop, but Jadeja made it look like it there.
He did, yeah. And England they've gone to obviously continuing after the drinks with a short ball tactic. They've got 2 men down at fine leg, one in the boundary 15 yards for the missed time pull, one off probably for the top edge, and then I'm trying to see who that is out on the deep field on the leg side. I think it might be a 12th man right in front of square, because obviously not allowed 3 men behind square. So Bryden Cast needs to get this high.
Yeah, he does bowl that one back of a length again. Doesn't get it high. Passes Jadeja at chest height. Is that Harry Brook out there? One of the
Brooks 15 yards
square.
No, Brooks 15 yards off the rope at fine leg. Then you've got Ben Duckett up for the top edge fine leg. It's Ollie Pope at deep square, number 80. I thought it was Jacob Bethel for a second, but it's not. It's
and
Ollie
the
Pope.
fly slip?
You've got a fly slip. Zach Crawley obviously bends it just in front square leg. Wokes mid-wicket, just outside what would be the 30-yard circle. Josh Tung's on the leg side as well. Only 3 men on the offside. Bashir at cover. Root at gully. So we're going for the short ball, but Bryden Cast needs to get it high.
Cast in again. Short. Jadeja pulls to Harry Brook at backward square leg, 3/4 of the way back. We almost always talk about the bowler's perspective and the fielding perspective here when we're on together, because you were a bowler. But Mola, would you? I mean, you were right-handed, obviously, but Jadeja's got 2, saving 1 on the offside. Do you back away and look to carve that?
No, I think his mindset would be so confident at the moment. What's he got? 66, is it?
68.
68. He's been in for a long time. The ball's a little bit older. The wicket is flat. My word, I wish I'd have played on wickets like this when I was here. Alan Donald would have pulled up his boots and gone home if he'd had to bowl on this every other day. But no, I think he's full of confidence. The way he's playing at the moment, he's just got to be wary of what the height is. You know, if it's above head height, I'm sure he'll just get out of the way. But anything else, it looks as if he can play with control.
Same sort of field for the right-handed Shubman Gill. Just 2 on the shaving 1 on the offside, and Gill punches it away through the offside between those 2 men at backward point and cover. Shoaib Bashir and Ollie Pope, the only 2 men saving 1 on the offside, and Cast knows he's got that one
That's
wrong.
a poor delivery. It really is a poor delivery. It's in no man's land, really. It's not high enough. It's not at the body enough. It's too wide. It's outside off stump. Shubman Gill is sitting and waiting for a ball to come into his body, over his sort of left shoulder, and that one there to a man on who's on 144 at the time. I mean, that's a freebie. That really is. And you can see Ben Stokes, dropped his shoulders. You can see Bryden Cast was cursing himself. Big fast bowler from Durham knew he didn't get that one right.
Here is Cast once again, 5th ball of the over, and he's got that one right. It's aimed towards the left shoulder, and it's pulled away by Gill, gets on top of it. It's just so placid, so flat. We're talking to Andy Moles, who's just about to release story of his life around the world in 40 years. His life in cricket, there's plenty of life left in the old dog yet, only just got into the 60s. So you've got a way to go, Mola. You have achieved so much, as I said, coaching in 8 different national teams, from Test playing status right down to the Bahamas, which is where you're a consultant coach now.
I am. I go out there a couple of months every year, and there's a lot worse places. Afghanistan, I was there for a while. It's a huge.
Yes, of course.
I mean, that's got its issues, but I thoroughly enjoy my time in Bahamas.
Outside the off stump, that's left alone, and there's no run. Your first trip to Afghanistan, 375 for 5. You describe how you were categorized as a VVIP, which meant that you had security details and you stayed in a secure hotel and then the Afghanistan Cricket Board ran out of budget for security, and you said, oh, it's all right, I'll go anyway. I know some good coffee shops in Kabul.
Well, I didn't go out to coffee. The only places I went to the hotel and stayed there when I wasn't working. Didn't travel anywhere. That's not only the problem with the Taliban, but the gangs out there, the thugs would kidnap foreigners and then sell you to the Taliban, who would then do it. So, but what happens, unfortunately, I think all humans are the same, is you go with a thought and you're looking around all the time. You're very wary, but it becomes non-plus. You sort of gets more and more every day. You think, well, you don't pay attention. In the end, they used to pick me up in an old charabang with no security, and I just blend in with grew my beard, grey beard, had a Afghan cap that I used to put on, so I looked like one of the locals. I was suntanned, obviously, because the weather's hot there in the summer, and I just drove along in the traffic and unnoticed.
Here's Bashir, that one driven by Gill, gets a hand to it, does Bashir, takes the pace off it, but it's a single. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that while you were in Afghanistan, that's 150 for Shubman Gill. Congratulations to the Indian captain. He said yesterday when he scored 100, he became the 4th Indian captain to score 100 in his first 2 games as captain. And he's just going on and on, which is exactly what he and his other fellow Centurions needed to do at Headingley to make that game safe. And they look like they're very determined not to make the same mistake again. But when you were in Afghanistan, Andy Moles, you mentioned, or it's mentioned in your book, that Mohammad Nabi, long-serving Afghanistan player, he was playing in the IPL, and the Taliban kidnapped his father, demanded a ransom in order to return his father, because they knew that Nabi Jr. was earning, I suppose, decent money or a lot of money in the IPL. So, and that's extortion to a level that raised my eyebrows.
Yeah, they obviously realised that Nabi was fortunate enough to earn US dollars, which goes a long, long way in Kabul, let me tell you. And they just saw it as an opportunity to not get easy money, but it was obviously very disturbing for Nabi.
Yeah, there's easy money and there's extortion from kidnap. So I suppose it'd be easy for them. Didn't involve necessarily killing anybody. It's all, I mean, it's all, how did you, you're sort of removed from reality in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, my typical day is I wake up in the morning, go to the hotel, go down for breakfast, then come back to my room and wait for the phone call that the vehicle had arrived, the cricket vehicle had arrived at the hotel to pick me up.
Here's Shoaib Bashir, India 377 for 5, Gill defends.
I would then get picked up out in the hotel car park, which is surrounded by blast-proof doors, concrete 3 meters high walls, drive to the ground, get into the ground, do the work, whether it be office work or coaching work, whatever, and then in the evening I then drive back to the ground and just go back to have dinner in the hotel restaurant and go back to my room, and that was it. I do that for 2 months at a time.
Bashir in around the wicket to Gill, pushes to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, it's a bit different now. We've got Jonathan Trott's down, his Afghanistan coach now. I think Adam Holyoke has done it as well and spoke to Adam about it. They never went into Afghanistan. I don't think Jonathan's been into Afghanistan. He's done a great job with them.
Here's Bashir, Gill defends again, 377 for 5.
In the major tournaments, didn't he? Trotty's done a great job, but it seems to be different now that, you know, Thorpe was going to be the Afghan coach, and I think he had a little bit of a struggle with the fact that they were going to have to go into Afghanistan. But it must be, I mean, I'm trying to think of the words. It must have been worrying for a family as well, that if you're going and doing that, that's fine, you're in it, but your family are on the other side of the world with a huge amount of concern.
Yeah. First of all, let me just say Trotty's doing a magnificent job out there.
Hasn't he?
But he hasn't gone to Kabul yet. but it's a lot easier now because the Taliban are now in charge, so they're not looking to blow up every other building in Kabul. So it is safer to go there at the moment.
Here's Brian Carse again, short. Jadeja pulls again to Harry Brook, 3/4 of the way back at deep square leg, 378 for 5.
I suppose if he wins a tournament, which I think Afghanistan have got the players to do, especially in 2020. I think if he wins a major tournament, he might get invited to Kabul.
Yeah, well, the last time they did well and they won something, the government gave them a house each. I'm not sure whether Jonathan would go to live there if he got a house, but it is true that I was the only one silly enough perhaps to go out there as a sort of an Englishman, and other foreign coaches have not been to Kabul. But it's been. I remember it's a great experience.
Carse again, that's outside the off stump. There's only 2 men saving 1. It's not where Carse needs to be bowling it. He's frustrated, slapping himself on the thighs, given Gill 2 easy runs there. 380 for 5.
And you spent some time in New Zealand coaching the Black Caps. How was that experience? They had a good side then as well.
Yeah, we had a growing side,
an
emerging side. Dan Vittori was captain and did a great job as captain, and Baz here was very instrumental in the growth of that team. But I first of all went to Northern Districts as one of the franchises there and coached for 2 years or so before moving to the Black Caps.
And won the Plunket Shield, didn't you? It's short from Carse, headed down the leg side. Gill backs away, gives himself some room, but only chops it to backward point.
Yeah, we won the first class competition, then a 4-day competition. As I put in the book, that group of players at Northern Districts is the closest bonding group than what I experienced here at Warwickshire under Bob Woolmer, where everybody played for the team and the team came first, and the camaraderie was magnificent. Of all the places I've coached, Northern Districts there under James Marshall was the captain. His twin player, Hamish, who came and played for Gloucester for a little while, and Dan Vittori would play for us when he was away. Southey was a 18-year-old bowler.
Seen Tim last night in the bar. Yeah.
Carse in again to Gill, pulls down towards fine leg. It'll be tidied up.
Another youngster there who was just up behind Southey, so he was in the younger side, was Bolt. Came through that crew. They had a great development program there around Hamilton and the Northern Districts area. Brought through some wonderful young players. Watling came through there, who did a good job with the national side. It was thoroughly enjoyable, and then obviously went on to the Black Caps team, which was an opportunity I couldn't turn down. I mean, I knew there was going to be issues with egos and stuff like that, but who turns down the opportunity to work with the Test side? Certainly not me. And I look back on it with fondness. I'd like to have it to ended in a different way.
Cast to Jadeja, leaves alone, 381 for 5.
You know, in the book I'll talk about the things are going swimmingly well, and then there was a change in management at the top level. A new director of cricket, a new team manager was put in place, and they wanted a New Zealand coach primarily. And I have to say it, I'm not going to hide away that one or two of the players wanted a Test player, not a county player as a coach. And you know, that sort of built up, and we ended up parting ways. Was it amicable? Not on my behalf, because I loved it so much and I felt I was turning the side around.
Good job, yeah.
But at the end of the day, you have to do what the team and the players want, what's best for the side.
Cast whipped away by Jadeja. He's just absolutely untroubled. The seasoned veteran, the left-hander Jadeja, 70 now. Gill 153, 382 for 5. It was constructive dismissal, effectively, wasn't it? I mean, I think. To your great friend Tim Munton organised an old lawyer friend to.
Yeah, I mean, the story goes that the last game I coached, New Zealand was in the final of the Champions Trophy, and we lost against Australia. We punched above our weight to get to the final. New Zealand always do well in ICC tournaments, but they don't get to many finals. And I found it strange that straight after getting to a final, for the first time for many, many years, that they felt best that they changed the coach. And it came totally out of the blue. I had no idea. And, you know, they put me in a difficult position, and I had to answer the question. And I basically said to the players, look, can you work me? If you can't work with me, I mean, you go, I know how many. If the players don't respect the coach or don't want that coach, it's a waste of time. The coach starts hanging around.
They can make it hard for
exactly.
the coach. That's
and then basically the New Zealand guys, the Black Caps, were wonderful people. And when I left, they all said, you know, that they enjoyed my company.
Shoaib Bashir now to Ravi Jadeja with a well-spread field.
And you coached Brendan McCullum. Did you see Brendan McCullum go into coaching with the outlook that he's got? That he's obviously working with Ben Stokes. You know, the partnership that they've formed here is an interesting one.
Jadeja flicks one through square leg for an easy single.
Brendan is a very, very confident cricketer. He knows what he wants, and he wants what he knows. And and it's been talked about already. As we were in a game. We were in the middle before a T20, a 50-over game against West Indies, and I asked whether he could just charging down the wicket the first 3 or 4 overs. We had a very, very young side. I said, if you can, just hang around for 5 or 6 overs, because that will help us get into the game.
Can't wait for the end of this story. Bashir into Gill, defends, no run.
And Baz looked at me, and we had a good relationship. Still, I mean, I haven't seen him since then. And he just said to me, Mola, unfortunately, I'm building Brand McCullum. So this was 20 years ago. And I looked at him, and I said, okay, all right, if that's how you feel, but we could do you as a team.
Clipped away by Gill through square leg for another single, 383 for 5.
Because this team's so young, we need a senior figure just to help them get through the first 10, 12 hours. He said, I'm building, and don't forget, this is just before the IPL. IPL's just about to be launched, and he was busy. And I was saying in the book, who to say he was wrong? I mean, look what he's achieved in the game.
Reverse sweep now from Shubman Gill. Hit it really well for 4. Well, that's the first sign of a little bit something different from Shubman Gill, a little bit of unorthodoxy, and it's entirely sensible shot. There's only 2 men on that side of the field.
It's in manners. It's a shot that Ben Duckett and Ben Stokes are playing all day up at Henley against Jadeja. So yeah, there's no issues with that. It was a well executed, good shot. And again, England just look as though they're a little bit raggy, getting a bit of a run around. This partnership is developing, and it's getting a bit concerning.
Bashir in, and it's pushed away defensively. It's been concerning for an hour, Harmon.
It has been concerning for an hour, but to finish on Brendan, you're right. Who was to say that he was wrong? But his outlook on the game and his coaching manner and his calmness with this lot seems as though it works with that group that he's building.
Listen, we all mature.
Yes.
We all.
I don't know
mature.
if your team mean Goughy last night. Some would say we wouldn't.
But some mature quicker than others. And Brendan, there was no crosswords. There was nothing. He just said, "Sorry, Mole, I'm building Bram McCullum." And he went on to captain the side, and he did it in Bram McCullum way. He went to the IPL and he played and coached in that manner. He's come to England and he's coached in that manner, and that magnificent. Look at the crowds here, everywhere they go. So what I'm saying is he's not wrong, but the team that day, when I spoke about the group of players at Warwickshire under Bob Woolmer and the group of players at in Hamilton, Northern Districts under James Marshall, the team always came first, no matter what. This was the first time that in my coaching career, don't forget, as a coach, it was my job to try and get the best for the team. So I was asking him to do something for the team, and listen, when he came off, he was doing it for the team, but at that stage we had such a young side, we just needed to pull on the reins a little bit, and you know, that's where we found ourselves.
Josh Tongue is into the attack for the first time. It's a stiff opening delivery. It looks for the Yorker, dug out by Jadeja. Oh, Mola, how did that game finish? Come on, I want you. So was he out in the first 5 overs, or did he make 150? Is it you've asked him to?
He didn't make 150. I believe he made 40 odd. I can't remember the result of the game.
Okay. He got some runs anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he was a quality player. He got, he don't achieve an average what you do when you're as good a player as he is.
Josh Tongue in once again, flicked away by Jadeja. It's just all so easy at the moment for India. 388 for 5, added 78 in the game so far. We've been talking to Andy Moles, former Warwickshire opening batsman and multifaceted international coach. Now he's claimed to be the only international one-legged coach in the world.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice in that.
Just quickly, people are saying, asking what happened to your leg?
Yeah,
obviously it was cut off, but
yeah,
why?
It was a sad ending, but never mind. What happens is that I was in the UAE, and I got a blister on the bottom of my foot, and we treated that. I had skin graft, whatever, and then I was put into a moon boot. Now the side of the moon boot rubbed on my little toe.
Here is Tongue once again, spread field, just one slip, driven by Gill to cover, no run.
So this blister then on the toe became infected. I went from the UAE to Kabul, from Kabul to India, and during that sort of month period in those two countries, I noticed that the toe was getting worse and worse. Although treated every day by the team doctor in Kabul, he said to me, "Listen, when you get home now, go and see your doctor straight away." So I went to see, and they put me into hospital on intravenous drip to try and treat the infection.
Forward comes Gill defending, no run, and it was resistant to treatment.
We didn't know that at that stage.
Right.
So then, after about 4 or 5 days, the specialist came and said, "Look, I'm going to have to remove your little toe because it's got to a stage where it's just not recovering. The blood flow's not there." So they amputated the little toe, and then 2 days later, my leg flared up in the middle of the night, had a temperature, so I went back to the hospital. Then the specialist said to me, "Unfortunately, you've got a flesh-eating bug, which was inside the bones of my foot." So they had to get ahead of it. So then as it happens, it was April the 1st.
Cut now by Gill to deep backward point, just a single.
It was April the 1st, 2020, the day that South Africa went into lockdown. There's me in hospital. And the guy said to me, "Look, I'm sorry to have to tell you this." He said, "But we're going to have to remove your leg from just below the knee." And he says, "And what do you think about that?" And my exact words were, hand on heart, I said, "I wouldn't expect you to tell me how to play forward defensive. I'm not going to tell you how to do your job. When can you do it?" He said, 12 o'clock today. I said, "Right, let's go." And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I woke up there with a tent of a sheet over my leg. And they sent me home 2 days later and said, "Right, get over it." And that was it. Job done.
Wow. story that is, Manners.
It's just one of many in
Yes.
an incredible book which kept me up later than I wanted to last night because I couldn't stop reading it. Last ball of the over is flicked away through mid-wicket to Ollie Pope. I think Jacob Bethel's on the field for someone at the moment, but it's the end of the over. It's the end of our half hour with Mola. You've got a book signing to do, but hopefully we'll see you around. I think this test's going to be going the distance for some reason.
Yeah, we wish you well with the book, and have a nice afternoon tomorrow afternoon.
We'll do.
Greeting some of your own here at Edgbaston.
But thank you both very much for the invitation. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and just need England to get a breakthrough here, or a couple of breakthroughs at the very least, I would have thought.
Just quickly, we've had correspondence from listeners in 77 countries around the world listening to our commentary. Now, none of them will be able to pop into WH Smith's. So
It's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon,
Yeah.
right. And it's called Around the World in 40 Years, Andy Moles with Jeffrey Dean. It's on Amazon, listeners. Do go. It's worth it. I absolutely assure you of that. Is there a digital version available? Any idea?
If it's popular, then they'll do a digital and an audio book, but we'll see how the first batch goes.
Fantastic. That's Andy Moles, former Warwickshire opening batsman. And it's Shoaib Bashir about to start a new over from the city end. He's bowling to the left-handed Jadeja, who's got an eye on a 500 here. He's 73 not out. India are 390 for 5. Jadeja 73. Shubman Gill 158. Change in the commentary box. That was great fun talking to our old mate Andy Moles. Jon Norman and Jarrod Kimber will take you through to the lunch break as Jadeja now whips this one off his pads from Shoaib Bashir. Joe Root at backward square leg does the tidying up. Should we break with convention and change in the middle of an over, Jarrod, or should we?
Well, I've already changed because everyone you were sitting with left you.
Yeah.
so I figured either it'd be Manners on his own or I'll sit with him.
Here's Bashir again to Jadeja, lets that one hit him on the pad and then does the fielding himself, having asked for permission. Okay, well let's change now.
He didn't that time. He actually dropped the bat on the ball rather than picking it up, which I like a lot more. You know I don't like batters picking the ball up, Manners, with their sweaty palms. Get your sweaty palms away from my ball. Get your sweaty palms away from this microphone and let Jon Norman pick it up, who's now got 7 sweets in his mouth, so it might take a little while for him to digest.
And these sweets would be perfect if, back in the day, you know, when fielders used to take sweets out in their pockets. I've had half an hour to eat this sweet, and I decided to put it in my mouth just as I'm about to commentate. As this is pushed into the offside, fielded by Ben Stokes. India have gone about things nicely this morning, haven't they? Apart from one shot where Jadeja was with the field up, essentially there was a tempter. Can you drag the ball over, or rather hit the ball over mid-on and away to the boundary for 4 or 6? And he came very close to just dragging it to short mid-wicket. But apart from that, I think that India played well.
Yeah, there was that little moment, wasn't there? But no, I think I'm with you. They just haven't really looked like losing a wicket at all. This is kind of how I expected yesterday to go. Yesterday, for some reason, there was a bit more jeopardy all day.
Driving on the bounce. Fielded by Shoaib Bashir, quite athletic as he dived across. 391 for 5. But it is, at this stage, it seems like India have lost a wicket throughout this series. They did the same thing. I mean, they batted very well on day 1, but they still, I think they only went through 1 session without losing a wicket. This is just placed to the right of Ben Stokes, who's at a short mid-on. End of the over. Gill's gone past 150 today, if you're just joining us. And, sorry, Jarrod, just bump your microphone. Jadeja's gone past 50, he's 74.
Why don't you just ask Neil Manthorp for what you want? Because I just don't, he's not good at understanding mimes.
Well, he was. He just brought me the laptop.
Eventually. Should have seen him with a SIM card before. We had to get people to come and help him in the press box. But he worked it out on his own.
Manners is always, you know, what's it? Is it technophobe? Is that the right word for someone who's just, you know, self-confessed technophobe? As soon as you mention anything other than a pen and a paper, Manners pulls a face. 2 catching fielders at mid-wicket as this is driven beautifully. Just through the onside. There's a chase on, and the ball's going to win down just below us at long on. And again, it's economy of movement. Both batters know with the field up, just need to get it past. They can time it, don't need to overhit. Really, Jadeja's just presented the bat at this ball. Kind of like blocked it to the boundary.
It's an on drive, but it really is more of a block, as you say. They've got the two catching fielders, one at sort of short mid on and sort of one at short mid wicket, although they're both very, very straight. And he's just smashed that through the line with timing.
Down the leg side, and no run, 395 for 5. Yeah, so Manners is like a technophobe, right? You say to him, Manners, can you do this with a camera or a laptop or a Comrex or a microphone or whatever? And he kind of pulls a face, and then you say, it's all right, you're going to be okay, Manners, just press it on and record, and he's absolutely fine. And then I'm stumbling around YouTube about 6 months ago, and I find some videos he did on YouTube, behind the scenes stuff, from about 5 years before I even knew YouTube existed. About
It might have been the first video on YouTube.
15 years ago. Short delivery, and Jadeja ducks down.
And it's on camera too. It was before smartphones, I think. It looked like he had an actual camera. He took the footage out of the camera, he put it on his computer, he found editing software.
Uploaded it,
Yeah.
Description. No, Manners,
Might
you
have been
didn't have a teenager. This was years before you had teenagers. Oh, you were a teenager. No, it wasn't that long ago.
Manners was born 32 years old.
The internet didn't exist. Can you remember where you were when you first were introduced to the internet? Short again, and ducked by Jadeja. I remember what year it was. I remember where I was.
I know the first site I went to, and yours might have been similar.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Well, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I had to use. It was a university computer, and I didn't really get the internet. One slip in place with those two catching mid-wicket fielders, and also a couple in the covers as well. Jadeja takes a single through mid-wicket, and he's going to come back for a second. Good running from Shubman Gill, who realised he was running to the danger zone, or the danger end, rather. 398 for 5. Jadeja moves to 80, and Shubman Gill 158. Yeah, I mean, growing up now, almost be impossible to think of a world without the internet.
I remember the first time I saw a computer. There was one in our schools, like an Apple Macintosh.
Yeah.
And I remember being so excited. Me and my friend would get to school an hour early to play with this computer.
What games? Did you have that? Well,
the only game I know was a very inappropriate one, which was Let's Shoot Larry.
No, I don't know that one. Short delivery from Josh Tongue. Good bounce as well, left carry, but it's left alone by Jadeja.
There was a poker game as well, but yeah.
We had a snooker game. Can't believe I'm talking snooker twice. I've never talked to you about snooker on or off air in all of the time we've known each other, which is now 15 years. And here we are talking about snooker again.
I used snooker in my sports writing course.
Well, that's good, but we never talked about that before.
Nope.
So that's now 3 times.
3 mentions of snooker.
If you don't know what we're talking about, or you're talking about, head over to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and watch yesterday's Super Over, if you so wish, as this is dropped into the offside by Jadeja. Calls Shubman Gill through, moves to 81, 399 for 5.
Aren't they already on that channel?
Yes, they are. You're right.
Would they have to stop listening to
tab.
us?
No,
so
get another tab.
They're going to listen to both, okay?
Yeah, we had this game. I've had this instance twice in my life where I've immediately understood and got something, and the person teaching me has refused to accept I understand it, and essentially forced me to do it over and over again until I got it wrong, and then thought that they were helping me out by trying to reteach me in a way that they thought they should, that I'd understand, only for me to then not know how to do it. So there was an old snooker game where basically all you had to do was you had to work out the angle that you'd need to hit a ball onto another ball for it to go into the hole, right? So
just like the sport, but on computers.
Exactly. And so you just pull the pull cue back and let it go. You can determine how hard you hit the ball, And essentially, as long as you get your angle right, that ball that it's going to go on to hit will go where you intend it to go, as Jadeja
Got his angles right.
does get his angles right and helps this ball up and over mid-on and away to the boundary for 6, and the 400's up for India as well. 405 for 5. Jadeja moves to 87. The third batter in this innings to reach that milestone.
It's a weird field. He's got the sort of catching short mid-off, and then he's got a very wide extra cover, and mid-on's up with the deep mid-wicket. And I think Jadeja just went, well, I just need to hit it hard and straight, and I've got a boundary here almost every time.
Yeah, that is what he tried before, though, but there was more of a...
I thought he
this
tried
is
to
just push to mid-wicket. But
I think the one before he tried to heave it across.
yes, that's true.
And
But
whereas
that-
last night he played that shot against against a spinner as well, where he just sort of came straight. In fact, they're moving back now.
Yeah, and this is the difference, because for that shot earlier, you see the position that Zach Crawley's now going into, which is at a wide mid-on or a short mid-wicket. That fielder was there, it was Joe Root. So he nearly dragged it to him, whereas to the delivery before, Ollie Pope was squarer. So let's see what happens here. This is tossed up. That was it's a poor delivery from Shoaib Bashir, actually, although it's applauded by Ben Stokes. Just a bit too wide, and it's a simple single
I like
to
this.
point.
I like this field because I like the idea of making him dragging him across the line. Whereas I think he's pretty safe, Jadeja, if he's going straight down the line, as I said a moment ago, and we've seen him do that a couple of times. I don't mind the idea. Look, he's still going to hit the slog sweep and the big hit out to deep mid wicket, but it's a riskier shot. It brings in LBW and top edges and all sorts of things. I just think it's a much better option for England.
Gill facing, though, 158 not out, and he defends. Pushed up to Ben Stokes at short mid-on. So, yeah, this snooker game, and I just understood the angle, you know? I just got the angle. I could work out, as long as I hit the ball, the other ball either on the side, it would go square, and if I kind of like got a little bit more on it, it will go at 45, and if I hit it bang on, it will go straight. I mean, it just made sense from just a pure maths angles perspective. I just got it every single time, and I was only 7 or something. And my teacher just wouldn't understand or just couldn't accept that I just got it. So just kept me doing it until I couldn't do it. And then, I don't know what they were thinking. Single, no, sent back this time. Shubman Gill sends Jadeja back. Is that Chris Wokes it is, at a kind of short fine leg, or a deep leg gully.
That was the Karen ball. That last
Was
one.
it? Oh,
He just flicked that out the front of his fingers. So Sky was showing it recently that he'd been trying it. It's, I thought he bowled one earlier, but I thought it might have been my own, just the angle that we're on, but that one definitely was.
Bashir's in, and this is swept by Shubman Gill. It's gone square of the wicket, and he's hit it hard. It's almost flat batted, the sweep, and it's sailed over the boundary. That's a shot, some authority. And Gill moves to 164, end of the over, and that is also the 200-run partnership for Shubman Gill and Ravindra Jadeja. 211 for 5 has become 412 for 5, and that was a fantastic shot from the captain.
It's an interesting shot too. They've got out sort of, I don't want to say deep mid-wicket, but deep forward square leg, and they've got the fielder out there, and he went inside the line then, but it was actually quite wide, so he had to move his body sort of out towards the offside, but still hit it in the air. So it was a really, really interesting shot. England don't like to have the fielder out for the sweeper. They think sweep is quite a risky shot for most players, and they like to do that. And so they've got a slightly different setup for Shubman Gill, but he got around that trap fairly easily and fairly dramatically.
This is Tongue continuing, and it's clipped nicely through mid-wicket for a single. Jadeja moves to 89. And I'm just waiting for this
score?
Well, this scoreboard, it's so quick to change the bowlers at the end of an over, but it kind of leaves you guessing a little bit about whether it's already added the single in terms of the batters. But there is an asterisk next to the batter about to face, and that's Shubman Gill. He's 164. What a partnership this has been, though. Really impressive from both batters. Jadeja looked a little bit nervy at the start of his innings, but as the afternoon progressed yesterday, looked more and more assured. Today's taken on the bowling a touch more than Shubman Gill. And this is just helped fine for another single. So yeah, so the fast forward to when I was 17 and I had driving lessons. It was the thing back then. When you reached 17, your mum and dad would buy you 10 driving lessons. And I hated driving lessons. Learning to drive in London, can you think of anything worse than that? I mean, it's Streatham High Street. I mean, imagine learning to drive there. So as soon as my...
Doesn't explain your driving.
My driving's all right, but I didn't learn to drive until I was in my late 20s. One slip in place for Josh Tongue. Really short. It's gloved, and it's been caught behind by Jamie Smith. Jadeja looks at his bat handle. That really did lift up. Quick ball from Josh Tongue. A short, sharp bouncer. Maybe just took a bit of glove as well, because a bit like that Karun Nair dismissal, kind of looped up to where leg slip would have been. Jamie Smith all the time in the world to run round and take the catch. So England strike just before lunch again, and India finally lose their 6th wicket. 414 for 6.
It's just a brute, wasn't it? It's another wicket from that sort of extra bounce we've seen on this pitch. The difference with this one is it was fast. I think Jadeja saw the short ball coming and he thought he was fine, and it just got on to him so quick and a little bit higher than he thought as well. To end up hitting the glove, and then unluckily for Jadeja, it just bounced up in the air so that kind of anyone could come around and catch it, and Smith was there, because that's the sort of one that ends up at short fine legs sometimes, but this time it went straight up in the air and another wicket. So again, every time India's looked on top, they just found a way to keep England in the game, but the difference is now that it's over 400. So even if they lose the next 4 wickets for 4 runs, they'll feel a little bit more comfortable, whereas yesterday it looked like at any stage England could pull the game back. But most of the wickets have come against the flow of play, which just tells you that there's not a lot going on with this wicket. But also 4 of the 6, is it 5 of the 6, have come from the extra bounce as well. 4 of the 6.
One of the topics we discussed yesterday in the Super Over was the decision making by the selection panel. You know, they made some big calls for the first test. They brought in Shardul Thakur, and that didn't work out. They decided to pick Krishna, and that didn't really work out. They went with Sudarshan at 3. Certainly didn't work out in first innings, although he scored some runs in the second. And then went with Karun Nair at 6, and he scored no runs in the first innings. Short delivery, and Washington Sundar just ducks, lets this ball go through. So, you know, that's a lot of decisions that the selection team would have spent a lot of hours pondering and are paid a fair amount of money to get right. And you'd have to say that, well, none of those decisions paid off. And if you don't agree with me and you think, well, it's just one scorecard, well, they changed their number 3, they changed their number 6, they got rid of one of those bowlers and they stuck with Krishna. So they themselves, as Washington Sundar comes back and defends on off stump. So the Indian selectors themselves have changed their minds. Now, they moved Karun Nair to 3 for this test match, which you could argue did kind of work, 31, but, you know, that is only 1 run scored more than Sai Sudarshan did in second innings at number 3 in the last test. So I'd say the jury's still out there.
Got them off to a good start, though, didn't it, after they lost the early wicket.
And he scored quite quickly as well. So, you know, he took a bit of pressure out.
He looked a lot more comfortable than Sai did in the first test. I'm not comparing the two, but just saying, if you look at those innings.
For sure. Tongue again. This is again short and too wide and left by Washington Sundar. This test, of course, they've moved him up to 3. They brought in Nitish Reddy, and that hasn't worked either. He lost his 6 deliveries and he was bowled for 1.
Leaving the ball.
And now we've got another decision by the selection team, and that is Washington Sundar in the side ahead of, you'd have to say, Kuldeep Yadav, I guess, if they wanted. They talked about wanting to play 2 spinners, so it was between Washington Sundar and Kuldeep Yadav. I don't think they were ever really going to play Kuldeep Yadav. But that's the decision they have made, and it's not just about the spin, it's of course about his ability to bat. So we're about to find out whether the selection panel for India are going to continue their barren run, or they're actually going to look back and say, yes, that one has paid off. Bashir bowling now. It's Gill though, who pushes this to Joe Root at short cover. Root runs in and fields, 440 for 6.
What I thought was interesting is the field for Washington Sundar was neither attacking nor defensive. He had 2 slips and a leg slip in, a fine leg, and everyone else was in a ring. Like,
here's Bashir. This is quite a loopy delivery, full of flight, and singles taken to long on. It is interesting. I mean, I don't know what you think, but reading your piece on Substack about the propensity to bowl essentially into the pitch and quite short and wide these days to very good batters. But that seems to be a new phenomenon. But also the use of leg slip. Is it just me, or does that appear to be a much more regular sight in cricket over the last few years than it ever has before?
It's a combination of 2 things, isn't it, the leg slip? It's a combination of the more bounces we bowl in Test cricket than ever before.
Here's Bashir. Washington Sundar gets one on his pads and it clips it square of the wicket, and he'll get off the mark with a single. 416 for 6 India. They've just lost Ravindra Jadeja for 88.
So I'd say that's why you would have it in for someone like Washington when it comes to the crease. But the other reason we see a lot more leg slip is because the wobble ball is bowled from a wider angle and is angling in at the stumps. And what was happening is players were sort of moving across their stumps and flicking it on the leg side. And to sort of stop them doing that automatically, you have the leg slip.
Bashir again, Gill forward, and this is timed to the left of Joe Root. Gets down well to field at extra cover, no run. 416 for 6 India. Shubman Gill, the skipper, 166. Washington Sundar at the non-striker's end. 1 not out, as Gill will take a single to the leg side, and that will give Sundar 1 ball at the end of Bashir's over. So yeah, driving lessons. I suppose there's so many automatics these days that you don't get the problem with.
I was wondering if, like, obviously my oldest is only 12, but I was wondering if it's even worth him learning a manual, because by the time he's of that age, there's going to be so many electric cars around as well, and hybrids. Do you even need to learn a manual anymore?
Last ball of Bashir's over, and Washington Sundar defends, no run. Well, I mean, you could argue you don't even need a car. Very few of my friends learnt to drive when we were growing up. My dad didn't learn to drive. My dad used to cycle.
You're in inner city London, which is a little bit different.
Yes, yeah, true. My dad used to cycle from Tooting to Bethnal Green and back every day.
How long did that take you?
I mean, what's that? Southwest London to East London. I guess that must have taken him over an hour to cycle there and back. His knees gave up after a while. So we got a car, but I think I was 14 by the time we got a car. So it wasn't really ingrained in our psyche. My mum never learnt how to drive.
Slightly different in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the amount of people I know that own 5 or 6 cars in their household.
That's one of the things I love about London. It still feels a city that's owned by pedestrians rather than car owners, as Shubman Gill comes forward and will take a single to deep backwards square leg.
I didn't own a car for the first 10 years I was in London.
Yeah, I didn't learn to drive till I was 28, and that was when I moved out of London. Ah, yes, if only. But yeah, one of the things that you'd have to learn in London was hill starts. So biting point on a hill start, right? And I just got it. I just absolutely got it.
But are you saying the instructor didn't believe that you got it?
He kept going until I couldn't do it, and then I couldn't do it anymore. It didn't make any sense. It was like my snooker game teacher from back in the day. If someone gets something, just let them get it. Don't need to break them to then fix them up again. Oh, this is edged down into the ground. The crowd think that's a catch that's been put down, but I think that's bounced just in front of Zach Crawley at
not even just
second
in front.
slip.
I think that was a couple of metres in front, wasn't it? I mean, that was a long way short. I'm surprised at the crowd. It was the Holy Stand as well. Yeah, it was well short. But the Holy Stand should have had the best angle of that bounce, but missed it somehow, I suppose. What time is it? Yeah, you
5-1.
You probably. What
3
would you be?
minutes to 1.
3 to 4 pints in if you're in the Hollies.
I don't know, but Katie's here. She's been in the Hollies stand. Who can find out?
She looks 3 to 4 pints in.
Short delivery, and this isn't dealt well with by Washington Sundar at all. Takes his eye off the ball, kind of crouches, and sticks his bat up into the air. The ball was, I think, just hit him on the shoulder, possibly via the glove, and bounced safe. See a replay of, oof, he really hasn't dealt with that well at all, has he?
No, it's actually very similar to the Jadeja one. The difference is that Jadeja's was a little higher, and he was keeping his eye on it. Washington just took his eye off that completely, and short leg comes in straight away. You know, there's a lot of talk about how brilliant a captain Ben Stokes is, but he follows the ball about as much as anyone I've ever seen. Do you know what I mean? That went in the air on the leg side. Let's get a short leg in.
I understand that a little bit more.
Are we about to have a no fine leg field? How often in Test cricket do you see a field with no fine leg? You say you understand that a little bit more. He's got a short leg and he's going to have 2 leg slips. Are we going to have 2 leg slips, John?
I know.
John, are you
just
ready?
Been talking about this.
Are we going to have 2 leg slips?
I don't think I've ever seen 2 leg slips.
I might have to message my uncle. My uncle loves leg slip.
Have you ever seen 2 leg slips? Not a close.
Not to a top.
Second leg slip. This is edge just in front of Ben Duckett. And Tongue is asking a few questions here as we move towards the lunch break. Now there's 2 delivery. Oh, there's no ball called.
I think if I'm watching Sundar, have you heard this theory that in Test cricket you should be allowed to deny the extra ball?
If the batter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a perfect example of Washington just being like, I don't want an extra ball.
Actually, it'd be funny if it was a bowler, wouldn't it? No, I'm just going to deny that no ball. Pitched up, and Washington Sundar half drives defensively, and because 5 fielders are behind the bat, plus a wicketkeeper, almost thinks there's a single there because there's only 1 lone fielder in the covers, and McGill sends him back. Are we going to have enough time? I think if not for that no ball, England might have got another over in. It says 12:59 on the scoreboard. 2 deliveries left. Got 3 slips, a leg slip.
Sadly,
and
only
now
1. Oh, wait.
Shoaib Bashir is doing a little dance. He's a kind of a leg backward point.
Backward square leg.
A leg, yes, sorry, backward square leg with 2 short legs. Ooh, another short ball. Washington Sundar is batting his way out of this Test team. Again, he looks very uncertain as a short pitched delivery from Josh Tongue disappears over his right shoulder. He kind of flinches.
He's not enjoying the short ball.
It's not the quickest of pitches, though, is it?
It is quicker than yesterday.
It is.
Yeah, it is getting through.
It
and I
is,
think
yeah.
if you first come in and you're facing this, I can understand. He's a young, tall Asian batter. And they've got a deep third coming in now. But he's a young, tall Asian batter, and he wouldn't have grown up with as many short pitch balls getting to him just because of his height and the pitches he played on.
So there's a short leg, a leg gully, a leg slip, 3 slips, either a third or a fly slip, and Chris Wokes is going at point. There's also a... No, that's it. Last ball of the session. Josh Tongue is in, short delivery. And Washington Sundar gets behind the ball, plays with a straight bat, and just defends this out to the cover. So a little bit of excitement towards the back end of 2 hours, which was dominated really by India. Are we going to get another over? No, we're not. No, that's it. McGill walked out this morning, and he walks back with 168 to his name. So he scored 54 in that session. Ravindra Jadeja, the only man to fall, but not before he'd added 46 to his overnight score, 41 not out overnight. He was the only man to fall, bounced out really by Josh Tongue, caught by Jamie Smith down the leg side for 88. In and amongst that, there was one heart-in-the-mouth moment for Ravindra Jadeja, who has had a bit of a talking to from the umpires for continually, as Bumble picked up on yesterday, and Gough this morning. But it's been India's session. Jadeja nearly dragging one on, or could have been stumped if he hadn't got an inside edge to an attempted slog over mid-on. But apart from that, India have been resolute. Gill has batted at his own pace, and England have kept at it. There's been funky fields employed at times, there's been modes of attack. Stokes has never let the intensity drop, but the pitch is defeating England at the moment nearly as much as the India batters. We will be back very shortly. I'm going to be joined by Paul Newman. If you're with us in the first Test match, I was chatting with Paul about the changing landscape of cricket journalism, or sports journalism really, and time got the better of us, so we're going to finish up that conversation. So I'll be joined by Paul Newman from The Athletic in about 15 minutes time before full uninterrupted coverage of the afternoon session here from Edgbaston, where India find themselves at lunch on day 2, 419 for 6. Well, welcome back to Edgbaston. It's lunch here on the afternoon of the second day of the second Test match. And India, who started the day about par, I'd suggest, 310 for 5, after a 99-run partnership between Shubman Gill and Ravindra Jadeja, just rescued things for them towards the back end of day one. Are still in a strong position, but they have lost Ravindra Jadeja, bounced out for 89, and Washington Sundar in at 8, given a few uncomfortable moments by the pace and bounce, really, from the short deliveries he received towards the back end of that session by Josh Tongue. So that's one that we'll keep an eye on. At the other end, though, Shubman Gill has been flawless. He's moved on. 114 not out overnight, 168 not out now. So about 15 minutes into the lunch break, and that, I'm pleased to say, gives us a bit of time to pick up on an interview which, if you were with us during the lunch break on day one of the first Test match between myself and Paul Newman from The Athletic, and time really got against us, didn't it, Paul? Welcome back.
It did. It was a lovely chat, John, about all my yesterday. So
Yeah.
I just had a bit just how the industry has changed, and before we knew it, the players were coming back on the field.
Yeah.
So I've been around for so long. I think we only got through half my career.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was kind of like that, wasn't it? Because we had to kind of, rattle through the last 10 years or so. It didn't really give us enough time. So, just in summary, because this will be available as a podcast, we put 2 interviews together. We started off, with your first job in sports journalism in the local press in Essex, where you grew up. You then got a big move to the Daily Mail.
That's right.
You had dreams of being a cricket correspondent for the Mail. That didn't happen straight away. You were a sub-editor there for a number of years before you moved to the Daily Telegraph.
That's correct, yeah.
And you subbed there again before, and this is where we kind of started to press fast forward a little bit, came back to the Mail. And I suppose we should pick up with, what was it, about year 2008 or so would it have been, that you finally got the gig that you'd been angling for so many years?
I'd given up on it, actually. A cricket writer was all I ever wanted to be, but I only ever did it part-time while doing other jobs, really. And I was taken back to the Mail by Colin Gibson in 2001 when he took over as sports editor. He asked me to go and be his deputy, which was a big job, a lovely job. And I went over there and did that. And you're working with a huge department, some fabulous people. And then the then cricket correspondent Mike Dixon, who very sadly passed away last year, said that he wanted a change. He'd been doing cricket for about 10 years. He had a young family and he wanted to go back into tennis, which was his first love, as it were. And then the cricket correspondent job came up, and I was working in the office then. When I'd given up on it ever happened, it happened when I was 41, which I thought my time had gone by then. But then I became cricket correspondent in 2007. And packed up last year, so it was the best years of my career.
Wow, so 18-year stint as a cricket correspondent for the Daily Mail, and the Daily Mail is a proper old-school newspaper, right? And the demands of that would have made that the dream job, but also a job that I suppose, well, they do say if you love your job, then you never work a day in your life, but then you never have a day off either. Yeah. And that's kind of how it is with cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even back then.
There's always so much cricket, John, isn't there? And that hasn't changed, and there's more and more now. But yeah, obviously it's a lovely job and it's a glamorous job. But it is hard work, and it's not. People don't realise that, I think, at times. And you never do switch off. There's always something happening. There's always a possibility of a story breaking late at night. Obviously, when you're working abroad, you've got the struggles with the time difference. And when websites became more and more prevalent, when media became more and more immediate. Obviously there's no switching off then at all, because you're serving a website, then you're serving the paper, and obviously now sort of fast forwarding to the current day, papers are becoming less and less important to these big media organisations, actually certainly print editions, and it's becoming more and more digital now, and people are looking at more different ways of how they're going to make their product more relevant in this media age. So the demands are becoming different now, but still as busy as it's ever been, really.
The touring is, from the outside, it's glamorous, but actually They're long tours. I mean, football and rugby are shorter games, and you, of course, get World Cups every 4 years and European Championships in football every 4 years as well. But essentially, it's quite unique to our sport, isn't it? That you spend so much time away from home. And these tours now are actually a little bit shorter. They're never ending. England in the last 12 months have toured Pakistan, West Indies, New Zealand, India, and played in a T20 World Cup. That's a lot, right? But back in the day, when you went away, you were going away for 2 months.
Absolutely. It was 2 months minimum almost when I first started, and there were 3-month tours to Australia when you take in the one-day leg, which always came at the end of the Test series in those days. So I remember going to Australia a couple of times for 3 months, and again, people always say, wow, what an assignment, and it is great, but it's, you work every day, really. When I first started, there were these things called non-filers that people would talk about, when they would there was no copy needed for their various papers, and they'd go off and take themselves off and try and see the place where they're at. You know, the journalists would go off en masse and have a bit of a day off, but as times have changed, that doesn't really exist anymore, so you are working every day, and you're working round the clock. You know, you're working in cricket, so that's you're doing something you love. But it's a long time, and that's what got to me by the end, actually. But towards the end, I was happy to stop at the Mail, because the touring, even though, you know, my kids had grown up, so I didn't have as much family pressures as such, but it just gets it gets to you. And I developed a real sort of fear of flying in airports as well, which I never had when I was younger. It seems the more travel you did, the more it got to you, you know. And so it is very demanding. And the young journalists who are coming into it now, young media people who are coming into it now, it's probably the most demanding thing on them. You're away for months on end. As you say, the tours are a little bit shorter now, but there are more of them, aren't there? There used to be 1, maybe 2 tours a winter, and there'd be 2 months long, maybe slightly longer, maybe slightly shorter. But now there's lots of shorter trips. But if you do the bulk of them as a correspondent, you're away the whole time, really. So you're spending 3 or 4 months on the road every winter. At least you're following the sun, I guess, which the rugby people don't do with the Lions tour out of Australia now.
What about then the direction that you get? One of the complaints that you can sometimes hear in press boxes is that the powers that be are chasing the clicks, and also maybe aren't quite across our sport, cricket, in the way that they are across others, like football. You know, how important, how hands-on, you know, what kind of direction did you need? What were you requiring, or from, you know, the voice back home, or the email, or the tap on the shoulder, or the message on WhatsApp, or, you know, just picking up a phone and calling? What was it that you wanted and enjoyed from your bosses?
Well, I've been very lucky, and I've worked for some really good bosses. I mentioned Colin Gibson earlier. He was incredibly important to me, and gave me every opportunity, and was always full of ideas and full of good direction. And then I was lucky enough to work in later years with Lee Clayton, who's someone who's well known at talkSPORT from his time there, and he's back at the Mail now for a second stint. He was my sports editor, and he was a brilliant guy to work with. I just think you want to see them have passion, interest in your sport. You want them to have belief in your coverage, which I always felt we had at the Mail. They always believed in us as a cricket team, really. There was a team of us. There was myself, Lawrence Booth, Richard Gibson, and then columnists in Nasser Hussain and Bumble. And we thought of ourselves as a little team, really, putting together a package. And the direction, you need direction, because I think you can be too close to it. You know, you can think you know what the story is, or you can think you know what people are interested in. But someone who takes a step back maybe can come along and say, actually, how about this? How about that? That's interesting. Or is it interesting? You sort of assume people know about stuff, maybe, and someone comes into it from a slightly different angle, and then says to you, let's concentrate on that, or so-and-so does that while someone else does that. And so good leadership is vital, and a good sports editor is worth their weight in gold. And I could name several more. I've always been lucky with the people I've worked for. They're the two that particularly stand out, Colin and Lee. But it is essential, because without that belief in you, or that belief in your sport in terms of the space they're going to give it, or the projection they're going to give it, or the belief they're going to put in it, you're struggling, really.
Yeah, Lee Clayton was my boss for a couple of years at talkSPORT, and one of the things that he had, and still does, I mean, it sounds a bit like a cliche, but he had an eye for a story. Yeah. You know, in a way that you don't often find. And what I loved about his captaincy or stewardship was, you know, there was never a quiet moment You know, there was always a story or an angle.
Yeah.
It was always about angles. You know, how do we take an interesting angle on this? You know, in a Test summer, say, and England are dominating, maybe 2-0 up, 3-0 up. You know, a period that maybe you start to relax a little bit, feeling like the series is done. He'd always be keen to just be exploring something new and pushing. Always pushing.
Yeah, incredible energy. Actually, that's one of his biggest.
Absolutely.
And you know, he sort of fizzes at times when he's really onto something.
What about the protection then? Because one of the things you brought up was one of the more unsavoury moments, I guess, in your time at the Mail, and that was in and around the Kevin Pietersen saga.
Yeah.
When he was, well, there was a couple of years, wasn't there? There was the situation where essentially he seemed to leak information to the opposition, the South Africans, when they were playing England, in terms of how to get rid of Andrew Strauss, who seemed to be bowled at the top of stump, which is kind of what any bowler would do.
Yeah.
But then there was a more, I would suppose, uncomfortable time when he was let go from the side. There was a lot of angst within the setup, and he's a polarising subject. He's a polarising figure.
Absolutely.
Kevin Pietersen, and certainly it led to a situation where I suppose every journalist had to take a point of view on him and the situation, and that led to quite a lot of criticism from the player himself, but also some people around him who had quite high profile.
It was one of the most challenging situations I've had. You do have to have opinions. You can't expect to be liked by everybody when you're a correspondent. I mean, I was fortunate, you know, in the sports editors I worked for, nobody ever told me what opinion to have. I've never been told this is what we want you to think, you know, which I think does happen in some places. But they did want me to have opinions, and once you have an opinion, I think it's very important to stick to it as well. There's nothing worse than being inconsistent, especially in a game like cricket. Things change every day. The worst thing you can do is England are great one day, England are rubbish the next. You've got to try and be consistent, and that instance was a difficult one. You mentioned the text business, John. That was a story broken by Lawrence in the Mail, actually, that was happening. So that was the start of our sort of fracturing relationship with Kevin as an organisation, I suppose. And then at the end of that Ashes tour, that horrible Ashes tour, 5-0, and you know everybody's in the mood for repercussions, scapegoats, and it became clear that there was a major problem with Kevin in the England side. And a story broke actually from Mike Selvey initially in The Guardian, saying that Andy Flower had basically told England it's him or me. You know, moving forward, I can't work with this guy anymore. You know, you've got to get rid of him. And I was asked to follow it up and state my opinion. And I'd made a few inquiries, and I thought there was something in it. And basically, it was about 11 o'clock at night in Sydney towards the end of that tour. You know, you think you've clocked off for the day. But this story was gaining legs, as it were, and I was asked to write an opinion piece. My sports editor at the time said, "What do you think? Do you think England should move forward without Kevin Pietersen?" I said, "I agree. Actually, I said from what I'm hearing, I think it's time to move on. You know, he hadn't been the force he had been for the last year or so. There was suggestions about his commitment to one-day cricket and the England side as a whole." And I just said, I think it's time to draw a line. But the piece I wrote initially, at 11 o'clock at night in Sydney, I'm writing this piece, and it was actually, I like to think, quite balanced. I remember writing the line saying it's possible to believe it's the right decision to move on from Kevin Pietersen, while also thinking it's a sad one, and while also appreciating what a great player he's been. Because I was privileged to see nearly all of his set big innings. I wrote a book with him when he first came into the England setup, so it wasn't as if we were strangers. And so I wrote this piece, which I thought was fairly balanced, but did come out on side of dropping him. This was towards the end of that tour. Woke up the next morning and all hell had broken loose on my phone. And it was all being led mainly by Piers Morgan, who of course was a close friend of Kevin's. This was the early days really of social media really becoming a big thing, 2014. I wasn't sort of used to it. I wasn't sort of used to how it all worked, and so of course I looked at all the comments, and it was all quite nasty, and it dragged on for some considerable time. And the one thing I was determined to be, I didn't want to be inconsistent really, so I stuck with that. And if I've got one regret, you know, did I get that one wrong? Possibly. But
you mean you got it wrong to suggest that the time was up for him, or the fact that you well,
I think
you didn't change, basically?
I think I got more stringent in the desire not to be inconsistent. I think my original stance, I stick by really. I think it was right for them to move on. I think Cook, if Cook was going to stay as captain, it had to be without Kevin around. And I did believe that Cook had more legs in him. And I was delighted when he went on to become an Ashes winning captain, because I think he deserved that. And the goodbye he had to Test cricket was fantastic. But at that stage, it seemed it was unworkable between him and KP. So I think I was happy with my original piece, even though it was written very late at night after a long day. But I think it got more and more trenchant. There was some leaks and some silly stories, but I don't think Piers did Kevin any good really, because he was so trenchant that I think it turned a lot of people off KP's argument really. But it all got very nasty. But it was just an example of how it can be when you're a correspondent, and how you can't be in it to win a popularity contest really. You have to say what you think, and if it means you're not as close to the players as you might be when you're a younger writer or when you're not the main person, then so be it.
We do need to move on to the Athletic. We've still got 10 minutes, so that's good.
I'd like to talk about the Athletic.
But one quick point, and I actually didn't intend to talk about this, but one of the criticisms that came from that situation, that even now you can see now and again, it's not really a topic that comes up that often, is there's an idea that the press are too close to the ECB. Essentially, the term client journalism is bandied around at times, and one of the I suppose narratives from those who were against KP being ejected from the England side is that the press essentially kowtowed to the ECB and did their bidding. What would you say to that?
I don't think that's right. I think there were a lot of people that disagreed with me. I think a lot of people took the opposing view. I mean, certainly in my career, I've been very critical of the ECB at times. I remember Giles Clarke being very critical of him when he was chairman, and when David Collier was chief executive. No, I think that's unfair, really. I think a lot of people in that instance took opposing views. I can think of George de Bell. Certainly a few. I think a few people agree with me. For a while, I seem to be the sort of highest profile opponent of KP, as it were, thanks to Piers. But I think a lot of people did agree with me. But no, I think it's harsh to say people do the ECB's bidding. There's been a lot of criticism, for instance, over the 100, which the ECB are very firmly behind. And no, I can't think of any of my colleagues who I think were in any way biased towards the ECB, that's for sure.
Let's move on then, because of course, as you say, after 18 years, the touring life started to take its toll a little bit, and you moved on from the Daily Mail.
Yeah.
And yet here we are, we're back again.
No, I can't believe it. I'm looking out over Edgbaston, it's amazing.
So how was, did retirement not fulfill? Or was it a huge paycheck that was waived? Or did the missus just want you out of the house for a bit? I mean, how come, how have we come to now where it's not the Daily Mail Paul Newman, it's the Athletics?
Yeah, well, it's come as a lovely surprise, basically. I mean, I was made redundant by the Mail. I didn't leave of my own accord, but as I said, I was happy with the timing, really. I thought my time was up. I thought it was time for Lawrence and Richard Gibson to take over. So I was happy with the decision, and I thought, this is it, I'm done. I was 58 then. This is last year. This is May last year. I think I'm done. I've achieved everything I wanted to achieve. I've done everything. I've travelled the world. I'm happy. And as time goes on, I was enjoying watching games as a spectator, watching, reinvented myself as an Essex fan again, and a bit of a Sussex fan because I like Paul Farbrace a lot. So I was just watching some county cricket, watching England cricket. Felt pangs of jealousy when England were in New Zealand. That was the only time it really sort of hit me that I didn't do it anymore, because I love touring New Zealand. I know it's a country close to your heart, and I looked at that and thought, oh, wow, I'm not doing this anymore. But basically was very happy. But the one thing I wanted to do was a bit of ice hockey writing. I'm an ice hockey geek.
That's right, yeah. You were doing a bit of that towards the back end of at the Daily Mail, weren't you, when you were doing the cricket stuff?
I always tried to, and it's been one of my bugbears that the Great Britain team play at the highest level of the World Championships, but don't get much publicity for it. They play the best players in the world. A lot of them are barely professional, and I think it's a good story. So I thought I was going to try and get a bit of publicity for them. So anyway, I knew Laura Williamson, the boss at The Athletic, from her time at the Mail. And I approached her and asked if she might like a bit of ice hockey coverage. I ended up doing one piece on the tragic accident that led to Adam Johnson dying on the ice in a game between Nottingham and Sheffield. I did a long read on how British ice hockey tried to recover from that, and how it moved on, how it changed the game. So I did that for the Athletic. I said to Laura, I really enjoyed that. You know, if there's anything else I can do for you. And she said, funny you should say that, watch this space. And a couple of months ago, she said, we're looking to move into cricket. You know, do you fancy being involved? And I said, I would love to. You know, I was enjoying retirement, but I've always been a big fan of the Athletic. I think they're a wonderful website and platform. I think they're doing great things with journalism. They're redefining it. We've talked about how it's all changed. These guys are redefining it in a way, and I've been a subscriber since they started because I love the ice hockey, but I also love the way they do English football and have been for the last few years. So their move into cricket, I think, is an exciting one, and basically I've been asked to do this series, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it, and trying to bring cricket to a new audience. That's part of the plan. So it's been refreshing to be back, and it's been lovely to be back.
So the Athletic, and I am also a subscriber and have been for a number of years. I'm a big fan of the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know if you know that, but I've always supported American football and enjoy American football, so I use the Athletic to check them out, as well as the EPL coverage as well. But it is a different model, isn't it? It's a subscription service. But, so when you're writing, what is your brief? Are you, because it's an international company, it's owned by the New York Times, but is it America facing? Is it? Are you trying to get subs from India, or are you trying to get subs from England? I mean, where are your articles? Who are your articles pitched towards?
It's across the board, certainly, but America is certainly part of it. And basically, I was told these people that we're writing for are sports aficionados. These are really, people who love their sport, but they might not necessarily know their cricket that well. So there's an element of trying to explain things that you might not do if you were writing for the Daily Mail. But not in a sort of dumb way. You're not saying, you're not.
No, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah, you're not trying to explain it in really basic terms, but you are trying to explain it a little bit differently. And they don't want match reports or previews. Basically, it's an issue. It's a subject. The features I've done have been on certain subjects, speaking to a lot of people. It's been wonderful to do, actually. I've really enjoyed it. One of them was with Mark Wood a few days ago, just on the quest to break the 100-mile-per-hour barrier, and talking about the mechanics of fast bowling. They like a lot of technical stuff. And it was wonderful to speak to Woody and do 2,000 words with him, and I included a bit of Nick Knight facing the fastest recorded ball from Shoaib, what that was like, and Knighty talking me through that, really. So each day now we're looking for a subject or an issue. Yesterday it was the toss. Stokes is changing convention at the toss and trying to explain people what he's done there and what his thinking is to an audience that may be thinking, hang on, so what's this all about then? Why do people always traditionally bat first, and why is this guy changing that, and he's turned it into an attacking weapon? So that was yesterday's subject. We're not sure what today's is going to be just yet, but it's trying to pick a subject or an issue and explaining it to people, really, and whether that's an Indian topic or an English topic. It's the best topic of the day, really, irrespective. But I think, there's no question they'd like to appeal to the Indian market, Indian expats in America. That's a big target audience, I think. But also English cricket fans. We're hoping it's a service for English cricket fans. Because if it takes off, I think it would be good for the game as well as journalism, because they're a great bunch to work for. I can honestly say it's been wonderful the last few weeks. They're really good people. They know their stuff, and they're very good with their direct. We were talking about direction earlier. They're very good with their direction. They like to keep in touch, talk throughout a day. There's good editing, good subbing skills that are disappearing largely from the profession. So I can't speak highly enough of it at the moment, and it's been a lovely sort of bonus in my career to come back and do this.
And are they UK based? I mean, obviously the operation's out of America, but is Laura based in the UK? Is it?
Yeah.
Do you go into the office?
I've been in the office. It's in the Strand. It's just by the river. It's lovely. There's an English office. It's very, very nice. Obviously, as you say, based in America, the Athletic is essentially the New York Times' sports section. So I've even popped up in the New York Times a couple of times, which is a huge thrill, because they're one of the biggest newspapers in the world. But they have an English office. They have a lot of English staff, and when they first started doing English football, they almost cherry pick some of the best football writers around. So they've got an incredibly good bunch of football writers and inside people. So I think it is exciting that they're branching into cricket. But yeah, they've got an English operation, and the way they do football is that they have one or maybe even 2 or 3 people concentrated solely on a particular club. So, for instance, I devour their Spurs coverage. I think it's terrific. People like Jack Pitt-Brooke and Jay Harris do that for the Athletic, and Danny Kelly, who obviously is very well known on talkSPORT, does their Spurs podcast. I'm a huge fan of his. So they do things really well, and obviously I think we're going to look at it after this series. I think I've just been asked to do this series for now. I'm loving doing it. I'm loving being back, and I think they're going to look at it after this series and see how the numbers go. As ever with the media these days, it's based on numbers, isn't it? You have to get the interest, and the interest is in stark terms. You can't just say, oh, you know, we think people are reading it. So we'll see how it goes, but so far the feedback has been really good. The comments are really nice at the bottom of pieces, which is a little bit different to Man Online at times. So couldn't be happier, and I really hope they turn it into a full-time thing and it becomes a staple of their coverage.
Brilliant stuff. Well, there is a small matter of another Ashes series at the end of the year. So, you know, just saying. Paul, look, the players are coming out again. We've
run out of time again, John.
I think we've done it.
We've covered it this time, yeah.
Brilliant. Paul, thanks so much for joining us here on the balcony. It's been absolutely brilliant to have you. The Athletics, Paul Newman. I still have to think that before I say it. Just spent so many years saying the Daily Mail's Paul Newman. The Athletics, Paul Newman, joining me, and that will be available as a podcast on the following on feed. Right, here we are. We've got quite a crew assembled here. Jarrod Kimber about to sit down, Neil Manthorp about to take over from me, and the players walking out onto the field of play, which is set fair. Beautiful conditions here at Edgbaston, with Washington Sundar and Shubman Gill about to face their first deliveries of the afternoon session. India progressing nicely. 310 for 5 has become 419 for 6. Bumble sitting down as well. I'm going to make way for Neil Manthorp, and as I say, it's 419 for 6 here, and after a word possibly from Jarrod or Bumble, it'll be Manners to pick up.
Thank you, John. Show of Bashir again with his new carom ball, Bumble, that he's been bowling a little bit as well, flicking that one out the front of the fingers.
Yeah, it's good to see. Working probably with Moeen Ali, that would come from there, I would think, and good to try it. It's not spun, has it? It's just something different, but it's not spun.
Straightened maybe a little bit, but yeah, nothing massive. Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much, Jarrod. And Bumble, it's Bashir in again to Shubman Gill, hits him on the pad, I think. It's a leg by. No, was there some bat involved? Shafadullah says there was some bat involved, so 420 for 6.
He's having a good ball here. Shoaib Bashir is into his 28th over. Just the one maiden, which is modern cricket. That's the way that it is. I know we keep talking about Shane Warne, and one of his mantras was ball maidens, take wickets. So Bashir, 27.1 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 93.
Easier to say when you're Shane Warne, isn't it? You should just bowl maidens and then take wickets.
Turn here for Bashir, but it was well covered up by Washington Sundar. The number of maidens a bowler bowls was a secondary way of judging how well they'd bowled. So you'd say he may have ended up with only 1 for 30, but he did bowl 9 maidens by way of that's Bashir. And again, Washington Sundar plays defensively out on the onside, but as you mentioned, Bumble, it's not the way it works anymore now, because batsmen, generally speaking, in Test cricket are not content, or in fact element of discontent, if they have to endure the indignity of facing a maiden, as Washington Sundar pushes this one out to Joe Root at mid-wicket, who swoops in, flicks it back to Jamie Smith, who whips the bails off to get the crowd excited, but Sundar had regained his ground. 420 for 6. Just busier, isn't it, Test cricket? There's less periods when everybody, almost by mutual consent, takes a breath and takes 15 minutes off, give a couple of maidens, calm down. It's just not the way of Test cricket these days. Bashir in again, pushed away by Sundar, although this Test match, this innings anyway, has had periods that are quite old-fashioned feel about them. A bit of grind, bit of attrition, bit of pressure application and absorption. It's having said that, India is scoring at a very modern rate. And Sundar comes forward again, and it's pushed away defensively.
During this week, I sat with Jeffrey Boycott at the Yorkshire game at York Cricket Club, and exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you can imagine the great man was going apoplectic, and I really wanted to have a laugh, but I thought, no, it's not appropriate here. He's deadly serious. Why do they not leave it? There's nobody leaving it. They should defend more. Look at them playing shots all over the place. It's not cricket, this. They should be leaving them. And at the time, the number 10 was 80 not out, and the number 6 was 120.
It's all a bit breathless, isn't it?
He once also said, he said, you know, test match cricket when the crowd is shouting for the money back.
Nobody's doing that these days in test matches, not when England are playing. 420 for 6. Here is Josh Tongue continuing, and Shubman Gill just all the time in the world eases it away behind square on the offside. Do you know, Jarrod, like there are periods in a 10,000 metre race, for example, let's use that obvious example, where the whole pack just jogs around at the same pace. Like no one's going to try and break things up. No one's going to make a kick for the front. Everyone's just going to run round, have a chat, keep things friendly for a couple of laps. That used to be the case in Test cricket.
It used to be the case even in ODIs, right? Middle overs, you know. Put all the fielders out, we'll knock them around, everyone understand. It's constantly, you know, in disruption now. You know, number 5s used to be Steve Waugh and Shivnarine Chandrapal and Mohammed Yusuf, and now it's Harry Brook, Rishabh Pant and Head. It's ridiculous.
Here's Tongue again outside the off stump, and looks left alone. Actually, there was a time in ODI cricket where you could almost have said after 20 overs, all right, we'll give you 80 off the next 20 and we'll just move on to the last 10, shall we?
I think the way that one days used to be played, if you wanted to, at the 15 over mark, you could put a movie on, watch the movie and then come back for the end, right? Because you more or less knew what was going to happen unless there was a collapse.
Good delivery from Tongue now, a little bit of bounce. There has been from the city end every now and then with the quicker bowlers. Carson, Tongue in particular, and Stokes. That one bounced a bit. Sundar played it away defensively.
I'd be excited about this pitch. We're into day 2. It's so dry. There's no grass. As this game develops, the wear and tear, I think this is going to spin.
Which would be unusual for Edgbaston, right?
But it's so dry.
I think this year spinners have done okay here.
Tongue in again, another short one, defended by Washington Sundar, who's got a sweater on. 421 for 6.
By okay, I mean obviously there's been a lot of runs scored in Edgbaston. But I think the seamers are averaging 36 and the spinners are averaging about 42, 43 in county cricket. That's a no ball, that one as well. He's bowled a couple, I think. But yeah, so I do think there has been. It's not that the spinners have been useless here; it's that no one's taken wickets. So an extra day on this game could be that it starts to collapse towards the end. That's why India brought in 2 spinners.
Tongue in again, and Sundar plays defensively, no run.
Yeah, and that team selection, when you mentioned 2 spinners, when the romantic would have been Yadav as wrist spin, something different, especially when you look at this 422 for 6, get yourself 500, and you've got a wrist spinner, and there's no problem with the number of runs scored. You can attack with a good wristy.
Kuldeep, I think, unlucky not to be selected in this test, but it's a conservative selection as Tongue is in down the leg side to Washington. No run.
Well, I don't agree with it. If they were 422 for 6 now, I don't think they'd be scoring 500 if Kuldeep was coming in at number 8.
Oh, he's become quite a wall.
He's not terrible.
But defensively.
But on a pitch with a little bit of pace and bounce, I don't think he'd last all that long, and the other guys are not much chop. Akash can hold the bat, but yeah, not that much chop.
Here is Tongue once again, bowls. Washington defends, out on the offside, no run. Just a reminder, by the way, for those of you thinking, when are India going to declare? They're not. they'll bat until tomorrow morning if they catch. Just a reminder of two things. They spoke about how desirable it might be should it happen that they arrived at Lord's only 1-0 down. So, in other words, they were thinking of the draw, and England put them in. So England have to bowl them out.
And no Bumrah in this game, and Bumrah will, I am absolutely certain that he will play at Lloyd's.
I think there's a chance he might play in the last 3. I think their workload's a little bit more flexible now than it was before.
Yeah, he's not going to say no to the Oval if if the series is on the line. Here is Shoaib Bashir once again, and forward comes Gill, pushing that just gently down the ground to long on. Remember that India scored 471 at Headingley and lost, so they're 422 for 6. But if they bat this session, then it's the time that comes into the equation in terms of generating a positive result, a win or a loss, rather than the draw. Bashir in again and chopped away behind square on the offside by Washington, who's in no hurry. He now moves up to 2. 1 run and 1 walk, 424 for 6.
Noticeable that again for the spinner, especially when Washington's facing, but we saw it with Shubman Gill as well, that they don't have deep backward square. They have someone in front. So more worried about the slog sweep than they are the traditional.
Here's Bashir again. Gill defends out towards mid-wicket.
And there's a fielder on the offside boundary. And that, from an off-spinner bowling over the wicket to a right-handed batsman, that has got to be for a bad ball.
I wonder if that's just because they want to get him off strike and get more balls at Washington.
No, I can't. No, do not play that way.
Well,
get him out. Get him out.
The first ball they bowled to tongue, they had 4 fielders back on the boundary.
Here is Bashir again, and that one is driven out towards mid-off, and there's a chase on for Bryden Cast, who I think is looking a bit lame. I think he's got in the fetlock. He's struggling to run. He was limping the first half of his run-up, and I think he's just nursing something. He's had that horrendous toe injury right from 6 months ago in New Zealand, where basically his right big toe looked like it had split in 2. He had stitches, and it was almost like a surgery job to put it back together again. Lost the nail.
Oh, God.
Honestly, it looked like he'd been run over by...
But didn't the bowlers, I haven't seen it recently, but the quick bowlers used to cut out the toe of the landing foot, of the front foot.
It looked like somebody had tried to cut off his toe.
Well, didn't he say, I'd rather have my toe off, but you can't do that because you lose your balance.
Yeah.
Like Fred Titmus. You remember Fred Titmus? He lost his toes in the Caribbean under a speedboat or something.
Yeah, that's right. Propeller blade, wasn't it? Here's Bashir around the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar. Blocks it, no run, 429 for 6.
Hence his nickname. I played with Fred for England, Freddie No Toes. That was his nickname.
Martin Guptill missing toes on 1 foot.
Just one.
I think it's a couple. I think, isn't it, on one of the feet? Bradley Young was the Australian left-arm finger spinner, who was also did some gardening. I won't put 2 and 2 together there, but he didn't have all of his either.
But Ian Swallow, who was the off-spinner for Yorkshire, had 2 fingers missing on his bowling hand. Ian Swallow, he played a bit off-spinner for Yorkshire.
Wow, mind boggles with that. Which fingers was it? Josh Tongue in. Flicked away by Shubman Gill for yet another single off his hips. Wow, that's been a productive area. So he's missing little finger and ring finger.
That's it. On his bowling hand, he was an off-spinner.
You don't need them if you're an off-spinner anyway.
No.
They're superfluous. No. I'd take them off.
It's worth looking at his record. He played first 11 cricket for Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
What happened to them? Or did he never have them? Was he born without them?
I think it was an accident. I think it was an accident.
I would have thought the ring finger plays a role for an off-spinner. A little bit, doesn't it? Just a stability thing. Anyway, obviously not for Ian Swallow. Here's Tongue again, and this time Washington Sundar pushes it square of the wicket on the offside and takes yet another single.
You're thinking of your little stumpy wicket-keeping fingers.
Yes.
Now imagine you have big, long finger-spinning fingers. I think
Monty Panesar digits.
Yeah, like you and I would need the fourth finger. I don't know if someone with very long fingers would need the same.
Okay.
It's a bit like when you're a kid, you hold the ball differently for leg spin. You kind of hold it like in a gun position, and then when you're older, you move it to the other finger. I think as your hands get bigger.
Here is Tongue again to Shubman Gill. It's just honestly like picking blackberries off a bush at the height of July for Shubman Gill. He's just there, it just berries everywhere, runs wherever he wants them, just taking singles, strolling down the other end.
Ian Swallow played for Yorkshire and Somerset, and in first-class cricket played 88 matches and took 106 wickets with a best of 7 for 95.
There's no footnote there that says with 3 fingers, is there?
No, and he scored 1,500 runs at 20s.
That's
So he took just over a wicket a game and averaged 20 with the bat.
Yes.
Here's Tongue again outside the off stump. Times have changed, Jarrod.
Those are Jim Fote numbers.
Times have moved on. He was probably a brilliant fielder as well.
That's what I'm saying, Jim Fote.
Yeah.
Legendary fielder.
And of course, our guest for half an hour during the morning session was Andy Moles, who made a phone call to his very best friend, former Warwickshire and England medium fast bowler Tim Munton. Tongue in again, bangs it in short down the leg side, because he went to see his surgeon at 9 o'clock in the morning, who informed him that he needed to have his leg amputated below the knee. And Mola said, well, when can you do it? And he said, midday. So he had 3 hours to prepare. And when it was done, he woke up 4 o'clock in the afternoon, called his great mate Tim Munton, and he said, having fielded at short leg his whole life, he said, I am now officially your short leg for life.
Yeah.
His Tongue once again, and that's steered away behind square on the offside. I think if you were going to have an operation like that, you probably would want 3 hours or less.
Yeah, just do it. I mean, he was a lovely chap, the Mola, a very brave player, jolly player, a jolly lad out there in the middle.
Brilliant against a short ball. He was on for half an hour with us when Bryden Cast had the short ball theory. He had the men, he had the 7-2 or 6-3 leg side field, and Mola was licking his lips. He loved it short and quick, and he was gone are his playing days now, unfortunately. But he still does a bit of coaching. Bashir in again. Washington defends, no run.
When would his career have finished?
Well, he's 64, so
90s?
Late 90s. Yeah, I mean, he was part of the Warwickshire Golden era, part of the triple winning team. That's turned away through mid-wicket.
That a bit under Dermot Reeve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dermot Reeve was a real out-of-the-box captain. And I had run-ins with Dermot, but I admired him. I really did admire him, but we had a few run-ins, and he was a out-of-the-box captain.
Were you umpiring when he started that thing of throwing his bat over?
No, I don't think I was.
Reverse sweep attempted now from Shubman Gill. Misses it, hits him on the pad. Polite inquiry from Bashir. Not out, says the umpire. Literally. So in other words, when it was spinning out the rough outside leg stump, there's always a danger when you pad the ball away that it can spin up and hit your gloves and ricochet to short leg or slip or whatever. But if you're not holding the bat, then you can't be out. So he would literally drop his bat or even toss it away when he was padding the ball away.
You could actually throw the bat at the ball, and so that you weren't holding it, you couldn't be out. You had to be holding it, because if you're holding with one hand and it hits the hand that's not on the bat, you're not out.
Here's Bashir to Washington Sundar, drives to extra cover, fielded by Stokes. No run. Jarrod, who? Give us your top 3 out of the box captains.
Oh, captain.
Just randomly.
Well, Reed for one. Dermot Reed for one.
I'll go with Dermot Reed. That I saw, obviously. I mean, so which captains changed the game? I mean, are we putting Ben Stokes in there for Test cricket?
I mean, Jardine is probably pretty high up on that list, isn't he?
With the leg side theory, going back into the 30s.
Do you know who really changed it a lot?
Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, I was going to say Vaughan doesn't get enough credit. I mean, maybe because no one likes sweepers, but we didn't have sweepers before Michael Vaughan, did we? If you go back, the Garfield Sobers makes, 260 odd at the MCG, I think, against playing for the World 11. And it's about 120 before they start putting guys on the boundary for him. Like, he just kept hitting boundaries. So I think that's a pretty substantial change, isn't it? I suppose Brendan McCullum has to be pretty high up on any of these lists.
Yeah, he'd be up there.
Patudi, are we allowed to talk about Patudi?
We haven't. Here's Tongue again, and that's pushed out square the wicket on the offside. There's to take a quick single. We haven't got any New Zealanders in there, and
Corney.
they have
Corney. Jeremy Corney.
I said McCullum.
Yeah, McCullum.
He's English now.
Just so you're aware, he played cricket for New Zealand. I know they claim him over here somehow.
Jeremy Corney, definitely.
Shifty, I wouldn't trust anything that man does.
But they
Shifty, you can't say that.
Jeremy Coney, very shifty man. We all know that.
He's an absolute gentleman, to be trusted to the hilt in every circumstance. But
He's hitting me with a crutch the other night, is all I'm saying.
here's Josh Tongue again, and to his toes goes Sundar, defending it, ricochets to second slip. But you know, then you go through the history of New Zealand. You can go back before Jeremy Coney. He inherited. He doesn't.
Walter Hadley.
Glenn
Turner was a tactical genius too, even if he didn't captain.
Walter Hadley, you know, he is periodically referred to in Wisden match reports as having done the unusual. And then you had Martin Crowe opening the bowling with Dipak Patel at the '92 World Cup.
And Mark Greatbatch opening.
Greatbatch opening, pinch hitting opener. That's exactly right. The angles of Eden Park as well, and Tongue again to Sundar defended.
I mean, Washington. Warwick Armstrong, the big ship from Australia, is sort of one of the first real tactical genius captains, isn't he?
The big what from Australia?
Ship.
All right.
Ship. Producer's just swallowed his food there.
Producer Scott struggling on his chicken ticker. The big ship he was known as, wasn't he? Because he was a big unit.
Was it Frank Woolley? He was in his debut. Frank Woolley was playing, and he bowled for about 20 minutes on the practice pitch before he came. Are you okay? Bumble's gone. Ship, as in a boat.
And he was massive unit. 436 for 6. Washington 5. Washington Sundar 5. Shubman Gill 180. Bouncer from Josh Tongue once again outside the off stump. And then Stephen Fleming.
Yeah, I think Fleming's another interesting one. Fleming's probably one of the captains who sort of brings in the sort of fields that we see Ben Stokes use now, isn't it? Where you just, I don't want to say following the ball, but literally going, that's a strength. We're going to put 4 fielders there, try and hit it through it.
But we are taken over in England now by New Zealand. We've got Brendan McCullum, we've got Jeetan Patel, we've got
Southey?
Tim Southey as a consultant. They're all here.
Well,
Ben Stokes.
Can't count him. It's Tongue again outside the off stump. Washington leaves it alone. Andy Moles coached Brendan McCullum, and he said it was a really interesting thing. He said lots of interesting things in half an hour, but he said he was talking about Brendan McCullum, and he said he asked him if he could, in a very important Champions Trophy one-day game, he said to Brendan McCullum if he didn't mind just reining himself in a little bit, just for the first 5 or 6 overs. The rest of the middle order was very young, and he really would like, if possible, McCullum just to rein it in a little bit. That's turned away by Washington Sundar past Ollie Pope at deep short leg, if that makes sense, under the helmet, but not as close as an orthodox short leg. And McCullum said, sorry Mola, but I'm building brand McCullum, and that was in like 2000, so well before. But that wasn't what I was going to say. He said of Brendan McCullum, he knows what he likes and he likes what he knows. So, to your point, he knows what he likes and he likes what he knows, so he's got the men that he knows and he knows he likes them.
Comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, familiar.
Well, Australia have got Dan Vettori and James Franklin in their coaching staff as well. So Kiwis are kind of taking over everything, aren't they?
Is that right?
Well, none of them live in New Zealand, do they?
Yeah.
So I suppose they've got to get jobs wherever they can get them, Bumble.
Oh, I love New Zealand. Beautiful.
Is that on the list? Have we had a listener from New Zealand?
Gee, the last one, producer Scott, have we moved on from Saudi Arabia? Is that still number 77? 77, no more new names, new countries or territories. Here's Shoaib Bashir continuing. It's a grind, this, and India are doing brilliantly. They stumbled when they should have been grinding at Headingley and collapsed and choked. Oh, Gill's hit one up into the air and it's safe, and it's well over the head of Bryden Cass. I think it might be 6. I think it's landed directly on the boundary cushions over the head of long off. Do you know, it was so kind of effortless from Shubman Gill that I thought he might have just clothed it.
His hands just got him out of trouble there. He's reached for it. The ball has bounced and spun, but he's still managed to get his hands through, hit the middle. They just stopped now, just waiting to see where it does land. If it lands on that boundary cushion, there it does.
Right,
you can see it. Yeah, you can see the movement as it hits the cushion. So what is it now? Is that a 6? It is. It's being signalled now. That's 6.
I mean, it's kind of a miss-hit for 6 over mid-off. That's how well Gill is going at the moment. He's now 186 not out.
Reminds me of some of the older Indian batters. That's what they would do, isn't it? They come down, and even if they didn't get to the pitch, their hands would make up for it. So you have a couple of the players who are very fast feet, like Navjot Sidhu, but a lot of the others would get out of their troubles.
Oh, high full toss now from Bashir. Bowls 1 or 2 of those per spell. What's he trying to caramball it?
I'm assuming that was the caramball, yeah.
And it's he got away with it because Gill's just chipped it straight along the ground to Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. Long on the boundary, mid-off, halfway back. Gill now pushes one straight down towards Ben Stokes, who gets into a bit of a tangle. Stokes is on the drive at short mid-on, and he and Bashir both tried to field the ball, and it's gone between the two of them. I'm not sure if they both left it to each other at the last second.
That full toss would have got me out.
It'd have been too good for me.
Well, you've just hit a 6, and there you've
I'd
got a
have
full
spliced
toss.
it straight
Yeah,
to mid-wicket.
straight up in the air. I would have gone. I went out against Shepherd and over 40s recently off one of those balls.
Forward comes Washington Sundar, pushing it to cover Stokes Fields.
That sounds a desperate fixture.
It wasn't ideal. We're playing for the the cricket writers 11, and Andy Zoltzman. Oh, he was batting pretty well. Actually, everyone was batting really well, and I went in, hit a 4, and thought I was quite good, and got a waist-high full toss and hit it straight up in the air. Been thinking about it ever since.
How's Zoltz going with the bat these days?
He hit his first ever 6 over long off, and I've never seen a man more happy or mention it more to me.
They do, don't they? They tend to, I hit a 6 the other day. How many have you hit in you at 1?
It's just great that he's still playing, to be honest. 443 for 6. Recently, my attention has been drawn to over 60s cricket, over 60s World Cup, in fact. Driven now beautifully for 4 by Gill. That's a cracking shot. Josh Tongue, long half volley, may be unkind, but it was definitely long and very full, and it's just eased away by Shubman Gill, who's just batting better and better with apparently less and less effort.
191 for Gill. 20.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 92 for Josh Tongue. They've got after him.
This might be a better one for when Harmy's on later, but he doesn't seem to me like he has a natural length, a test match length, where he's just like, I'm comfortable there and I can move it around.
Tongue's in again, bowls a short bouncer. It's gone way over Shubman Gill's head. 1 for the over, says umpire Chris Gaffney. 447 for 6.
So they're trying to get him to bowl short. I think generally in county cricket he bowls a little bit more back of a length, but he doesn't have a length that he just sort of goes in on. And so occasionally I think they tell him to pitch it up, and he seems to overpitch almost every time he tries to bowl full. And it's that sort of floaty over pitching, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he needs to be needs to be bowling at the tail, doesn't he? He feasts on tail end wickets. Oh, that's turned nicely off his pads, down towards long leg, and there's a clash, literally, between Zach Crawley and Shoaib Bashir down there at long leg. They slid into each other. Bashir running around from long leg, Crawley from deep square leg.
I think it's Root, isn't it?
I think that's Joe Root down there, but I'm a referee. I mean, that's a yellow card. It's a yellow card at football. Two-footed tackle.
I'm not sure that Zach Crawley's making enough runs to get away with running into Joe Root in a Test match matters. I think you've got to average over 45 to get away with that one.
Early yellow card, that.
It is Joe Root down at long leg. I apologise. Just not used to seeing him on the boundary. Here is Tongue again, bowls, and Gill on the back foot, opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third. Man wants to come back for the second. Credit to his fitness and his endurance and his determination, because he has sprinted back for the second to take him up to 197. Way past his career best in Test cricket. He does have 3 double hundreds at first class level. Tamil Naidu, I think, and yeah, for Tamil Naidu, and he's now on the verge of his first Test match double century, 197. Gosh, it's been chanceless.
Well, lovely to watch, and he's seen this pitch. He's booking in.
Here's Tongue in again, another short one down the leg side, swing and a miss from Shubman Gill. Free hit. Could have. It was never going to be too high to take a top edge.
It was a great Ken Barrington. What a wonderful record he had for England. Around about number 4 and number 5, averaged 56, 57. And he used to say, when you look at a pitch like this, you're booking bed and breakfast.
Looking at his record, I think he must have booked in quite a lot.
He did. He
maybe,
was
for more than a night.
Yeah, wonderful man.
It was Tamil Naidu were actually on the receiving end of his career best, because he played for Punjab. That steered away square of the wicket on the offside by Shubman Gill. For another single, he moves to 198. His best first-class score, 268 for Punjab against Tamil Naidu in 2018. And his other double hundreds, both exactly 204 not out, came for India A. First one against West Indies A in 2019. And his second 204 not out for India A against New Zealand A in 2020. So this will be his first Test match double 100 if he gets there, and to see him through to that double century mark will be Jon Norman after a quick word from Steve Harmison.
This is building as a very nice partnership here for India.
I'm going to stay for one more ball. Here's Shoaib Bashir to Shubman Gill, and he drives it down to long on. He'll take a walk, easy single, and now it'll be Jon Norman.
And not in number, the partnership. I think it's more the time. You know, Washington Sundars now faced 39 balls for his 5 runs. It's the amount of time out there with, obviously, the way Shubman Gill's playing, which is really frustrating and annoying for England. 111.1 overs so far. I'm just saying, John, about this partnership. It's building, not in number, but more in the time. Washington Sundars about to face his 40th ball, and that is, from an England point of view, very, very frustrating.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. And good afternoon to all our listeners across the many, many countries that are tuning into the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as Washington Sundar comes forward and faces delivery number 40 in much the same way he's faced the majority of his other 39 deliveries by propping forward and pushing this out to the offside. He's 5 not out, and you know, yesterday one of the points I was making was that we're kind of watching the same match that we saw at Headingley. England winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, India racking up a good score in first innings, and yada yada yada. We know what happened there. But of course, as Bashir is in again, and this is down the leg side, and runs from the bat here. Ollie Pope, no chance. He's had quite a wide, short, fine leg, and this has skirted along quite fast actually from the bat and all the way down to fine leg for a 4. So Washington Sundar moves to 9, and the score 459 for 6. one of the reasons that England can win matches, even though they give up 450 or 550 or whatever they give up here, not suggesting that they will go on to win this match, but you know the point I'm making, as this is left alone by Washington Sundar, is because of course they bat so quickly, right? But if you look at the last Test match, they were 107 for 1 at tea, England. Right, so they'd bowled India out just after lunch. India, of course, had a bit of a collapse, didn't they? Or they had very much a collapse. Forward and defending back to the bowler this time, Washington Sundar, who's 9 from 43 deliveries. But, of course, if India go past the 471 that they scored, which they look almost certain to do, 459 for 6, back past tea, which now looks like could well happen, then England are going to be up against it, not just chasing the runs, as this is pushed out to the cover by Washington Sundar, and he'll take another single, but having the time to do so, and also bowl India out again.
Yeah, the time to do so, I don't think will be too much of a factor because of how quickly England score. I actually think the surface. I look at this surface, John, and we always make judgment, and the old cliche is, both sides have had a bat on it. This is a slower surface than Headingley. I think the outfield's a lot slower, even though it's a bit smaller.
Agreed.
I think it's a bit slower. So England trying to force the issue might find that a little bit harder than it did at Headingley, and I think that is something that I've said before, on surfaces like this, which is a little bit harder to hit through the line of the ball on, stand there and belt it, good flat surface. England have had a little bit of struggles to force the game on these pitches.
Short delivery as Josh Tongue bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar, and this is two-leg side. He's got 2 slips and a backward point, also a leg slip, pushing leg gully really. There's quite a wide fine leg, as well as short leg, a square leg, mid-wicket, and mid-off.
I don't mind this because if he's going short down leg side, he's moving Washington Sundar across the stumps.
This is straighter and defended by Washington Sundar, who looked like he was in all sorts of trouble just before the lunch break, didn't he, with this short pitch stuff from Josh Tongue. We haven't seen a lot of Washington Sundar. He did play in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. 1 match, I think, possibly 2.
He got runs, didn't he?
He might have debuted.
I think he did he not bat and come in at number 5? I think he batted and came in at number 5 and number 6. I think we was talking about it was a smart move to lengthen their tail by putting one of their bowlers up at the top of the order.
Oh, this is a good short delivery, and also a fine bit of fielding. No, there's a tumbling attempted stop from the man who I said was quite wide. It's Shoaib Bashir, and he hasn't managed to get down and prevent the ball from travelling over the boundary at fine leg. Dug in by Josh Tongue, uncomfortable looking shot from Washington Sundar, who moves to 14, and the score here at Edgbaston, India 464 for 6. How many is too many then, Harmy? How many runs, considering the slowish nature of the pitch, how many runs do you think is too many for England to force a result?
550. I would say 550, because what England are very good at turning game matches into one innings games.
Tongue again, short, and Sundar, well, he's got tired of the blocking. He's almost pulled off the kind of shot that we see from Rishabh Pant, but instead of continuing on with the somersault, roly-poly, he's just got inside the line and absolutely smashed this over fine leg and away for 6.
Yeah, the great shot, and this is having, when you play on slow pitches and a ball against a fast bowler, a tall bowler that makes the ball bounce, you can get a little bit indecisive in a way of, do I get out of the way of it? Do I play it? Do I stand up and try and ride it? And all of a sudden you get into some awful positions and make an absolute hash of it. And I think he has at times, even the ball before he got 4 runs, he made a hash of it because he didn't know whether to ride it, he didn't know how to get inside it, he couldn't duck it. So all of a sudden, he's fended it round the corner. Where that one, it was, I mean, Josh Tongue took 3 steps off from his mark, which is about 30 yards away, and Josh Tongue knew he was bowling a bouncer, but Washington Sundar did, and this time he was set baseball style, and if it is above my waist, I'm going to try and help it round over fine leg and round the corner for 6. Not at one point did Washington Sundar think there I was trying to hit that for 4. It was always either 6 or out.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a hold-up. I was concerned there because you're not sitting at fine leg expecting the ball to be aiming in on you from about 5 rows in, are you, normally? As this time Washington Sundar ducks under another short delivery from Josh Tongue, but I thought someone might have been hit, but no, I think they just lost the ball. It took a while to get back. Washington Sundar has doubled his score in 2 balls. So it moved from 10 to 20 from deliveries 47 and 48, a 4 and a 6, both via boundaries to fine leg. It's Josh Tongue continuing. Bowling over the wicket, and he's in, past the umpire, short again, Sundar goes again, and it's fielded at square leg. Thought for a minute it had gone in the air, but along the ground and safe, and for the second over in a row with his captain, Shubman Gill, on 199, Washington Sundar takes a strike.
Yeah, but that was better. The ball before that one, he ducked it, got out of the way, made a clear decision, bang. And that one there, that last ball of the over, clear decision. This time he's trying to get on top of the bounce. He's trying to ride it. He's trying to keep it down. But you talk about how many's too many. Say 550. England are very good at making one innings games out of contests. That's why they bowl first. They like to bowl first. Can we bowl a team out for 350? Bat when it's at its best, the pitch, try and get 450, and then we put pressure on that third innings moving day. Where here, I mean, if India get 550, England get 450, 100 behind. I think that's too many for a one innings contest.
Bashir continuing, and it's straight and defended by Washington Sundar, who just clips this towards mid-wicket. So, field here's a slip in place with quite a deep backward point, a deepish cover point, extra cover that's a touch wide, as well as ducket is about 10 metres in from the long off boundary. It's defended into the covers. On the leg side, well, mid-on is in a similar position to ducket, so quite deep, about 60% back to the boundary, I'd say, just over halfway, with mid-wicket, square leg, and also a short fine leg, Ollie Pope, as Washington Sundar just comes forward. One thing that India have managed to do in this test match is they've managed to put on a few partnerships of note. 80 runs for the second wicket, what's that, 66 for the third wicket, there's 47 actually for the fourth wicket, and then a big one for the 6th. Is again defensively played by Washington Sundar. Shubman Gill and Ravindra Jadeja, 211 for 5. They put on 203 for the 6th wicket. And that's match-winning partnerships. That's what we're talking about there. Bashir in again, and he strikes Washington Sundar on the pad, but going down the leg side, and no appeal from bowler nor fielder. Last ball of the over then. Will Washington Sundar nick the strike from his captain, who's still on 199 at the other end?
Ben's moving the field out, isn't
he? He is. Ben Stokes is moving the field out. We've got fielders going back onto the boundary, just in front of point, and it's square leg. Also that deep backward point fielder is by the boundaries, giving Washington Sundar the single, and Washington Sundar doesn't take it. 471 for 6.
No, he doesn't take the bet. He's waiting, wanting his captain to what would be a magnificent double 100 if he goes on and gets that single. It's been a brilliant effort, and you mentioned the partnerships there, John. It's huge, it's massive, so crucial with the sort of lower order runs. If we go back to Headingley, nearly 2 weeks ago, you look at the Jadeja role. He was batting at number 6? I think he was batting at number 6 in that game. He was criticised for his bowling and a little bit for his batting, but I mean, he was second last out. He was a 9th wicket in the first innings. He was not out in the second innings. He just run out of partners, and in this contest, he's shown that if you have somebody that is there and established and batting alongside. I mean, Jadeja's a fantastic player, wonderful player, an experienced player. I think he showed his experience hugely in this first innings here at Edgbaston.
Well, no Indian captain's ever scored more runs than 179. Mohammad Azharuddin, who Gough, I think. No, it was Bumble saying he saw. Is that Shubman Gill will reach 200 on the pull. A double ton for India's test skipper in England. It's never been done before. And it has been flawless from ball 1 to ball 311 here at Edgbaston. Shubman Gill, what a superstar. He unveils his trademark celebration by bowing up to the India team on the balcony, raises his bat aloft to the crowd here, get to their feet. A brilliant knock from Gill at Headingley, an exceptional one here at Edgbaston. But will it go on to be a match-winning one? We shall see. Either way, he's really taken his side from the perils. They were 211 for 5 at one stage yesterday. 472 for 6 now with Shubman Gill, 200 not out. What an innings, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, a fantastic innings from the Indian captain. And you talk about timing, his touch and his play and his timing is unbelievable. Timing, through extra cover, through mid-wicket, the way he times, the ball is superb. And the way he's just timed an innings perfectly to get his team as leader, as captain, from the front. We watch on the big screen as he does his celebration on one knee, pointing the helmet towards the Indian balcony. Deserves a standing ovation he's got, because it was a wonderful innings.
Brilliant stuff. Short delivery from Josh Tongue, and Washington Sundar hopping around on the crease. That was fast, it was accurate, and Washington had to swing his head out the way, otherwise he would have worn that one on the badge. 472 for 6 then. Shubman Gill, 200 not out here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. A brilliant innings. He walked to the crease just before, when did he come in? It was just after Karun Nair was out, about 9 minutes before the lunch break on day 1. And here we are, halfway through the afternoon session on day 2. And he's still unbeaten, 200 not out, as Washington Sundar avoids another short pitch delivery, which is too far down the leg side to trouble anyone bar the keeper. And so we continue.
It's been tough for Josh Tongue, it really has. India have played really, really well, but to find a length, I just caught the back end of what Jarrod was saying, and trying Josh Tongue to find a length, his natural length. I'm not sure what that is from a fast bowler's point of view, whether it's back of a length, whether it is a good length.
Here's Tongue again, and this is another, there's a cutter, is it? It's way down the leg side. It actually bounces twice before it reaches Jamie Smith behind the stumps. I don't know if that's because it just low bounce, or actually did it catch the cut strip, just the outside of the cut strip? It
just
bounced
outside
funny,
of it,
didn't it?
About just outside the cut strip. He tried to run his fingers across the seam. It was a cutter, but because he's been bowling bounces, he's dragged it down, and he's just got that horribly, horribly wrong. And his direction has not been the greatest here when he's bowling the short ball.
Expensive figures. He has picked up 1 wicket, again down the leg side and left alone by Washington Sundar. And yeah, he's been asked to do a lot of different jobs by Ben Stokes, isn't he, Josh Tongue?
Yeah, he has, and I think you've got to take that into consideration when you make the final assessment to his performance, whether it's at the end of today, at the end of tomorrow, when if India are still batting, or at the end of the test match when you fast forward and things, because Archer's definitely coming back in, whether Atkinson's fit to come in as well and refresh the bowling unit in Cars as well as Tongue. But the natural length, you close your eyes, that's what the natural length is. A bowler closes his eyes, runs up, and his natural length, somewhere like Darren Gough's, will be a lot fuller than mine. I mean, Andrew Flintoff's a bit in between. Matthew Hoggard's a little bit fuller again. Andy Caddick are probably a similar one to mine. I'm not sure Josh Tongue knows what his is.
Bashir continuing, and he's in bowling to Shubman Gill, who just glances the ball on the pads to Josh Tongue, who comes in from the boundary at fine leg. 1 run added to the score, 201 for Shubman Gill. We've seen a lot of good batting in this series so far. Ben Duckett's innings, his second innings in that run chase, will live long in the memory. Rishabh Pant's antics, especially when he reached 3 figures in first innings at Headingley, as Bashir again continuing, and this is punched to the long on fielder. The mid on fielder, who's quite deep. It's Brydon Cast out there. Brydon Cast, is it? You got a feeling he might be carrying a little something. He's been used quite sparingly, and he doesn't seem to be quite where we saw him at Headingley.
Yeah, I think there's something going on with his foot again.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good if it's the case, because he's had real problems with his toe. As Gill comes forward and just defends this delivery from Shoaib Bashir. 474 for 6. The crowds three chefs.
Yeah, the butchers, I think, or the chefs are chasing
a pig,
a big pig as well. Me and Goughy had that in the bun this morning.
I love the fact that Goughy comes to mind. Bashir in. This is an easy natured paste pitch, isn't it, with Washington, or rather Shubman Gill, all the time in the world just to push this to the right of Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. No run, and Shoaib Bashir is going to come round the wicket now with a short mid-on, a wide short mid-on, a short mid-on with a mid-off that's quite wide, and he's on the reverse sweep. There's no protection at third. Shubman Gill doesn't even bother to run. 4 more to the score. India are past where they were at Headingley. 478 for 6 now. And the problem's just starting to mount for England.
Yeah, looking a little bit raggy. Trying to sort of chase and set the fields as Ben Stokes, and he's finding a little bit hard. Bashir trying to bowl around the wicket into the footholes, turn it back on towards leg stump because he has a leg slip, but that was a well-executed reverse sweep.
Here's Bashir again. Oh, definitely played, but he's got no third. And it was too wide going across Shubman Gill, that natural angle. So he comes round the wicket, and it just meant that Shubman Gill had all the time in the world just to dab that ball past lone first slip and down to the boundary for 4 more. The runs are flowing here at Edgbaston. 482 for 6. When Goughy was on, he said India will want 550. I was like, Goughy, come on. They were 330 for 5.
I've given up, me.
Well,
I've given up. I said they'll bowl them out for 380 and be 50 behind by the end of the day, so I might be 50 behind by the end of tomorrow, but and if it is, boy, we'll have a dull finish. But that's a poor delivery from that last one from Shoaib Bashir. It really was. The ball before was a well executed, fantastic shot from Shubman Gill, reverse sweep, waited for the ball to get to the sort of the pitch of the bounce and then just execute, helping it round the corner using his wrists, and didn't need to put too much power on there. I mean, whether Shoaib Bashir thought Gill was going to reverse sweep him or not, he's just gone with pace on, miles outside off stump with nobody anywhere near behind square, and it was a delicate late cut. So, yeah, scratching here from Ben Stokes. He's going with the short ball plan. I don't think it's been executed that well, and I don't think the spin ball at the other end has given them any control or any help, while Shubman Gill is just taking what's on offer and not going to give this away. We've seen it at Headingley. Players get to 3 figures and then give it away. Indian captain's not going to do that.
Cast returning, short delivery, and it's defended by Washington Sundar. 22 from 63, if you're joining us in the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And Shubman Gill's 209 not out from 316 deliveries, a partnership of 68 between the 2 batters. Ravindra Jadeja, the only success for England today. He was bounced out for 89, and the bounce out policy, the short stuff. Let's remember, Josh Tongue is the only bowler to have taken a wicket today. It was interesting, just at the end of his spell, Ben Stokes came over and just gave him a tap. You know, he's being asked to do something which, you know, it's ugly bowling, really. It's, again, short delivery from Cast. It's also ugly to watch. I don't know about you, but I always like the short pitch stuff. And then it was that Lord's Test between England and Australia, 2023, and I like a little bit of short pitch bowling. What I don't like is 2 sessions of it.
2 sessions of it, yeah. 2 sessions of it.
Especially when England just keep taking it on and getting themselves out.
Yeah, I like it, but it's got to be well directed, and I'm not sure it's been well directed. I think it's been easily left. You know, pull it at the body. Carse coming around the wicket now, so creating more of an angle.
Here is Carse. He's in, and this isn't as short as some of the deliveries that we've seen. Washington comfortably getting behind the ball and pushing out to the offside. We've got we've got a kind of like a deep slip, or a third, very narrow third, with no slip in place. I think it's Duckett. No, it might not be. Oh, it's Brook. Then we've got a backward point, and also extra cover that's quite wide. Short delivery, and Washington Sundar nearly gloves this ball down onto the leg stump. In fact, how did that miss? How was that ball ended up with the fielder at point coming in to field it?
I think it's at his elbow, you know. I think it's hit his elbow. I think it's just not come off the surface at all. And I think it's either hit his underarm. Is it underarm or glove? He's just hit the glove. It's rolled down his pad, bounced over the stumps towards gully. And that just didn't bounce. Washington Sundar's looking at the wicket and he's pointing at the surface, looking at Shubman Gill to say that's just not getting up.
Cast again, short again, and this is just dropped down to the right of backward point or gully, and it's fielded by Harry Brook coming in off the boundary. So one more run added to the score, 4-8-3 for 6. India asked to bat first, remember? Do you remember all the gnashing of teeth at Ben Stokes after he bowled first at Headingley at day one, and then of course nobody said anything.
Nobody said anything.
Day one at Edgbaston.
Absolutely. I remember, I think I was the only one in the ground. Not that defended Ben Stokes' decision, but only one that could see a little bit of logic and reason at Headingley.
Well, you know what Stuart Broad said the same. He was on the pitch. He said, yeah. And actually, in the build-up to a Test match, the idea was, bowl first. I just don't think England bowled particularly well.
No, they didn't. I think they bowled better here, but I don't think this surface has been as good as the one at Headingley.
So did Ben Stokes make a mistake? Should he have batted first?
Possibly. Well, time will tell when we see if it spins.
No one's going to be brave enough to take that on, are they? This is short-armed pull by Gill. Will take a single to square leg. That score moves on again, 4-8-4 for 6.
Might be critical if it spins, because that was the sort of the logic and the topic of conversation. If it spins here, then it's not the best. It's not the best decision. If like Headingley, where Headingley didn't spin other than out the footholes, and England probably predicted that it wasn't going to spin, so that was the right decision, right logic. It was going to steer flat, it's going to steer true, and it wasn't really going to spin. Because of the slowness and nature of this surface, it might spin. But here comes England's partnership breaker, England's trump card, England's vice captain. Here comes Harry Brook.
Well, who was on commentary duty at Wellington when Harry Brook, probably was you.
I think it was
You're
me,
the only one we had.
Yeah, I think it was me.
Scott's pointing to me. Was it? I think it might have been me and you.
I think we were on when he got the wicket.
His only Test wicket.
Yeah.
Kane Williamson, who was about 159 not out at the time, but Harry Brook is about to bowl, and this is driven and fielded by the bowler. And this crowd has suddenly come alive.
Yeah.
The crowd has suddenly got alive. It needed something. It's been a sultry day, a slow day. A day where India started out 310 for 5, and early wickets would have brought England right on top. Those wickets never materialised. We've only had the one of them. We've gone past the halfway stage of the day. There's a lot of overs to come. The crowd are kind of searching for something here, as are England, as Brook is in again. They're bowling off the wrong foot, it does look like, doesn't it? His style of bowling. And this is defended out into the covers, no run. And even Shubman Gill's got a little smile on his face.
Yeah, this is proper club cricket. Wicketkeeper standing up, ring field.
And Shubman Gill withdraws and walks away from the crease just as Harry Brook's about to unfurl another missile homing in on off stump. Brook again comes in. This is cut away, and there's a chase on by Crawley, who is quite a fine third, and this is sailed to the boundary really through backward point and away for 4. 488 for 6, India.
Shubman Gill just trying to take what's on offer here. He's not got out of his bubble at all today.
And again, driven again. And there's a chase on, and the ball is going to win. I tell you what, that ball didn't go too far from the stumps at the other end, and Harry Brook just flung his right boot out at the ball. And I'm not sure that Washington Sundar was behind the crease. It was driven.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
Ooh.
just seen it on the corner of the big screen. You're right. I think he might have been caught short there.
So 2 fours, and Gill again goes again. Oh, this is the best of the lot. I'm not sure the Harry Brook experiment is going to continue for too much longer. 3 fours in quick succession, 12 runs coming from the over, and India 4 away from 500 here at Edgbaston, and England suddenly on smiling.
Yeah, they're not now. 496 for 6, 222 to Shubman Gill, and I think he's just saying, can I have a few on the back foot, please, Harry, now?
Last ball of the over, defended stoutly, resolutely by Shubman Gill, who had a short mid-on and a short mid-off, as well as customary mid-on, mid-off. And that's the end of the over. Harmy's off, he's had enough, he's seen enough. I think Gough about to come in. Manners as well will be on the way. But a little bit of fun and games there. Gough 496 for 6, Washington Sundar 23, Shubman Gill 222. I mean, I did just say to Harmy when we were last on, and I asked you what kind of score do you think India will get or will be looking at, and you said, well, they'll want 550 from here, and I said 550? That's 200 runs away, come on. Yeah, well, you're right. In fact, they won't take 550 now, will they?
Well, it's the way it is, isn't it? I think the partnerships between Jadeja and Shubman Gill, and now Washington Sundar and Shubman Gill has been fantastic for India.
Short delivery from Carson, it's defended on his toes by Washington Sundar. He looked all at sea just before the lunch break against the short pitch stuff, but looks far more assured now.
Well, it did, didn't it? And Josh Tongue, fair play to him, you know, against the lower order, he's looked aggressive, his quick ball looked really sharp and short, especially to the left-handers. He just seemed to tie him up, didn't he, on that awful line sometimes, where that blind spot. And he bowled it really, really well, but he got his reward with a wicket. But 496 for 6 is a good score, but I think they're going to want to totally bat England out of this.
Yeah, well, they're looking like it at the moment. Again, it's short, and Washington Sundar just knocks this down into the leg side. I mean, Shubman Gill has learnt from that first test match. India appear to have learnt from that first test match. It's not good enough.
They were casual, weren't they, John? They were a bit too casual. They thought, oh, look, we got 470, we're safe. You're not safe in this country against England. The way they play, you're not safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
And still, when I look at it and I think, you know, if they could have chased that 370, how many times out of 10 do you reckon England would get there? 3? Possibly 4?
Yeah.
Right? But you can't take England casual, especially the way they play on the flat pitches and the fast outfields.
Here comes Bryden Cast again. He hasn't looked quite where he was at Headingley. You know, is he carrying a little bit of an injury? This is just push to Ben Duckett at mid-on, no run. Is that that toe rather, troubling the touch? Not sure. He's not been utilised as much as maybe some of the other bowlers or what you'd expect, but he's still running in. Shubman Gill is only the 6th Test overseas captain to score 100 against England in England. I can't believe that. Oh no, 200. Gary. Cast again, defended.
Well, Graham Smith did it a couple of times.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that again, do we?
No,
he
still gives
features
me nightmares.
twice. 277 and 259. So he's the 6th Test overseas captain to score 200 against England in England. That makes a bit more sense. Yeah, Graham Smith does feature.
Mate, he was here. He was so flat. It was very similar to the pitch, I promise you. It was so flat. But the first hour just nibbled a bit, had a bit damp on top, and then the sun came out and it turned an absolute belter. And we fielded for a day and 3/4.
Round the wicket again from Cast. Cast, I'm reading his body language here, is defended. I don't think he looks at all comfortable.
He's had enough. He's had enough. He's bowled a lot of overs in the first test. He's bowled 22.5 now. He puts a lot into it. And these guys don't bowl as much. And when they get down to this sort of spell, back-to-back games, well, not back-to-back test matches as far as in he doesn't play in between, it's hard work for the guys, you know. And bowling fast is not easy. And he's working, he's finding that out in the toughest arena, test cricket, on a good pitch, not much pace in it, against quality opposition.
And again, final ball of the over, and again it's short, and Washington Sundar shapes to play, and then gets big on him, so he drops his hands, and that's the end of the over. Shubman Gill, as is his want, he's going to rush off, as is Ben Stokes actually, and he looks like Ollie Pope is, and also Harry Brook. So 4 of the players are going to just nip off for a couple of minutes. 496 for 6th in it is.
And Joe Root. They're all going. I don't know what they've had for lunch.
Lunch was very tasty today. Edgbaston was hitting the heights today, I thought. 496 for 6 then. Manners is about to come in. We've seen 1 over from Harry Brook. I'm not sure we're going to see a second. Well, this has been quite a display from Shubman Gill. He's unbeaten still. 222. And I struggle to think of a single error or false shot from his innings so far. He's been quite something else today, and yesterday of course. So after a word from Gough, it will be Manners to take you through the next half an hour.
Well, you're right, John, it's been an absolute pleasure, it really has, to see Shubman Gill back. He's been outstanding, faultless. From the moment he came to the crease, he's looked assured. He's driven the ball so well, and that back foot pull shot he plays is one of the best around. He just swivels around and hits it low and hard to deep square leg. There was one where there was a little bit of a fright, where he did get a bit uppish on one of his pull shots that fell just short a deep square leg off just tongue. But other than that, it's been absolutely sublime. 222 from 200. I can't see what that is. Is that 323 deliveries? 323 deliveries. And Washington Sundar stayed with him as India at 496 for 6.
Shubman Gill played 33 tests before this with 750s and 600s. It's now 7 and 7. And he pushed his career average up from 34.5 to 36.5, or sort of 35 to 36.5, and his current live average is 38.5. So, you know, for a long time, it's frustrating, isn't it, Gough's statistics, you know, and the way we judge test players by top order players, right, whether they average 40 or not, and whether they average 45 and that sort of thing. But, you know, Gill arrived on English shores as the new captain with a modest record that suggested he'd underachieved given his natural ability, and now 100 followed by a double 100, and you know, if he ends up with 250, he'd be averaging 40, and suddenly people won't be looking at him saying he's underachieved.
It's amazing, really, the captaincy, just giving him that added responsibility. And when you look at it, you know, and we were discussing earlier, Manners, but the last time England played India in India, and he was a little bit inconsistent, wasn't he, with his innings, and he had a lot of low scores. It was like 1 in 3 or 4, wasn't it? Innings, he'd suddenly get an 80 or an 100, and people were asking for consistency. But what we've seen this series is a man who knows his game inside out. He's looked assured at the crease. Even when, I don't know if you remember, he played a forward defensive earlier this morning, right? He missed it, went through to the keeper, but it looked, if you took a picture of that shot, you would have said, that is how you play a forward defensive. It just looked immaculate from everything about it. It was textbook. And he's looked so balanced at the crease, and his timing. I mean, we can't say enough about him. He has been outstanding, and England have struggled. Other than that first half an hour with a ball when Chris Woakes was outstanding and looked like he could have picked up a couple of wickets, and then that spell where India lost a couple with Rishabh Pant during that period, they've been outstanding, India. The way they've recovered, haven't they, Manners?
You look at the scoreboard and you think, you know, that's what you'll remember. You'll remember India scoring 500 plus and maybe 600, whatever they get. But you tend to forget the periods where of half an hour, even 40 minutes, yesterday when Gill was tied up to the point where he was, ground to a halt. And he never gave it away, and he never tried to hit himself out of trouble. He kept to the basics. He kept to low risk attritional cricket. He backed himself to grind his way out, and he's done it.
Well, England were on top at that period, and he just goes to show as a captain that added steel, and you have to sometimes stay in the game to enhance the game and take it forward. And he did that. He was watchful, and then when he got that partnership going, like I said, him and Jadeja was absolutely superb.
Oh, Harry Brooks getting a second over here. That one is driven wide of the deepish mid-on. Jen Duckett has to run around, and he misfields it. Initially tried to pick it up one-handed, but it'll be a couple. Brook was driven 3 times to the boundary in his one and only over, but I think Ben Stokes is saying that's it. So what I want you to do, I want you to get him driving. So he's got 3 on the drive on the offside and 2 on the drive on the leg side. Short mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 mid-offs and a short cover as Gill is forward pushing that defensively straight back. So and he's got deepish mid-off and mid-on. So he's saying, Harry, I want 6 more half volleys.
I tell you what, sometimes I think Ben Stokes is obviously a genius, and he loves to do different things, right? But as a bowler, sometimes I think there's no way I'd let him give me that field. Not a chance.
He's not a bowler, so it's fine. Pushed away out to the short cover. I mean, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying he's Harry, I want 6 more half volleys.
Yeah. Trying to buy a wicket.
Straight half volleys.
Trying to buy a wicket, right? Lean back on one, not quite catch it, and go uppish into those areas.
Brook in again, looking for another half volley. Driven by Gill all the way along the ground.
It's like that game, isn't it? Test match special. Remember it when you were a kid and you pulled the rope back and the back goes, and you say, well, where shall I put a fielder here? I'll put one there, and if it goes in between his legs, it's a wicket.
You played that too?
Oh, I loved it. Absolutely. I'm sure it were called Test Match Special, wasn't it? Or was it Ian Botham Test Match Special? Can't remember.
I think it was just Test Match Special, yeah. Here is Brook again, full and straight. That'd be funny if he got an LBW. Little bit of wobble. That's pushed out towards. Is that Gus Atkinson on the field at mid-wicket? I think England. Oh no, it's Chris Wokes. Sorry,
has he got a Test wicket? I think he has, Harry Brook, hasn't he? Has he got a Test wicket? Yeah, he has. I thought, yeah.
In New Zealand. And it was strangled down the leg side, wasn't it?
Oh, brilliant.
Who was it? It was a proper batsman as well. Who was it? Oh,
golden arm.
Kane Williamson. Well, I think it was Williamson. Producer Scott will have a look at now. Honestly, I think it was Williamson. That one is chopped away by Gill to the deep backward point. Zach Crawley. We were talking earlier, Goughy, about captains who changed the game, made a huge impact. It was Kane Williamson. Yes, Producer Scott, good on you, mate.
Well, Graham Smith, he's one. I think he made a huge impact on South African cricket. I think
I'm talking about, yeah. Okay,
and he's carried on that steel. I really think he made a big difference to South Africa.
But I'm talking about changing, just like changing the way that we look at any aspect of international
Brendan
cricket.
McCullum,
yeah,
New Zealand,
for sure, and with England. The one name that I thought I must ask Goughy about this, because Bumble and Jarrod both said Michael Vaughan doesn't get enough credit for changing because we didn't have sweepers in Test cricket before Michael Vaughan, and now you don't see a field without sweepers. He was the first one to do that. Short and chopped away in glorious style by Shubman Gill over the top of backward point and down to the boundary for yet another 4, and it brings up the 500 for India.
500, absolutely brilliant. He's just playing it now like it's just playing in the park with his mates. Some of the shots have been outstanding. He's so relaxed, he looks so assured at the crease and relaxed, and look, it's almost like he could have a deck chair out there, isn't it, and just sit in the deck chair, get up, play the shot and then sit back down. Absolutely amazing.
Remember swing ball, a tennis ball on a pole?
Yeah, you go round and round. Yeah.
I mean, he's hitting it that easy. In fact, he's hitting it easier because sometimes you hit the string instead of the tennis ball. Turned away off his hip by Shubman Gill. Tell you what, I mean, let's not forget as well is that he came in the 24th over, so he's batted in every session of this Test match, and we're not too far away from tea. He's the endurance, the physical and mental strength as well.
I'd like to question that one on the sweepers. I think we did have sweepers before Boney. I think I remember people doing it against Sewag. They had a deep point and he got caught against Australia with a new ball. Brett Lee were bowling at him and they had a deep point.
Sean Pollock had him caught at third man.
Yeah,
in the first over
so
of a test
I
match.
think we did have sweepers out way before.
Really?
And I remember Australia doing it to Sewag.
Okay. Here's Bryden Carter around the wicket. That's gone horribly wrong. And it's compounded because it's down the leg side and Jamie Smith makes a meal of it as well. It bounced in front of him and it's an awkward bounce, but it's 4 byes. Well, there's 3 runs now, not just easy runs. 507 for 6.
What do you think now the bowlers are thinking about Ben Stokes putting India in? This is when, as a bowler, you are absolutely thinking, I like you, Ben, I love your captaincy, but sometimes, I mean, we all thought back, but look, we know what Ben Stokes did it for. He thought if he can get him out with that new ball, that 3 or 4 wickets that first morning, it gives them the best chance of winning the game.
Here's Carse again, once more, short down the leg side, pulled away, Crawley fields, fumbles, knocks on, recovers, no run. Do you know what it does make me chuckle, is that if India are bowled out for 600, Ben Stokes would be jumping around and cheerful smile on his face in the change room saying, lads, we make 700, we put them under pressure in the last session.
Absolutely. Listen, he will do. And that's the way he thinks, isn't it? That's the way he plays. That's the way Brendan McCullum goes about it as well. So it doesn't surprise, nothing surprised me now, the way this England team and what they can do. All we ever asked for is, but we love Bazball, we love the way they play, but we just wanted a bit of common sense in there as well.
And that's now there, I would argue. That's short and pulled away firmly by Shubman Gill. Highest score by an Indian player on England's shores. Shubman Gill, 230, not out.
And there's been some good ones. There's been some good Indian players.
221 from Sunil Gavaskar at the Oval in 1979.
Dravid must be up there.
Dravid, only been 3 double hundreds by Indian players in England. Rahul Dravid, as you mentioned. Trent Bridge in, I think it was 08, 07. I'll confirm that in a second. 508 for 6. Washington Sunder's done a good job at number 8. 23 off 73 balls. He was picked as much to bat at number 8 as he was for his off spin. And if Bumble is correct and the wicket starts to turn, he could be very effective with the ball as well. Now, Carse, he is in obvious pain. Round the wicket, bangs it in short, and he's wincing. He looks like he's chafing. He looks like his big toe is split in half again, as it was in New Zealand 6 months ago. He looks very, very uncomfortable. He's making me feel uncomfortable just looking at him. Everything hurts.
Yeah, it's not easy. It really isn't bowling fast. I have total empathy for him. I know what it's like, especially when you have a bad toe. For me, it was the big toe on the left foot. I had to cut my brand new shoes every single time, and it became a bit of an habit because mentally when I went into a game, I was thinking if I don't have an hole in my shoe, I'm going to end up with a big bruise on there, and then they're going to have to get the drill in it until the blood comes out. Sorry for those listening around the world. And it wasn't nice.
They were both at the Oval as Harry Brook no, hang on. Yes, it is Brook. Sunil Gavaskar, 221 at the Oval 1979, and Rahul Dravid 217 also at the Oval in 2002. And Shubman Gill's is the 3rd, not the 4th, just the 3rd double century by an Indian player in England. Highest scores by overseas batters. Harry Brooks continuing to bowl his half volleys with a drive catching field or a catch driving field. Highest scores by overseas batters in England at Edgbaston, 277, Graham Smith, in 2003. Yeah, you played in that game, yeah.
It was like this pitch. This is the spitting image. This is exactly what it was like.
I seem to remember that one having a touch more pace.
No, the first morning it nibbled, wasn't it? It started a little bit, and it seemed a little bit. It got away with a few. I had a couple beat the outside edge with a new ball, and then it went flat and slower as the game went on.
Let's hope this one doesn't do that. Here is Harry Brook once again. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Washington Sundar. Drops it down behind square on the offside. Jamie Smith now helmeted. Runs after it. Prevents a single from being taken. 509 for 6. Washington Sundar 23. Shubman Gill 231. 1 wicket has fallen today. And after a partnership of 203. Brook in again, bowls to Washington Sundar. Hits him on the middle of the bat. I was going to say pad, but it wasn't. 89 Jadeja made when he gloved the bouncer from Josh Tongue to keeper Jamie Smith down the leg side.
Can you remember the batter I got out for 199? Stopped him getting a double?
Ian Bell. It was at Lord's 2008.
I stopped.
Oh,
getting a
you
double.
stopped. On 199.
199.
Brook again around the wicket. Sundar blocks it. Yeah. Give me a moment. Here's Brook once again, and steered away by Washington Sundar into the covers. England looking very ginger in the field now. Weary feet, blistered toes. Carse is sore. Wokes is sore. Harry Brook is bowling. It's 510 for 6, India. Sanath Jayasuriya? No, it wasn't.
I can't believe. I thought you'd get this. He's left-handed.
I remember.
I'll give you that. He's left-handed. Bowled him with a Yorker. Tried to play it into the leg side. It swung.
Langer?
Right country. Come on, Manners. You'll get it. I can see that brain. Tick.
I can smell the burning.
Tick.
From my own head. 510 for 6.
I'm sure our listeners will get it.
The other one then, Hayden.
No. He wasn't playing.
Come on, answers on the bottom of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel page.
Let them have a go at it. I'll not give you the answer yet.
Let's see if we can tick off country number 78 as well. We've had correspondence from 77 countries and territories around the world, including the Antarctic. The latest was Saudi Arabia. Over 25 European countries and all of the cricket-playing nations. The Netherlands, that many of the associate
Nepal. I saw you had Nepal.
That's right. Yeah. Laos.
Wonderful place. Have you been to Nepal?
No, I haven't been into Nepal.
Manners,
no.
I promise you.
Seen it.
I was like, Nepal, I got asked to do this. I said, you know, I've never been. I want to do it. And I went, and it was absolutely wonderful. What a wonderful country. What wonderful people. And the cricket was excellent. Really surprised me.
Did you go to the
Nepal Premier League?
Everest League?
No, I didn't do that because
Oh,
it was
okay.
had to get there on a helicopter, and I just didn't fancy that helicopter ride.
But the Nepal Premier League. Yeah,
It was
Okay.
really, really good. And I think I'm going to go back again this winter. It was fantastic. 15,000 people turned up every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Every day. Every game, 15,000 people there. 2 games a day. It was absolutely fantastic.
The burning question for me, one I really want to know the answer to, is what does Yak's cheese taste like?
Yak's cheese.
Canali
Yaks, yeah, the Canali Yaks. That was one of the teams, that. Is that what it is?
It's
a
well,
cheese.
it's a mountain. Well, they make cheese out of yak's milk, and they use yak's milk.
I've not had that yet, but now I know
Did
it's
you
cheese.
not try it?
I didn't know what Canali Yaks was. I know
yak.
Canali's a place, but obviously I know now what the yak is.
It's the yak. It's a giant horned
Yeah, I get it now.
beast of burden.
Yeah.
It's short and punched off the back foot as Bashir is back into the attack. Washington. So
I'll
you
give you some of the names: the Kathmandu Gurkhas, the Lumbini Lions, the Chitwan Rhinos.
Rhinos.
Yeah.
Are there rhinos in Nepal?
Yeah, Chitwan. It's one of the biggest.
Okay.
They've done amazing what they've done over in Chitwan with the rhinos. Absolutely. The Indian rhino.
We're getting some guesses in from our listeners around the world. Hey, Goughy, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back to Herschel Gibbs. No, it's not
I used to
Herschel.
sing that. No, it wasn't Herschel, but I used to sing that when I bowled at him, yeah.
Bashir in turn, slow turn.
Mad, innit, really? I used to sing that every time I bowled him. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back to Herschel Gibbs.
Because he was a lunger and he was an LBW candidate?
Because he waited to cut everything, didn't he? Play
yeah.
behind backward square, so I wanted to bring it back to him and go on to off stump. Who's the Indian lady cricketer? She's bats 4 and she sings when she in between every delivery.
Harmanpreet Kaur.
No, it's she actually
Jemima Rodriguez.
Jemima Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Have you heard her sing?
Yes, yeah.
Wonderful
She
voice.
plays guitar as well.
Yeah. She sings in between deliveries. I could hear her on mic.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing voice.
No, she plays guitar and sings beautifully.
Yeah.
Really good. I didn't know she was inclined to do it between deliveries. I've heard her, like
every ball,
singing off the cricket field. Bashir in again. Shubman Gill defends. He's 231 not out. Washington Sundar 25. India 511 for 6. Bashir in again. Short cut shot. Beats backward point. Running away to the boundary. Chase on for the footsore Joe Root. Root's at cover. Wokes. Ball's following him now. It does that when you're as sore as he and Bryden Carse are.
100 partnership, Manners.
Okay, snake's eyes, says Slater. No, it's not. Paul Harrington says, Goughy, the legendary game that you are thinking of was called just Test Match and had a bowler who is the spitting image of Graham Dilley. Even the action. I don't remember that, but Test Match, that's exactly right. It was called Test Match.
Yeah.
Test match. 3 more runs. As Shoaib Bashir is in once again. Gill up to 234. Nudged away by Washington Sundar. It's just so easy now. I always say Test cricket is never easy, but my goodness, once in a blue moon it looks easy, and this is now a blue moon moment.
Have England got to that point where that intensity's gone out of their bowling and their game and they're just waiting for India to declare now? It's sometimes happened within a cricket game. I've played plenty of matches where you get to that point where it's not giving in, but you just think you're just waiting for them to declare now, aren't you? And it's an horrible moment as a captain, as a bowler, as a keeper. You just want to get off now. You just want to get off. But I don't think India are going to do it. They're going to keep batting, aren't they, Manners?
Oh, till tomorrow morning, if they can.
Especially with rain due on Saturday and
well,
Sunday.
another thing is, Goughy, they spoke about going to Lord's 1-0 down and what a result that would be for them. That was 2 days before this Test match started, so it's on their mind. Brook, once again, and that one is steered away. Nice piece of clever batting from the left-handed Washington Sundar, and he gets 2 runs. And Matthew Elliott,
there you go. Well done, my friend. Do you remember the delivery now? Can you remember it?
Yorker, yeah,
Yorker.
swinging full.
Swinging away from him, he tried to push it into mid-wicket, and there you go. Did somebody give him the answer?
No, it just came to me. Just as I knew it would, randomly in the middle of another thought. Brook in again, half volley, and this time blocked by Washington Sundar. 517 for 6. He could have had a very different career. I know that
player, absolute player,
taps completely. I suppose it just there wasn't room. I mean, there's only room for 11, and he had a couple of low scores, and he was gone, and that was it. Matthew Elliott, thanks for coming. Couple of hundreds, good, really good player. 517 for 6. Did you say anything to him when you bowled him on 199? Hard luck, mate. Pushed away defensively by Sundar again to cover. I'm sure you'd have said, hard luck, mate, you deserve 200.
No, I didn't. I was just glad to see the back of him. But Australia had so many players vying for that one spot.
Brook in again, nudged away by Washington Sundar. The only 2 players three players having fun at the moment are the 2 with the bats in their hands and Harry Brook. I've got a feeling he's really quite enjoying this little trundle.
Well, he's mixing it up, isn't he? He's off his long run now. Look at this one. He's off the real long run. He's just come off a 2-yarder up. Now he's running from the boundary edge. Here he is. Shall you back to?
Yeah, I think he slowed down in that run-up, Towards the end, he was puffing a bit, and same pace, very gentle medium, blocked away by Shubman Gill. Gill is 234 not out, Washington 29. You'll have to answer that question yourself about whether the oomph has gone out of England.
I think it has, and I just from looking the body language, yeah, they're trying to be spriteful in the Joe Root's still running between the overs and trying to keep that energy levels up, leading from the front as a senior player. Stokes is shining the ball, but I just see the energy's gone, and it's almost like they're just waiting now for the team. You go back to the spinner, don't you? You just go about the spinner, let the spinner bowl some overs, and see if you can pick up a couple of easy wickets towards the end. You just want to get off now.
Shoaib Bashir into Sundar, who pushes that one up towards mid-off. People may think that I was being facetious when I said they'll bat till tomorrow morning, and I honestly wasn't. I truly wasn't. I think if they are batting an hour after tea, that's turned away by Washington Sundar for another single towards square leg as Joe Root fields. And the question was asked in the Indian camp, if someone said, are we going to have bowl for 40 minutes before the close of play, see if we can nip out a couple early ones. I think that the senior players, and probably Gautam Gambhir, would answer that question with, why? Why would we do that? Can you not see the pain on their faces? Here's Bashir again. Am I wrong?
Saying that, having had a day and nearly 2 days in the field, to have half an hour, 40 minutes at England, I think it would be a good. I'd like to bowl for 40 minutes.
Down the wicket comes Shubman Gill, and he's launched this over mid-wicket for the most wonderful, wide long on actually, 6. Super execution, lovely footwork, gentle swing of the bat, out of the middle, 6 runs. Like I said, Goughy, Test cricket's never looked easier.
Well, it's like almost he's played it in slow motion. He's had that much time. There's a little bit of air from Bashir, who's not bowled that badly. He's actually bowled okay, Bashir, I think. And that one, he just used his feet, and it just looks so easy.
Here's Bashir once again, and this one turned away by Shubman Gill. And they go through for a single as Ollie Pope chases it. The other thing, the other conundrum to add into the mixer is that Shubman Gill is captain, and I don't think he's going to be declaring with himself on 285.
Oh no, I think he's going to be 1 in 300 now from here, isn't he? There's still a long way to go. He's 241, but you'd be 1 in 300.
And I just don't think that he'll declare it. Like I said, there was that's pushed away defensively by Washington Sundar into cover, and Ollie Pope fields. Do you know, I mean, it was 2 days. You know Ryan Tenduskarta. He's the assistant coach to Gautam Gambhir, and he did the press 2 days before this test match, and he was talking about picking a side that would have the ability and batting depth to go to Lord's, having avoided defeat here. So he said if we could get to Lord's 1-0 down, and Jasprit Bumrah can come back at Lord's, use the slope, fresh, fit, firing, then we would be very satisfied. And you know, he's a senior influential figure in the Indian camp. Wonderful cover drive. Brook is bowling half volleys with a drive catching field, but he hasn't got anyone at short point, and that's where Gill has driven that one through for 4.
That is just tremendous shot. This last half an hour, I have seen some of the best cricket shots I've seen in a long time from Shubman Gill. There's no exaggeration there. He has just made it look so easy.
Brook in again, and Gill this time defends. I mean, people will say he's getting half volley throwdowns from Harry Brook, but
he just still makes it look high quality. All right, I think that's the difference.
Brook in again. Oh, it's a bit of an edge.
Hang on a minute, did it hit a stone or something?
It's middle and leg line, and Gill looking to punch it through the onside. It's got a little outside edge.
There was just a little cloud went above the wicket as above the pitch as we
maybe a bead of
started,
sweat fell into Shubman Gill's eyes.
Started commentary.
Now, remarkable stuff here. India 531 for 6. Brook in again, and this one driven off the back foot by Sundar, who's beginning to play a few shots now. Just a single as Chris Wokes does the chasing and then collapses on the ball. Ollie Pope fetches it. I heard that Ben Stokes, in all of his time as captain in England, has only chosen to bat first once when he's won the toss. That was in the Ashes 2 years ago.
Oh,
Gill
he's played
now
it.
has-
He's played it.
He's edged it deliberately, can I say that? Down to the boundary for 4.
Absolutely. I am absolutely convinced he has played that. I know Harry Brooks got his hands on his head as Shubman Gill celebrates a fine 250, 348 deliveries. Absolutely outstanding. But I'm with you, Manners. Absolutely played that.
It's bizarre, isn't it? He's showing off now. 250 for Shubman Gill. Magnificent, magnificent performance. And now it takes a single to deepish mid-on. He's now 30 clear of Sunil Gavaskar, who has the second highest score by an Indian player on English soil. India are 537 for 6. Another quick word from Darren Gough, and then it'll be Jon Norman and Jarrod Kimber to take you through till tea.
Yeah, outstanding from India, and the skipper Shubman Gill, absolutely outstanding cricket this last half an hour from him. In fact, the last day of just watching Shubman Gill bat, playing shots all around Edgbaston. The cover drive and the pull shot have been my highlight, but as he goes on now, he's starting to really open his shoulders and play some extravagant shots. Well played, Shubman Gill, and well played, India.
Bashir set to continue. We're just having a conversation off air, which we could probably take on air. Shubman Gill, 251, not out, comes forward and defends. At 537 for 6. Washington Sundar 31, a partnership of 123. Things have escalated quickly since I was last on air. This is tossed up, plenty of flight, little tempter. No one out on the boundary at deep extra cover, but Shubman Gill has not given a half chance. Has he given a quarter chance in his innings, Manners? Have you seen a quarter chance? No, I can't think of a quarter
Nods
chance.
back.
This is a touch straighter and punched too long on, and Ben Stokes runs in and fires the ball at Jamie Smith behind the stumps.
Top edge or reverse sweep, Manners is saying. I remember
Top
that
edge to reverse sweep. Who was it? It was Gill who pulled a ball just in front of Ollie Pope. I think that might have been it wasn't even a. I mean, it wasn't even a quarter chance. It was just in the air for a bit.
Now, you lied to me.
Why did I lie to you?
You said you've never seen a Test triple century.
I've never seen a Test triple century. I don't think I have. There's an edge. Hasn't gone too far to the left of first slip from the bat of Washington Sundar, and the ball will just be stopped as it approaches the boundary down at third, but another 3 runs added to the score.
Where were you on the 21st of July, 2012? I don't know what century we're in.
2008, was it?
2012,
2012.
21st of July.
Yeah, I wasn't the cricket correspondent then. I was producer of Keys and Gray.
Okay, then you've never seen her. Then you haven't lied to me, and I take it all back.
I don't think I have seen a triple century. Flatter, and this is defended by Shubman Gill, comes forward. 252.
Manners has seen 3. I've seen 2.
So you saw Michael Clarke against India in, when was that?
2011, 12-ish as well. No, maybe a little bit later, was it?
All right, and you've seen the Hashim Amla.
Yep.
Oh, this is a drag down from Shoaib Bashir, and well pulled really by Gill to square leg.
That means I saw 2 in the same year.
I was going to say that was around the same time. 542 for 6.
I didn't see Warner's. I've never seen any of Manners has been at 2 of Sehwag's, he was saying.
So I was at the same Test match where Graham Gooch hit 333. I was at that test,
but not on the right day.
But not on the right day. We actually did that as a subject, and I thought it was a great subject. When did you turn up to cricket on the wrong day?
Oh, I've got a great story for that one.
Oh, good, because we've got a good 20 minutes with very little happening on the field.
Oh, with a lot of triple century chat also happening.
Can I just round off the triple century chat before you tell your top tale?
Yes, sorry, go.
I think the closest I've ever come to seeing a triple century was Romnaresh Sarwan in Barbados in 2009, and I think he was dismissed for like 294. And what makes that innings for me memorable is that I was on the back page of the Barbados Advocate the next day as Gill defends again.
Boy arrested for.
Well, very much a man, unfortunately.
Man arrested for.
Yeah, I was on the few still in the crowd watching. But yeah, so I think the highest score I've ever seen was Sarwan in 2009 in Bridgetown. But I might be wrong.
What was that?
Clipped away. I think it was 291.
You weren't at the 294 with Alistair Cook?
Oh, did he score 294? No, he didn't score 294. Did he? What, at the Gabba?
At Birmingham, here.
Oh, here.
I know, I was here for it. I felt like I lived every ball. I still think about it sometimes when I'm depressed.
Root continuing and single taken to square leg. What year did he score 294 against India? Was it against India? 2014.
2011.
No, I wasn't here.
You were, yeah.
No, I wasn't
you
here.
were keys and great. Whatever happened to them? How did their career go?
No, fine. They're over in Doha, getting paid to talk about football. They were here at Goodison Park, actually, for the final game of the season. Everton's last ever game at Goodison Park. Andy Gray is, of course, an absolute legend at Everton. So they came over, still in contact with Kesey. Root is in again, and big step down the track by Washington Sundar, justifying his inclusion in this side. I did raise that question at the start of his innings. Pushes this to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. Here's Root again, and this is clipped to the left of Duckett, who fills and throws the ball back to Jamie Smith. No run.
Scott's just told me he was at the Lara's 400.
Yeah,
and you've never seen a triple hundred. You've seen like a million more tests than him.
Hang on, did you see Lara bat in that innings?
Yeah. Were you at the game when he was batting in that innings?
Did you see him? This is pitched up and driven to Ben Stokes.
So the problem,
to extra cover, 543 for 6. End of the over. Sorry, guys, don't need to speak over each other. We have a lot of time here. So our producer Scott, who's about 13. Scott, you were in the Caribbean in 2003 when you must have been about 2004. So it's a final test of 4. You're right, it's 2004. Brian Lara hits his famous score. And did you see him bat in any of that innings? Speaking to the mic.
This is the thing with Scott. Like, even when he says yes, you don't trust him.
Blocked by Shubman Gill. It's really important here, Scott.
So,
were you there? 543 for 6. We do need to keep speaking.
I don't think Scott was there.
No, I think Scott is starting to row back.
Yeah, he can't pull it off.
Shoaib Bashir, who's at the start of his 38th over in India's first innings. Partnership of 129 between Washington Sundar and Shubman Gill. And this is tossed up again and actually turns. Quite slowly. Come on.
So he's now saying, well, I was in Trinidad at the time. Well, that's not the same.
No, it was in Antigua, that match. So you weren't in the same country. How are you even trying to claim this?
What has happened here, Scott? It's not. You're in Brian Lara's country.
Yeah, that doesn't count. Forward and defended again by Gill. Come on then, tell us your story, Jarrod. You said you got a great story about turning up at the wrong day.
So, I was obviously trained by my family to know a lot about cricket.
Obviously.
And this is how it went wrong for my dad.
Bashir again, bowling round the wicket to Gill. Will take a single to square leg and move to 255.
So, it's I think it was 91, 92. Australia were playing the West Indies.
Scott was in Trinidad.
I was in Melbourne. There was a test match in Melbourne. And my dad said we can afford to go to one day of the test. We didn't have a lot of money. And he said we can only afford to go to one day of the test.
Bashir again with a slip in place. This is on leg stump and clipped into the leg side for a single.
This is halfway through day 3 of this test match. And he's like, so we can go to day 4, we can go to day 5. And I went, day 4. And he went, oh, before you rush, this could be an interesting test. I said, day 4. And he said, why is that? And I said, because I'm going to see more cricket. If I can
All
only
makes
afford to go to
sense.
one day of a test match, I'm going to go to day 4.
Yeah, you're not risking it being over just after lunch, or maybe not even happening. This is flat on leg stump, and again single taken to the leg side. So I understand the rationale. Day 4, I would also demand day 4.
So I got to see a young Damien Martin hit 60 odd as Australia put on a declaration total, and nothing of interest happened all the way through the day. The next day, Shane Warne took his first ever famous wicket of Richie Richardson with the flipper. I took 7 for, changed cricket forever, and I was at home. And it wasn't, so that was one that went wrong. I will say, though, a couple of years later, I convinced my dad to go on day 5 of the Ashes test, which is when Paul Gough went out in the middle of that hat-trick. So I'm okay.
Joe Root continuing, and it's defended into the leg side, into mid-wicket by Shubman Gill. It's 256. Yeah.
All things considered, I think that's par, but I did miss out on a pretty famous day of Test cricket.
Leg stump this time, clipped away for a single. I've told you my story many times, I'm not going to say it again, about my mate Alex, who'd been promised a ticket for a year to this SCG test by his friend Damo, who'd moved to Sydney. Actually, I'm going to tell a story. And all year, in the build-up to leaving, he was going to go around the world. He was going to go to India first and travel out and end up in Sydney for the New Year's test, Ashes test. Hit back to Joe Root, who catches it on the bounce. So all year, you know, emails, you're going to get these tickets. Not a problem, Alex, says Damo repeatedly. As Root comes in again, defended. So Alex sets off in September or October, heading off to India. He's going to be out of contact for a month or so. You know, it was a few years back. It was ahead of the 2001 Ashes. So, you know, internet and access to social media wasn't as it is now. Pushed out into the covers, no run. And Damo is assuring him, do not worry, Alex. By the time you arrive here in Sydney, in Australia, you will have a ticket for the SCG test, the final Ashes test. Don't worry, enjoy India. This is a bit of a drag down, pulled away by Washington Sundar, and that's going to reach the boundary. 4 more runs as Sundar moves to 39, the score 551 for 6. 551 for 6, I'm getting flashbacks to Adelaide. Beep, beep. How many did England score at Adelaide in 2005? 2006, rather. Anyway, I'll come back to that. So anyway, Alex heads off to India and he has a great time, and then, you know, a month or so later arrives in Australia to bad news. No ticket to the SCG test. Alex is crestfallen. Damo apologetic. There's no time to get a ticket. They're too expensive if you're going to try and scalp one, as they call it over there, the ticket touts. So Alex is downbeat. He's a huge cricket fan. It's not often you get to go to Australia. It's even rarer for there to be an Ashes on your doorstep. And what makes matters even worse is that Damo lives within shouting distance of the Sydney cricket ground. Alex can hear the crowd. He can hear the crowd from his open window as England take on Australia. And what made it even worse was the day that he sat there, the day where he was supposed to have a ticket, the day he was in Sydney, was the famous day that Steve Waugh hit the final ball of the day for 4. As this is tossed up and left alone by by Shubman Gill, 257. So Alex is watching on the TV all day, and he can just hear through his window, seconds before he sees on the screen. Again tossed up, nothing doing from Shubman Gill. It's given us wide. And he can hear the excitement of the crowd mounting as the day progressed, because remember, Steve Waugh was under all sorts of pressure, wasn't he, as captain? There were question marks about whether he should be in the side, should he be captain. Flatter and driven to the left of Bashir for a single by Shubman Gill, and moves to 258. And Alex is watching on the TV as the crowd realise that with the clock ticking down, they could actually witness their captain, with wickets falling at the other end. It wasn't a ball draw, a high-scoring encounter. You know, runs were at a premium, and they mattered a lot. There was a lot on the game, and the crowd started to realise that they could actually see Steve Waugh score a century in the day, and as most of our listeners will know. Is it Richard Dawson bowling for England?
I think so, yeah.
This is on the legs, on leg stump, and Washington Sundar comes through for a single. He moves to 40. Final ball of the day, bowled by Richard Dawson, and Alex is sitting in his bedroom or in the room, and he can hear the crowd. To this day, Mark Butcher says it's the loudest he's ever heard a cricket ground in his life. Right? It was off the scale. There's a turn there for Bashir, but it's way wide of the crease and left alone. The SCG go absolutely crazy. Steve Waugh hits the ball to the boundary, gets his 100, and my friend Alex, as this is cut, and there's a single here. My friend Alex is sitting there, hearing the crowd come through the windows, just sat and watched on the TV. One of the most, what we're still talking about, you know the day I'm talking about. 25 years on, you know that day. And he's watching on the TV, and Richie Benaud is commentating. And Richie Benaud sums up all the action, describes the scene, and then Shoaib Bashir switching to round the wicket, and another single to square leg. Richie Benaud just says, comes on the TV and says, best day's cricket ever. I'm not sure if Alex and Damo are still friends, but and that's how it played out.
That's
so
the one to miss, yeah.
So when you were watching Shane Warne change cricket forever,
I didn't watch him change cricket forever.
no, but on TV.
I'm not sure it was on TV because I don't know if you know this.
Oh yes, do they still do that?
No, we don't. We had a rule in Australia that you couldn't show live sport in the city that it was from unless it was sold out, which for every other test venue, John, wasn't a problem. But you can't actually sell out the MCG, John. So it just meant that people in Victoria or people in Melbourne got absolutely hosed every time. And you'd get 80,000 people there, and it still wouldn't be on until after play. It might have been, though, because that was a day 5. So it might have been on. I can't remember. I mean, I was only 11 or 12. I know I've seen that ball so many times before. I think I heard it on the radio. I think I heard it on called on the radio. So it would have been Jim Maxwell or...
Pushed up to long on from Washington Sundar, moves to 42. This is the thing, isn't it? Without social media, if you missed the day, that was it. Or the highlights show, it was gone for the next 20 years, sometimes forever, because of course we have this age-old problem with highlights not available to the general public around the world. But you know, when we talk about Shane Warne's ball of the century, you know, I think most of us were at school or at work.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people actually saw it? We've all seen it now, and Richie's brilliant commentary and all that. As this is, again, comfortably taken single from Shubman Gill up to long on.
I remember it was just before I went to bed because I was allowed to watch the first session on TV of Ashes Test when I was, 13. But then at lunch I had to go to bed and I could turn the radio on and listen to it for the rest of the night.
So what riches, because it was all on Sky. So we couldn't afford Sky. So, or was it even
Was
on
it on
actually?
Sky?
Actually, no. I suppose in the
wouldn't
80s it wouldn't have been.
No, 90s.
Oh, he's bowled him! Washington Sundar has been bowled by Joe Root. And he looks a touch dumbfounded, as we all are. He's looking back. It's almost like he thinks, how's that turn past the outside edge of the bat and hit off stump?
I tell you what, talking about Mike Gatting, that's what he's done there. He's done the Mike Gatting look around as if to say, can one of you umpires tell me how I'm not out here, because surely I've not been dismissed. You say the outside edge. Was it the outside edge? It was? Oh, he just played the wrong line. He's just played the wrong line. That didn't even spin as much as he thought it did. He went across, his hand sort of pushed forward, and we have a wicket at the cricket.
We do indeed. 558 for 7. And Joe Root has just struck. Washington Sundar's been bowled for 42. And that's the end of a partnership of 144. It's a decent knock from Sundar, who came to the crease just before the lunch break. You know, India weren't necessarily under a huge amount of pressure. 414 for 6. He's performed well for India.
Based on India's recent tale, this should be over in 15 minutes, John.
Oh, maybe they'll push tea back. 8 minutes until the break. And Akash Deep. Now, I wonder, has Akash Deep still got that sharp beard? He's got reminded me a little bit of a Submariner comic character. It was, you know, if you're going to live underwater, you'd need to have a very sharp, contained beard, and that's what Akashdeep has had in the past.
How does that help you under the water?
Well, it makes you more streamlined.
Okay, makes sense. He can hold a bat, but he's probably a test number 10, not a number 9, and he's not a strong number 10.
He did combine really well with Jasprit Bumrah for the last wicket. Was it the MCG? They had to avoid the follow-on.
It was one of the game, yeah, one of the Australian tests.
Had to avoid the follow-on.
Made 30 odd, I want to say.
Yeah.
He's made 150 in first-class cricket and averages just over 10. He can. I think he was their night watch, so they do believe in his defence a little bit. It's a flat wicket, I mean, and he's facing Joe Root. He should make some runs.
Whoa! It's a bouncer from Joe Root.
Has a ball ever been more designed for the crowd than that one?
Brisbane. Oh yeah, they moved all the tests around for the Border Gavaskar, didn't they? That set our rhythms. Yeah, it was a Gabba, and the camera panned up to Gautam Gambhir, who was celebrating with some gusto. In the end, it didn't make a huge amount of difference, did it? Yeah. Oh, he gets the bat down very late there. Inside edge onto the pads, I think. Joe Root wicket over. 558 for 7. So it's still a lot of work for England to do just to get themselves into a position where, I mean, how can they win this game? I'm not sure. Added 47 for the 10th wicket with Bumrah at the Gabba to avoid the follow-on, Akashdeep. It was quite entertaining. It was very tense, wasn't it? And then, of course, that's right, because the conditions are really brutal. And then Australia were like 80 odd for 7 or something.
Yeah, trying to set a target, weren't they? It was a weird wicket in the end. Sadly, there was a chance of a Grand Slam finish in that game, and instead it got washed out.
Well, it's a bit like the final test as well. I know that India lost it in the end, but if Jasprit Bumrah had been able to play in that last innings, like a bowl in that last innings, who knows what would have happened, how things would have been.
One thing I would say here is it is spinning a little bit more than it has been.
Yeah, it's certainly Bumrah's, Bashir's got some big turn, but from very, very wide of off stump. This is pushed out into the covers. I don't think Shubman Gill's going to change anything while Akashdeep's in, but certainly if Akashdeep was to go, 40 away from 300, India 40 odd away from 600, punch back to the bowler, then we might see Shubman Gill, who's batted at the same pace, it seems, for the entirety of his 371 delivery innings, might start going for his shots a little bit more forward and defending. We are quite close to tea as well, 4 minutes away.
Be interesting to see if they go Joe Root for one more over or bring on a quick.
Here's Bashir flatter, and this is punched to Harry Brook, who is an extra cover. No run. Bashir is about to finish his 40th over. The field comes in. They want to restrict the single being taken here. They want to have an over at Akashdeep at the other end. Harry Brook is going to stay out on the boundary at quite a square deep mid-wicket. Apart from that, everybody's in. Oh no, there's Ben Duckett down here in front of us at a wideish long on. And Bashir is in. And this is placed nicely to the right of Joe Root. There could be a run out. Akashdeep seemed to be treading water for a second. I think Root needed to throw the stumps down from there, and he's missed. And Jamie Smith. It's Pope actually.
Yeah.
It's Pope.
I think the ball just didn't settle in his hand perfectly. A half-decent throw and that's out. It was a dreadful throw.
It was a very poor throw from Pope.
I think when he got up, he sort of, sometimes you don't quite pick the ball up fully in your fingers, and I think that's what's happened there. He just got a bit stuck in his hand. So when he threw it, just kind of went nowhere.
And Smith didn't claim the ball either. It was too far to the left of him. But yeah, direct hit certainly would have seen Akashdeep run out by a good couple of yards, and the ball fired over the stumps collected by the keeper cleanly, probably would have ended up with the same thing. As it is, Akashdeep's still there, and he gets forward and defence. Bashir's final delivery, 40 overs he's bowled at Shoaib Bashir. And India find themselves 559 for 7. Have they had a wicketless session? I don't think they have they? A wicketless session. They've lost a wicket in every session.
Yeah, because they lost one at the end of the first session. Of the first session this morning. They certainly lost a wicket in every session yesterday.
So they've batted for 5 sessions. They've lost a wicket in every session.
Like clockwork.
And here they are, 559 for 7. They're just going to bat on, are they, do you think?
Yeah, I would assume so. Be interesting to see how Gill plays, just because he is batting with. I mean, he'll bat this out to tea, but
I mean, they'll bat on.
To see how he goes after tea.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he should just keep batting normally until Akashdeep is gone.
Yeah.
But the other guys are 11s.
Well, that was actually what I was going to say. They're not going to declare when Gill's still out there, but maybe if 10 and 11 are in there, who knows? But plenty of time left in this game, and I suppose India now, as this is pushed to Stokes at mid-wicket. I mean, India are thinking, you know, maybe we won't have to bat again, maybe, or this is driven over pitch from Joe Root, and Shubman Gill just opens the face of the bat and steers this past mid-off and away to the boundary through extra cover for 4, and in doing so he reaches 265, and India are 563 for 7 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where we're bringing you every ball of India's 5-test tour against England. Head over and subscribe. Well, you're already there, but subscribe if you haven't already. This is down the leg side, and there's a single which is turned down by Shubman Gill with just 3, but well, still 3 balls left in the over.
Darren Gough's about 4 metres away, and I can hear him through my headphones going, "What's the point of turning that down?" I'm kind of with him.
It is the last over before tea, though. This is fired in a touch faster by Joe Root, who bowled a bouncer to Akashdeep, first ball of his innings.
Maybe that's why he turned down the single. Gill, he doesn't want him injured by a Root thunderbolt.
Yeah, he doesn't want his premier fast bowler to get a broken finger. As that Gill comes forward and defends back to the bowler, just wants to see the over out. I can understand that. He's taken a 4. He's going to have 20 minutes off. 265. That looks pretty impressive, even on a pitch like this, and with the amount of runs that we've brought to you on the channel over the last test and 2 days. 5 centuries for India in the first test, a couple for England, and a big double ton as this is fired down the leg side. Shubman Gill tries to sweep fine, doesn't get much on it, but it's enough for him to take a single. He will face the first ball of the evening session, and it's been another good session for India. They've lost 2 wickets today, 1 in first session, 1 in second. Jadeja going for 89, Washington Sundar for 42, but in and amongst that, the ever-present Shubman Gill. 100 in first innings at Headingley, 200 in first innings at Edgbaston, and still with a chance of going past 300. What an innings it's been. Gill takes the applause as he did as he went in at lunch, just raises his bat. The umpires troop off. Ben Duckett with his arm round Ollie Pope's shoulders, having a little chat. And we'll come back in 20 minutes' time. Jarrod's heading off. It'll be Goughy and Harmy, Bumble, Manners and myself back for that evening session. But for now, we'll bid you farewell with India at tea on day 2 here, 564 for 7.
Welcome back to Edgbaston. About to start the third session of the second day, the sixth session of this Test match, and Indian captain Shubman Gill has batted in all six, or is about to have batted in all six. He's walking out now, having come to the crease in the 24th over of the innings. We've now had 141. He's 265 not out. Highest score by an Indian captain outside of India. Indeed, only 3 players have scored triple centuries from outside of England on English soil. I beg your pardon, that's not right. The highest scores made by Indians outside of India. 241, Sachin Tendulkar at the SCG in 2004.
Seems like he's gone past that.
Previously. And now I'm just looking at the records. Highest scores by non-Englishmen or overseas players in England. Don Bradman, 2 triple hundreds. Hashim Amla and Bobby Simpson. Josh Tongue is continuing. It's short and wide and cut immediately by Shubman Gill for a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. So Don Bradman both at Headingley. I was just looking at the list of triple hundreds.
I know you and I have been at the Amla one. I was saying before, I saw 2 triple hundreds both in the same year, and I didn't until today. I never realised that.
Amla and
Michael Clarke was 2012 as well against India.
I've seen 3.
What was the deck like when Simpson made his?
Yeah. At Old Trafford in 1964.
I remember because Bumble, you know Bumble, Bob Simpson was the overseas pro at Bumble's club when he was a kid. And so he was one of the people I asked about Bob Simpson, and he said, very good player, but that 100 was against a terrible attack that was not suited to that pitch, that shouldn't have been picked, and it was a very flat pitch.
You know what, the one thing that's always intrigued me about Bob Simpson, it's an absolute outlier of a statistic. You look at the greatest slip catchers of all time, and the very best sort of averaged 1 a test. The most consistent. Here is Josh Tongue into Akashdeep, who drives unconvincingly, lunging into that one rather, fielded by Ben Stokes. And Bobby Simpson's average is something like 1.6 catches a test match.
All of them
Why
off his
was
chest.
that? What?
He would clutch the ball to his chest, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Break his ribs to take a test catch. It's weird, isn't it? I don't know, maybe bowling attack played a part, but...
It's just such a one of the great outliers.
Who is it as well? There's an Indian fielder. It was a short leg fielder. Is the other one?
Here is Tongue once again. Bouncer. It's good effort this from Josh Tongue. Running in and bowling for the 6th consecutive session. He's one of the few that has. Bryden Carsh had the last session off. Ben Stokes had the last session off. Shoaib Bashir's bowled the most overs, 40 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 152. That's not bad in the circumstances. Shubman Gill, 266. Akashdeep has only faced 5 balls, yet to score. Tongue into him, drives down the ground, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, and that's the only reason he's not off the mark. Good straight drive that from Akashdeep. I
can give you the list if you want. Simpson's second.
In percentage of catches per test match?
Yeah, and I thought he was. You don't remember the number 1? I thought you might.
What's the criteria? I'm talking
50 catches in Test cricket.
50?
Yep.
Okay, well,
this other person took 53 catches in 27 tests.
None as keeper.
Yeah, these are not. This is just fielders.
Tongue in again. Bouncer to Akashdeep, sways out of the way of it, harmlessly passing at chest height. 565 for 7. So he wasn't a slip fielder. He was a.
He wasn't. No, he was silly point and short leg, which.
Well, that means that Bobby Simpson's. Talking about slip fielding specialists, but that means that his percentage of catches isn't quite the outlier that I thought it was.
It is. It's still. No, it's still an outlier. No, it's not an outlier. There's a couple of people near him, but yes,
Here is Tongue again to complete the over. Short, pulled away rather awkwardly, but successfully for 4 runs by Akashdeep. Doesn't matter how awkward a shot looks if the ball still goes to the boundary off the middle of the bat, but he did seem to be a bit hurried and cramped, but he's got it away behind square on the leg side for 4, and he's off the mark, and India are 569 for 7. Go on, put us out of our misery. Who is it?
Eknath Solkar.
Oh, right.
I thought you'd know that. So he was a legendary close infielder. 27 tests for India. Wasn't a very good bat. As in, didn't have a great record with the bat, I should say. But took 53 catches. He took 1.96 catches per match. Bob Simpson is second on the list with 1.77. You even sold him low.
Yeah, it is.
Darren Sammy is third at 1.71.
How many catches?
65. And third is Steve Smith with 1.71 with 200 catches. And then, can I give you a random name? The next one on the list is Blair Young. Is it Blair Young from New Zealand?
Brian Young. Brian Young.
They had 2 Blairs, didn't they? But that wasn't the one I wanted. They had Blair Pocock.
Shoaib Bashir continues with his off spin now, and Shubman Gill punches it away on the onside, no run.
Yeah, Brian Young, Stephen Fleming, Mark Taylor, Tony Gregg, Ross Taylor, Graham Smith, Mark Waugh, Greg Chappell, Ian Chappell, and Paul Collingwood are all at over 1.4.
Chopped away behind square on the offside. How many? Callis. He took 200 catches. They must have had a decent average per test. I guess that'd be 1.4, wouldn't it? 571 for 7 now. Shubman Gill 268. Akashdeep has 4.
Callis is 1.2 a game. I think I can tell you why I think Simpson has a lot and Sammy has a lot.
Driven now by Gill once again along the ground for a single.
And I'm going to throw in Smith as well.
Steve.
Yeah.
Not Graham.
And Mark Taylor I'll throw in there. These are all guys who fielded at first slip for seam bowling, or first or second slip for seam bowling. So they're always in the slip cordon. Also, these are guys who fielded at slip for the spinners. So Ajinkya Rahane took a lot of catches, but he fielded at third slip for the seamers. So he wasn't always in the cordon, was he? But he was always at first slip for the spinners.
That's a good ball. A straight honour from Shoaib Bashir. He's been turning it more and more as the innings has progressed, and that one could have just been a top spinner, and it's fizzed on past the outside edge of Akashdeep's bat.
So my theory always was that Ross Taylor's one of the greatest slip fielders of all time.
Here is Shoaib Bashir, and punched, slapped off the back foot. Good aggressive shot that from Akashdeep.
That's a good number 9 shot, isn't it?
Yeah, muscle.
I'm not sure what shot I've played, but I've tried to hit it very hard, and it's hit the bat.
He needs to hit it squarer. There's nobody at point. Here's Bashir again. Much quicker one this time. Turned away past the lumbering, Bryden Cast, who looks increasingly uncomfortable.
You're right, but that's Josh Tongue.
Well, they look looking the same, aren't they?
I mean, he was definitely moving slow, Josh Tongue, there. I'll give you that.
Where's Bryden Cast? Is he still on the field? Because he was looking in terrible trouble a little earlier on. I think we had Jacob Bethel on the field.
I think you might be right. I don't see him up there at the moment. I mean, he's a big man.
It's Jacob Bethel, isn't it, over there, number 82, running away from us.
Yes, you're right. That is Bethel, yeah.
So he's on for Cast. Cast really did look in terrible pain. I mean, if he was a horse, you'd be seeking a second opinion from the vet, wouldn't you? I mean, he's really looking terrible discomfort. Anyway, it's all about Shubman Gill now, and rightly so. It's been an impeccable innings and display of maturity and a real coming of age. Short, pulled away by Shubman Gill, who turns down the run. You're joking. I know it's the first ball of the over, but
probably just doesn't want them to face Josh Tongue after the last test.
It's 574 for 7, Jarrod. We've been going for 11 hours. He's turning down runs. Stop being so calm.
Or Gill.
Show some phlegm. Really, that's remarkable. That's Tongue in again, banged in short over the left shoulder and harmlessly. This is into the gloves of keeper Jamie Smith. This is I think we've missed a wee record here. This is Gill's all-time first-class career best, isn't it? It was 268.
Is that playing
against
for Punjab
Tamil
or
Nadu.
Tamil Nadu? It's funny how you remember that detail, but not who he played for.
Punjab against Tamil Nadu. It was 268, and so it's now a new career best for Shubman Gill.
And he's
That's
gone.
Pulled to mid-wicket. Ollie Pope takes the catch. Tongue does the trick. Shubman Gill turned a run down 2 deliveries earlier. It's banged in short and pulled by the Indian captain straight to Ollie Pope, who was the first to go and congratulate Shubman Gill, followed by Zach Crawley. Just the 2 of them. I'd have thought, just nitpicking, but I'd have thought it would have been a nice touch for a few more of the Englishmen to go and congratulate Shubman Gill.
It's been tired to run over there. But to be fair, a lot of them yelled out to him. They didn't go up to him. A couple ran over, as you said, but incredible innings there from Shubman Gill. The poise, the way he came out, he started off defensive, he worked his way through his innings. There was lots of questions over his place in the Test side for a long period of time. Was he going to be the next level of player? I thought a lot of them were ridiculous. They seem a lot more silly and frivolous now. You just have to let young, talented players play in Test cricket for a while and find their way, and he has, Neil Manthorp, found his way.
Interesting to see what his live average is, because he was averaging 34.5, Jarrod, before the Headingley Test. I wonder whether his Crick Info do live averages, don't they? I wonder what it is now after an innings of 269. I mean, it'd be touching 40, certainly 38.5, 39.
Gary will have it for us in a second, but I can tell you, when I was writing my book, I talked to Mark Waugh, and I was saying, why do you think you averaged, in the low 40s? And he said, because I never really made a big score. Like, sometimes it's as simple as that, isn't it?
Yeah, in Mark Waugh's case, especially, he just seemed to feel like he'd done it once he got to 100.
That's exactly what he said. He said, well, I've done, my job's done, someone else's go now. Which is interesting, because he played a lot of cricket and respects Graham Gooch a lot. It's the complete opposite of that, isn't he?
That must have been their time at Essex together.
Your friend Barry Richards gave me a great quote about big scores in games, which I'll give you after Tongue.
Here is Josh Tongue then, bowling to Mohammad Siraj. Oh, and it's clipped off his pad into the hands of Ollie Pope at short leg, who's now got the helmet on. I thought I heard an inside edge there, but it's just come straight off the bat. But it's nicely fielded by Pope, who back flicks it. What did Barry Richards say?
He said, I could have averaged 70 in first-class cricket if I wanted to. And I went, okay. And he goes, I just couldn't club the baby seals all day like Brian Lara would.
I think Barry had other interests. I mean, his interest in run scoring was peaked when he became the first man in South African cricket history to have a sponsor per run. Here's Josh Tongue into Mohammad Siraj. This one down the leg side, left alone.
What was something I talked to him about, because I love Barry, but he's not always the most self-aware person when he says things. And what I really want to know is, did he think he could have got more runs out of himself through motivation? And of course, the way that Barry looks at it is, I made all the runs I needed to make. It's everyone else's job to make the rest. I've done my job. And when I was needed, that's when I would make the big score.
Here's Tongue again, angled in from wide of the crease. Siraj forward, looking to drive through the onside, but this strikes the pad and bounces out harmlessly again to Ollie Pope at short leg. 574 for 8. Akashdeep 6, Mohammad Siraj 0.
He's faced 2 balls, and both of them he's almost gone out LBW, and then he's almost followed up by running himself out. Siraj just leaning out. Yeah, so what I was hoping is Barry said, look, because I was at the lower level, it would affect my boredom levels, and I couldn't focus, and maybe if I'd played Test cricket I would have averaged higher because I would have been challenged more regularly and everything else. But he said the opposite. He just said, nah, it's like clubbing baby seals. Wasn't for me.
He's honest.
My first ever commentary gig was with you and Barry Richards. A professional one. I'd done Test match so far, but I don't think I'd even done. Oh no, I might have done talkSPORT before. I might have done IPL. Would have been my first ever commentary gigs from grounds. Would have been with you and Barry in 13-14.
Didn't realise. Here's Bashir, quicker one outside the off stump. I just remember Jim Maxwell the veteran, the doyen, saying to me, there's a young kid, would be grateful if you could give him a tryout. His name's Jarrod. Bashir in again, slog sweep, Akash deep, hasn't got hold of it all, gone! Ben Duckett takes the catch at wide long on, judged it perfectly, bit of a swirling breeze, didn't make it easy. Still, it's a 49 out of 50 catch. That's how many you should take. But it was swirling, and the breeze could have taken it further towards the boundary. Slog sweep from Akash deep brings the second wicket for Shoaib Bashir, and it looks, after all, India might not get 600 now that Shubman Gill's gone, and they're down to their last 2.
I don't know if you noticed, but Akash was walking off the ground with Shubman Gill for a little while, and I just thought, are they declaring here? And Shubman Gill hasn't turned around, but he walked for about 25 metres, then stopped, waited for his fellow tail ender to come out. I think generally, if you've got Josh Tongue bowling short and everything, do you really want Akash and Rashid and Siraj out there facing Josh Tongue? I kind of feel like you'd be better off declaring here. And I know they want about as much time as possible and everything, but I don't know, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, Dennis, but that's the way I would have thought about it.
Yeah, I think they're in that mode now, aren't they, where they're just going to, there's a certain element of bloody-mindedness that's kicked in, and you know what, you chose to bowl, you keep doing it until there's none of us left, and that evidently is the theory, the thinking at the moment, because Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl to Prasidh Krishna, who said after the last test that he needs to take his batting more seriously. Bashir in again, that's one chopped away by Prasidh Krishna, nice little late cut fielded by Chris Wokes, and they go through for a single.
That was the sucker ball from Shoaib Bashir, and Prasidh Krishna played it. You said it was a nice shot, it was, but he was sort of just hanging his bat out at the end going, am I supposed to be playing this shot? Ended up off the middle of the bat, got him a single, it was fine, but it was a moment where he's like, am I doing the wrong thing?
Bashir then to Mohammad Siraj, the slip in place, lots of men outside on the boundary. That one beats the outside edge, very lame, indeterminate push from Mohammad Siraj, taken by Jamie Smith. So there's a couple of men on the leg side for the slog, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Bashir in again, turn and bounce. It's encouraging for India's 2 spinners.
That's hit Siraj on the gloves.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if that's broken his finger, they should have declared. Of course, if that ball broke his fingers, there's something wrong with his fingers.
He's got poppadom fingers in that case. Here's Bashir in again, and much fuller. Siraj blocks it, and there's no run. We could be in for a period of largely pointless blockage here. Prasidh Krishna, as I said, gave a lengthy, really quite honest interview after the Headingley test, primarily about the expense of his bowling. He claimed an unwanted record, didn't he, as the most expensive Indian seamer in a test match who'd bowled 20 or more overs.
You know what was interesting? You wouldn't watch much of the IPL, but no one could hit him in the IPL. No one could score off him. He's gone from being economical there to being not economical in a test match, which you don't. It's not always a pattern you see.
No, that was very peculiar. He was really good in the IPL, wasn't he? I mean, and
like an update on the other test match
in Grenada.
Yeah. So let Josh Tongue deliver this.
He might knock him over. Hits Krishna on the pads. Bounces out all the way to mid-on. Wokes fields, no run. Go on then, what's happening? Who's batting?
So we checked the score and it was 47 without loss, Australia, and we were shocked because we were thinking, how can Australia be 47 without loss the way they've been batting recently? It's now 57 for 3. Both openers are gone.
Top order, isn't
it? Green is out or is Green in? No, Green's still in. Smith's out. Wow. So, a lot going on there. Khawaja's out. He went out for 16, and Constance made 25.
Tongue in down the leg side. Krishna steps inside it and delivers it to Jamie Smith to dive to his left.
So 61 for 3. They've just scored a boundary there, but
who's taken them?
Alzari Joseph has 2, and Anderson Phillip has 1.
Anderson Phillip, the Lancastrian.
The man with the missing S. Should be Phillips, shouldn't it?
We should, well, yeah, absolutely. Slip, leg slip, gully, cover, mid-off, mid-arm. Slog from Prasid Krishna. That was a golf swing. That was actually a swing that producer Scott would be happy playing that with his Titleist driver.
Talking about producer Scott, you missed a great moment in talkSPORT history earlier where he claimed to have been at Brian Lara's 400. And I was like, that's a hell of a thing. I said, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then he goes on, and then, there was something in the way he said it that didn't feel right. And eventually I said, just take me through it. He goes, well, I was in Trinidad. And I turned to John, I said, he thinks it was in Trinidad? It's in Antigua.
You were 9 years old.
So he was in the West Indies when Brian Lara broke a record.
Tongue in, short, outside the off stump. Prasid Krishna leaves alone.
Not in the cricket ground and not in the right country. But other than that, he was there.
I've commentated on 3 triple hundreds. I just looked through the list.
2 Sehwag ones, you said?
No, I got that wrong. There was only 1. It felt like 2, though. It was against South Africa in Chennai. It was 41 degrees in a commentary box without air conditioning. It's no wonder I was hallucinating. His tongue is through. How'd that miss? He's gone straight through Prasid Krishna. I thought that must hit off stump. I think it's hit him on the back leg. He missed it with the bat and the front pad. 575 for 9, the score remains. I could be missing. The highest was Mahela Jayawardena's 374 in a partnership of 624 with Kumar Sangakkara.
You commentated on that one?
Yeah.
For who?
The SABC. It was the last tour they did commentary on. Live anyway, rather than off tube. That one is driven, smashed behind square on the offside. And I remember it absolutely distinctly, very, very, very clearly. Right down to the felicitation for the 2 batsmen, which was the following day. Play was delayed by half an hour to have this felicitation in which both players were presented with brand new motor cars. They were presented with the keys, and the ceremony was performed, and then 2 men came on to drive them off, and one of them broke down and had to be pushed off. So play was actually delayed by 40 minutes in the end.
There are some great stories about cars and cricketers, aren't there? The great Richard Hadley one where the plan was that they would sell the car and share all the profits, and Richard Hadley went, well, I took all the wickets.
Yeah, and when he said, I've shared the last 4 man of the series with you, and pushed away out towards extra cover, and there's no run, and to which Jerry McConey said, well, who took all the catches off your bowling? And he said, who got all the edges? But he had apparently shared the last 4 man of the series awards with the rest of the team. Decided that given that it was a Range Rover, it would be time to keep one for himself.
Do you remember Elise Perry, I think it was in the Women's Premier League, hit one of the sponsored cars on the side, didn't she?
Shoaib Bashir's continuing. India 575 for 9. I said we could be in for a period of largely pointless blockage. It's not pointless as far as India are concerned. England are hurting. Every ball is that much continuation of the pain and the frustration, and for that matter alone, India will carry on.
Must be interesting bowling to Ben Stokes, because he doesn't just move the field, he changes your plans, but he doesn't always talk to you. So he's completely changed the shape of this field in the last couple of seconds. There's a gap at cover, all the fielders on the leg side have moved around, long on's come in.
Here is Bashir again, forward comes Siraj, blocking again, and there's no run. And the thing is, you would normally say, well, that's okay, the bowler knows what's going on, he knows what the field means, but as far as I can see, I have seen, most of Shoaib Bashir's fields have been set by Ben Stokes. He's done all the planning, Bashir's done the executing. Down the wicket, using his feet, lovely on drive, super shot from Mohammad Siraj, 4 runs. And so maybe it won't be pointless blockage. Maybe they will eke their way up towards 600. And if they do, it might not make material difference in the course of the game. But that's a nice little milestone to achieve. And that was actually a very good shot.
It was a very good shot for a number 10.
Yeah. It went all the way along the ground. It went to the boundary, and I think that's where
the boundary he was aiming at.
Yeah, exactly. It went where he wanted to hit it.
He did end up completely losing his balance and walking out to the offside after he did it.
And now he collects a single off the last ball of the over to keep the strike, so he's protecting number 11.
Exactly. Looking after Prasid Krishna. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do here. Surely the best bet is just to back away and slog. Get a couple of edges over the keeper's head, maybe collect one out to deep mid-wicket, and then hope that you go out before one hits you in the arm or the glove or the shoulder or the neck. Anywhere, really. It's not good to be hit anywhere.
Producer Scott, can you have a look at the scorecard and just confirm 100% that Shubman Gill made 269. That's down the leg side, and Josh Tongue looking for the leg stump Yorker. I think it's just gone a bit too wide, because the scoreboard had him at 268 initially when he was out, but it was 269. Thank you very much indeed for that. And I just need to do, in case we need to wrap up, how many balls did?
We are now live broadcasting Neil Manthorp's notebook.
387 balls. Boundary count? 33 fours and 34s and 3 sixes.
This is down the leg side and is left alone. It's a poor ball in the end. Died a little bit on the way through to the keeper. You fix your notebook. We'll talk amongst ourselves over here on the commentary side. You're all one colour on the notebook, I noticed there. You're not a double colour man?
Overrated. I'm colourblind anyway.
Oh, really?
580 for 9. Prasid Krishna 1, Mohammad Siraj 5. 269 for Shubman Gill. A career best by 1 run. First class cricket as well as Test cricket. I know it's the same thing, but Tongue in again. He's very, very tired. He's very weary. It's one thing mopping up the tail when you after 4 sessions, but we're into the 6th now.
The last 2 balls have just died on the way through to Jamie Smith, who's taken them around his ankles on at a leg slip, essentially.
Let's find Ben Duckett. He's at gully. Where's Zach Crawley? On the back foot defending now. Mohammad Siraj, as Tongue gets one straight. Zach Crawley's down at long leg. So I'd like to watch the opening batsman, and because they're now retuning their minds. They're beginning to focus on looking and seeing how long there is left in the day, how many overs they might be. And some like to just remain absolutely focused on the field, in case a catch comes their way, but it's very difficult not to start refocusing on your primary job. Down the leg side again from Josh Tongue. Graham Smith, South African captain and opening batsman, of course. Did you know that Graham Smith once batted at number 11? Twice batted at number 11.
Well, once was the broken hand. The other time just for kicks?
No, he was concussed, and it was at the Wanderers, and it was before the concussion substitute, and we were told he wouldn't bat, and then he came out still concussed at number 11, smashed it. Forward comes Mohammad Siraj to the next one from Tongue, up towards Chris Wokes at mid-on. They scamper through for a single.
Was that against Australia as well?
Yeah, it was an impossible target,
yeah.
You might remember. And he came out and blasted some 40 from 30 balls. And we thought that he was batting like a man concussed. I mean, he looked like he was drunk. And then we realised that he thought, well, to hell with it, we might as well have a chase. I needed, what do you remember, it was 7 or 8 and over? And he started smashing boundaries. And 581 for 9. Mohammad Siraj and Prasid Krishna have a chat mid-pitch. Ben Stokes and Shoaib Bashir are having a chat at the top of the bowler's mark.
This is probably when you would bring Bryden Cast back on.
Is he on the field?
But we're castless, aren't we?
I think his toes split in half again. He could barely walk. I think Jacob Bethel is still on the field.
Yep. So Stokes is now just hoping that one of these guys gets a wicket. But Tongue looks absolutely exhausted.
As Steve Harmison said at Headingley, you bring the fastest bowlers on with 10 and 11 at the crease to try and break a finger as much as try and take a wicket. You put a bowler out of action, and India don't have a particularly daunting attack anyway, do they, with the 2 spinners? You're going to have to bowl a lot anyway, you would think. Bashir in, floaty one, drive, edge, beats first slip, doesn't beat Wokes at backward point. Gosh, that was a slow ball.
It was incredible, wasn't it?
Moon ball.
The one he got, Rishabh Pant, wasn't it one of the slowest wickets?
Second slowest ball. Oh, the second slowest ball of the Test match, but I think the slowest since Matt Parkinson in 2014. to take a wicket for England. It's a great stat. Now defending Prasid Krishna.
For England. So it would have been 2021, wouldn't it have been, Matt Parkinson?
I think it was before that.
I think Craig Brathwaite's bowled some of the slowest balls. I don't know if he's got a wicket on any of them.
He's bowled in the very, very slowly in the sort of 68 km/h kind of speed. Bashir, quicker one outside the off stump. I don't know whether Prasid Krishna played it. Don't know whether he was just very, very slow in playing at it, but he missed it by a long way. We've got Harry Brook at slip, quite fine. Here's Bashir again, and Krishna defends once more. As I said, after that post-Headingley interview, he did say that tail-enders needed to take more responsibility with their batting, and he put himself front and centre of that, and so he's going to show us now.
Did you read my piece the other day that basically tail-enders batting averages hasn't changed with professionalism at all from 1870s to now?
That's driven down the ground, and it's fielded it long off. I did read it, and I thought, there we go, Jarrod challenging the perceptions that become more and more
it annoyed
popular.
You, didn't it?
Like tail-enders can bat much better than they used to, and that's not reflected in their averages, according to your piece, which I completely...
0.6 runs a wicket different than the 1870s.
It is remarkable. It was just 10 and 11 though, wasn't it?
8, 9, 10, 11.
583 for 9. Prasid Krishna 2, Mohammad Siraj 7, Josh Tongue 2 for 117. You done? Your time up? Harmy's coming in, Steve Harmison, to apply the French lawnmower to this innings. The coup de grace. You watch Harmy sit down, put the cans on, pick the mic up, and there'll be a wicket first ball. Josh Tongue it is, bowling to Prasid Krishna, who's Steve Harmison's newest pupil. Harmy's pep talk after the Headingley Test has had an immediate effect. Chips up in the air, and it's wide of Ollie Pope at short leg. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Ben Stokes doing the fielding. He's challenging them to go for the third run. Quite deliberate, Ben Stokes, slowing up alongside the ball, hoping the tail-enders would be fooled into taking a third run, in which case he picks the ball up and rockets it in to the bowler's end. And they settle for 2. Prasid Krishna on 4, Mohammad Siraj on 7. India 585 for 9. Tongue in again, bowls to Prasid Krishna. Gets in behind the line of this one quite nicely and knocks it down to Ollie Pope. Hello, Steve Harmison.
Hello, Neil Manthorp. Good evening to everybody that's listening. It's a bit of a sorry state for England. 585 for 9. Talk about Prasid Krishna. Yeah, we had a brief chat at the end of the Headingley Test. You were there, and it was not about batting. And he's averaging 1.2 in Test match cricket, and he's now up to 4. Well done.
Edged into the air and just short of the field. Jacob Bethel, I think that is, running in from cover point. He's still on for Bryden Cast, who's having his toe stitched back up, or I'm guessing that be something along those lines, because he could barely move. God, he looked like he'd been run over, Bryden Cast, and so Jacob Bethel's on the field at backward point at the moment. And India grind on into the 150th over of this innings. Prasid Krishna forward, blocking this. He did a very honest interview in the days following the Headingley defeat, and he obviously spoke about bowling, and he knew that. I think he actually came out with I don't know whether you read it. It was on Cricinfo, amongst other few other places. But he did come out with a few lines that I heard you give him, talking about lengths, and he didn't shirk any of the responsibility. And he spoke about his batting as well. And he said we can't have tail-enders who can't bat. It's just not. We need to take more responsibility, including me, mostly me. And now he's showing us that he is.
Yeah, he is, and I mean, he's been in 16 balls, so it's very frustrating for the England bowlers. Yes, he's only got 4 runs. Sometimes as a tail end batter, you either hang around and chew up some balls when a batting unit's tired, or you swing from the hip, maybe cloth a few through fine leg, snick one over the top towards third and get a couple of boundaries.
Tongue in again, and nicely played by Prasid Krishna, knocks it down defensively. At the moment it's just about pain application, isn't it? I mean, that's all India really want to do here. In England are in a world of pain, and India want to keep them there.
Absolutely, and I think that's the most telling thing with this little partnership. We were just saying there, as a tail ender, you walk out to bat, number 10. A few times I batted at number 9, once or twice at number 8, mainly at number 10. A lot of time at number 11, and more times at number 11. So you have different types of strategies when you're walking out there. If you're at number 8, number 9, more often than not, there's a Shubman Gill who's going well. So you've got to try and hang in there, go with him. And then you hope that when it gets down to numbers 10, number 11, you can inflict as much pain as possible. The much pain as possible could be chancing your arm, swinging for a few, it flies off and goes down a third, or you might hit a good one down the ground and you get 12 quickly, or you might do what you need to do with England, is just keep them grinding them down.
Bashir in again, Siraj forward playing defensively. Jamie Smith walks around from behind the stumps to field.
I mean, this is 150 overs. This is 150.1, 151st over of the innings.
Here's Bashir again, lots of air, little loopy moon ball there. He's really varying it, Shoaib Bashir. I mean, one of the reasons that he does bowl loose deliveries in every spell, not necessarily every over, but certainly in every spell, is because he varies it so much. Very difficult to control length in particular, and you're giving it so much air and variation and so much difference in speed and trajectory. You talk about spinners grooving their go-to delivery. He has a lot of variations, and there's another one, quicker one, much quicker. Skids through, hits Krishna on the pads, polite appeal.
I just wonder if this week he met Mo and Ali for the first time and they had a conversation about that very subject. He's very inexperienced, is Shoaib Bashir, so find your stock ball. I think that's what Mo might have been saying to him.
Pushed away, blocked actually, it wasn't pushed at all. Sometimes you do sort of wonder whether Bashir could bowl 18, 20 balls the same, like grooving that stock ball, because he does vary it so much. That's another slower one, and it persuades Krishna to have a heave at it. Doesn't middle it by any means. It was because it was slower, he was through the shot slightly early, and he gets a single to square leg. You get the feeling with Moeen in Test cricket, and the great off spinners, Graham Swan, he could bowl 50 balls the same in a row. Down the wicket, stumped. Well bowled, Shoaib Bashir. Beat him in the air completely. Bashir saw him coming. Mohammad Siraj just needed a bugle there to signal the charge that he was on his way. He went very early, charged down the wicket. Bashir simply had to skid it past him down the leg side. Jamie Smith had all the time in the world, and the innings comes to an end. India bowled out for 587. Shoaib Bashir's worked extremely hard for his 3 wickets, and finally England get to bat. Don't know how they'll feel about that, Harmy. We're going to have, I guess, an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, an hour and 40 minutes. When you see that stumped, I mean, for me, that's not stumped, that's run out. I mean, he was that far down the crease. If I hit him on the pad, he wouldn't have been anywhere near given out, because he was past the 3 metre mark. I mean, that is a run out if I've ever seen one. But you're right, an hour and 50 minutes is a long time. It's not the sort of what we've seen at Headingley when Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley came out on that the fourth night, 7 overs where everything was, I mean, the atmosphere was just palpable. I mean, you could hear a pin drop at Headingley on a day where it was fancy dress day, and the atmosphere was fantastic around about sort of 10 to 6. This is a little bit more, so from India's point of view, they'll get a good spell into each of their seamers, possibly 2 spells into the seamer or a long spell into the seamer that's going the best. We might see if there's anything in for the spinners because of the length of time. So what do we got? We've got 24 overs remaining. I don't think we'll get all them in. We'll probably look to get we're probably lucky if we get 18, 19 in. And that means we might see for the first time if India feel as though their selection is justified by playing the depth of the batting and 2 spin bowlers. For England, look, it's been a tough and a hard time for their bowlers. 151 over, a long time in the field. I think Josh Tongue, you look at a lot of the figures, but I think we can have questions on England's consistency, but for me that would be so disrespectful to the way India have batted. Shubman Gill batted unbelievably well. Jaiswal set the tone at the top. Shubman Gill has had quite a few partners throughout that innings. Probably the biggest notable one is Ravindra Jadeja, where came in from last night into obviously what happened today, and batted a long period of time did India. Only 1 wicket taken throughout the first sort of 3 hours, and that's really set the benchmark for where India are at this moment in time. 587 is a huge score. England would like to turn games into one innings games when it comes to how they go about their chase manners, and England bowl first in test matches because they feel as though wherever you get in the first innings, batting on day 2 and batting on day 3 is the best time to bat, and we can get close to you, if not beyond you, and then when you've had that day in the field on moving day, we can knock you over and chase wherever. I think England will be very fortunate if they go in here to be 100 behind. If England can get somewhere near 500, then I think we might still have a sense of a game on. We might run out of time, but England will still feel as though the way they score, there might be a game on. But anything below 450, and I can't see this India team with 2 spinners, 4 seam options, giving it away here at Edgbaston.
The way darts players can be absolutely phenomenal. Like they know every single possible permutation of every finish, from double top to 170. So you say 137, and they'll go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, trouble. I'm gonna show my talkSPORT champion here. Yeah, that's treble. Is it treble 20, treble 20, treble 19, double 10?
Very good.
That's right, isn't it? Yeah.
You see, but as when it comes to sort of quantum theorem or applied mathematics, you'd be hopeless. But a darts finish, and it's the same thing. So if I said to you, all right, England score, so 587 is what India they've got. So England have got 24 overs remaining today. Let's say we get 20. And if I said to you, we've got 3 days, no weather interruptions, England scored 130 per session, how much time would there be left in the game if they scored 700? So do you know what I mean? And you'd automatically be able to tell me probably, there'd be a session and a half left, or 2 sessions left.
You're probably looking at just after tea, possibly. I'd sort of. Oh, you'd be going into the final day.
Yeah, it'd be like lunchtime final day.
Into the final day, where, because if they're going that far and they're getting that many, they're going to probably score more than 100 in a session, because 130 in a session. These guys can score 160 in a session if they're all going, and if they're going to get 700, it means that the top order's fired, and they're the ones that go quickly. What you have in games like this is there's a team going down for 180. There's a team going down for 180. Is it England in this session? In this innings? Possibly, because they've just done 150 overs in the field. if England go and get, and this is what I was trying to say, if England go and get 500, that means India would likely be in the field around about 110 overs. And that then, a bit tired, all of a sudden they've spent a long time in the field. And if that comes about, then you're looking at probably with 40 minutes to go tomorrow night. If that's 40 minutes to go tomorrow night, England can get 2 wickets from tiredness, get a night watchman in, 3 down. All of a sudden, India come back 100 in front, 120 in front, 3 down. England will feel as though, right, we've just chased 370, we'll bowl you out and we'll chase 250. These are the permutations I would imagine that'll be going through the England side when they look to win the toss and bowl first. But for me, I mean, if England don't get close to 100 behind, then I don't see how England can win this game, even with the third innings, which is normally moving day, getting bowled out on this surface for 200. If England go, I think
so. A lead of 100, put them under pressure in the third innings, is not possible.
A lead of 100,
off the table.
A lead of 100, put them under pressure third innings. I don't think this is as good a surface as Headingley from a outfield point of view and run scoring and everything goes like that. I don't think India will make the same mistakes at Headingley as in the negativity they had. And I mean, man, as you've commentated on over 350 test matches, you have seen some of the ridiculous things happen, but you've also seen that 371 chased once is probably once in it's 1 in 10 with this England side.
1 in 10?
1 in 10.
1 in 100?
Yeah, but with this England side, I think it's the way they've been going. If you look at the amount of games that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have set about their game plan, they've chased over 300 many times. I don't think they can do it back to back. I mean that's a massive ask. That is a huge ask. History tells you they can't do that. So England will not want not to give up too much more than 100 to then have to bowl them out for 200. Because England, I mean, will there be enough time to chase 300 on this surface? I don't know, but it was great what happened at Headingley. It was fantastic. But if you give any team 371 to chase on fourth innings, they will lose a hell of a lot more, if not 90% more, than they'll win.
I'm going to ask you a series of very obvious questions just to confirm the obvious. If you offered Ben Stokes a draw now, he wouldn't take it, would he?
If we were talking,
his teammates might.
If we were talking in a closed environment, hotel bar, nobody listening, I think he'd say yes. I think he would. Ben's realistic. I think if you're talking in an open environment where he's talking to the media and his team's listening, he'd probably say no. We'll try and win the game. What England have to do from here is to stay in a positive mindset, thinking we can win the game. And we can win the game how? We can win the game by getting 450, 475, 100 runs behind, bowl India out for 200, chase 300 to win. But I mean, there's a huge amount of buts in there, and when you just feel it for 150 overs, the fact that one innings throughout a test match in history tells you there's a low scoring innings in a test match, that when there's a result, it tends to be the third innings. It tends to be the team that's fielded for a hell of a long time. It might be the second innings here because England have just fielded for 150 overs.
Right, I wonder how the game will unfold. It's very intriguing. We're in a brand new era of Test cricket. We've entered a new parallel universe, because in all of my time, very seldom have I seen this many runs scored. Sri Lanka once scored 700 in a Test match at the Bisara Banamuti Stadium in Colombo against South Africa. Mahela Jayawardene made 374. He added 624 for the third wicket with Kumar Sangakkara, and you know that was gone. You know, all results weren't tossable, and in fact, throughout my life, most times a team get to 400, they can't lose the Test match. That's changed. It's changed. It's different, and you know, as you say, England this new England can win the Test match. I can't see it personally, but Harmy can.
It's not a case of can, it's a case of belief. And his Manners vacates the chair and Jon Norman's about to come in. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett come onto the field at Headingley. And we might not think, me and Manners, that England can. There's one thing for certain, that England dressing room will believe that all results are still possible, even with a mammoth 587 on the board. England are very, very good at taking the scoreboard out the equation, especially when they bat second, and just play the situation what's in front of them. And the situation for them is Akashdeep is going to take the first ball from the changing room end. Mohammad Siraj has gone down to fine leg. He will likely take the first over from the opposite end. And India, with 587 on the board, got 3 slips, a gully in place, Jon Norman, and they'll believe and hope that they can strike 1, possibly 2 wickets tonight.
Can I just say something to you, Harmy? And I don't want to lose you, I don't want you to start shivering, but you know what, there was a score, there was a single taken earlier today. I was on air with Jarrod and I don't think it was you, I think it might have been Gough, and the scorecard read 551 for 6.
Adelaide?
Yeah,
Adelaide, yeah.
you can lose from here.
You had Shane Warne.
Yes, they had Shane Warne. That's a very good point. And India have Washington Sundar. Crawley, first ball, defends resolutely. Ball's slapping the middle of the bat. It's not Jasprit Bumrah. Bowling is Akashdeep. Now, can you remember he debuted against England in 2024?
He did.
Were you at that one?
I think
it
I was.
quite late in the series. Oh no, it wasn't necessarily
No,
late.
was
but
it not Vishakhapatnam?
Yeah, it could have been. You were there. I should probably have already looked this up before I came on air. But he gave Zach Crawley a bit of a torrid time. In fact, he took the first 3 wickets in the innings. Pitched up and driven by Zach Crawley all along the ground. And he reaches the boundary about now. Mohammad Siraj collects the ball. It's thrown it into the field by one of the backroom staff. And, England's run chase is up and underway. 4 without loss here at Edgbaston. What a beautiful evening, or early afternoon, late afternoon, early evening. What time is it actually? Let's have a quick look.
10 to 5.
10 to 5. And so we've got a good hour and 40 minutes, and you know, I think we're going to find out a hell of a lot about the destination of this Test match in this 90 minutes or so. As Crawley takes 2 through mid-wicket. He's hit that really hard. Do you know what? He hasn't actually hit it that hard. He's just timed the pants off of it. He came off the bat and it looked like it was going to be a single, comfortable single, and then it's just carried on travelling. Jaiswal's actually had to put a bit of an effort in there because he's at square leg and he's had to hurtle around the boundary. It was about 10 yards in for the boundary, collect the ball and fire it back. So 6 without loss. And Akashdeep, who, as I say, he actually dismissed that Crawley, only to have overstepped. He castled him in that first Test match. Pitched up again, and this is just blocked back past the bowler, and it's fielded, no run.
Yeah, good start from Zach Crawley. More down the fact that the ball down the ground he hit, didn't try and hit it too hard, he just eased it down the ground. Karen had a feel like that when he came in off Josh Tong. Wasn't a full flourish, as Chris Gaffney has said that Akashdeep has just overstepped there, so it was a no ball. 4th ball of the over, and then you know when Zach's in good form and he clips it through mid-wicket, you're right, pure timing, ball exercised across the ground. He just touched it, and that's when his head's in a great position.
Deep again, driven again, 4 more runs from the bat of Zach Crawley. England 11 without loss after just 4 deliveries.
We're going for it, here we go, we're going for it.
Akashdeep's first spell in international Test cricket, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24. That was in Ranchi.
Ranchi, 4th Test. You're right, back in the series, 4th Test. Rajkot was 3rd, wasn't it?
And he bowls Zach Crawley would have been his first wicket in Test cricket, only to have overstepped. He did come back to get Crawley, though, I think. So it's Akashdeep opening the bowling in place of Jasprit Bumrah. 2 slips and a gully in place, and he's angling it in on the pads again, and this time Crawley picks out Jaiswal, who's about 10 yards in from the boundary at square leg, and that's another run to the score, 12 without loss.
Jaiswal's out in the deep. He's been banished from slip. Trying to think who's that's in there. Kiran Naz at first, Kirol at second. Nitish Reddy is at Cooley, I think. Sai Siddharthan's on the field, but I'm assuming that's for Shubman Gill, I would expect. 66, Siddharthan's on the field. I would expect that's for Shubman Gill. And after dropping 3 catches, one was actually in the deep from Jaiswal. He's banished to deep point for Ben Duckett.
What was the most painful drop you ever experienced as a fielder?
Graham Smith. Graham Smith. This reminds me so much of this Test match, and then Graham Smith got a double here, and then when Nasser Hussain dropped him on 8, Jimmy Anderson.
Wide of the crease, first ball, and Duckett defends. End of the over then, an eventful one. If you're just joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, India finally bowled out for 587. They faced 151 overs, with Shubman Gill putting on the highest score by an Indian in England ever in Test cricket, 269 runs for Washington Sundar, who hit 42, and also Ravindra Jadeja, who was bounced out 11 shy of a century himself. Shoaib Bashir taking 3 for 167. He bowled 45 overs. What's the most amount of overs you bowled in an innings? Can you remember?
I think about 40 in a Test match. I think it was about 46 in Lahore when Mohammad Youssef got 200. And was it Lahore? Might have been Lahore or Multan. I'm trying to think.
2006?
2005, just before.
Not 2006. 2005. After the Ashes.
After the Ashes. I think it was either Lahore. I think it was Lahore. He got a double 100. They got 620. About 48 overs for Durham once in a game at Eastbourne.
Who was your captain?
David Boone, having pulled out the week before under-19s with sore shins.
Mohammad Siraj then is to share new ball duties, and his first delivery is guided into the backward point area where it's fielded from the bat of Zach Crawley, who's faced 7 of the 8 deliveries, legal deliveries, to have been bowled today. In this innings, that is. He's 11, Duckett yet to get off the mark. Brilliant innings from Duckett in second innings, but there was a pretty useful one from Zach Crawley as well, who hit 65 as the two put on 188 for that first wicket in the run chase on day 5 at Headingley. As again opens a face of touch, drops it down into the ground, and is that KL Rahul?
Yeah,
Jadeja. Well, he's enjoying the reaction from the Hollies stand, because as he's fallen over to try and, well, successfully.
Yeah, his drawstring snapped, hasn't it?
Essentially his trousers have come down.
Trousers have come down. The string is snapped in the back, so he can't tighten them.
Well, the Hollies are going to be on that. Any time the ball goes anywhere near him, until he gets his trousers changed, you're going to know about it before I tell you, because the Hollies stand are going to be up and cheering on. Siraj then in past the umpire, and this is pushed up towards mid-on, but it's fielded by the bowler, no run.
Yeah, once bowled 48 overs in a game at Eastbourne on a club wicket. Sussex against Durham. I think it was Dickie Bird's last ever Test match. We got changed in a squash court in the cricket next to the cricket club at Eastbourne. Fielded for a ridiculous amount of overs. John Wood, my opening bowling partner, bowled 46. And Robin Weston, who was doing 12th man, came in to the squash court at the end of, we finished bowling, put the drinks down and went, thank God that's over. My bowling partner John Wood was not happy with our 12th man.
Here is Siraj, a touch fuller, and Crawley's forward on the drive, but that looks like it's come off the toe end of the bat. 13 without loss. I wonder what the most number of overs ever bowled by an English bowler in a Test match is. I'm 60s. Sure Gary would tell us.
It's got to be in the 60s. in sort of not. I mean this with all due respect, in proper cricket rather than 1930s when they literally played all day and all night.
Siraj again, touch wide and left alone by Crawley. India have posted the highest total against England in the Stokes-McCullum era. They've gone past the previous highest, 579, by Pakistan at Rawalpindi in 2021. England, though, in that match, I think it hit 600 odd.
Yeah.
And they won.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
I think that's the most impressive win. I think it's that one. It's
Was
the
that
most
not
impressive.
Was that Harry Brooks scored?
No, that was more recently than that. That was Harry Brooks' second series, I think. Defended this time by Crawley. I think that win showed the best captaincy from Ben Stokes ever. I think wasn't that the Test match that England hit 500 in a day?
Yeah,
on
500
day one.
a day, wasn't it? Was it 500 a day or 498? 498 or 499?
I'm sure Gary would tell us.
You talk about expensive drops. It finished Gough off that double 100 from Graham Smith here at Edgbaston.
He's never
saying that because he's behind us.
He's never
Finished him off. He walked off, put his boots in the bin. Lads, I'm retiring. I'm away to Port Banús. I'll see you later. So, and then Jimmy Anderson replaced him. I think hit it straight to Nasser Hussain, who dropped it.
Siraj again, left alone again this time. Crawley, touch straighter, but no dramas. End of over number 2. Crawley is 11, Duckett yet to get off the mark. England 13 without loss. India 587 all out. Just go through those bowling figures. Chris Woakes 25 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 81. Bryden Cast 24 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 83. He spent a bit of time off the field. Didn't look right today, so we'll keep across that. Josh Tongue was expensive, but he did pick up a couple of wickets today. 28 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 119. Ben Stokes 19 overs, no maidens, 1 for 74. It was good not to see him bowl, to be honest with you, towards the back end of the innings. Shoaib Bashir 45 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 167. Joe Root picking up a wicket, his 5 overs going for 20, and Harry Brook even bowled 5 overs, no maidens, none for 31. Holly's standing good voice as Akashdeep comes in and bowls to Ben Duckett. It's an Oasis song, I think, being sung out there. Oasis, doesn't their tour start tomorrow, Goughy?
It does indeed, my friend.
Are you going? Do you have a ticket?
No.
No, I'm not a massive
I'd
fan.
rather watch it on TV.
I'd rather just not watch it, to be honest. I'm not.
It's too noisy for me, John. I'm 55 coming up, right? Pension age, and the last thing I need is that song. Even though I like them, I do like them, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But I'm not into concerts. My son is massively into Coldplay, and that's one I would go watch.
Here is Akashdeep, and he's in and defended by Duckett. No run, 3 slips, Gully, backward point. There's a couple of fielders in the mid-wicket as well. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not a concert guy.
I don't see you as a festival kind of guy. I can't see you at
I
Glastonbury.
do with my wife though. She works at festivals, doesn't she? Does all the well-being stuff. No.
Okay, so not a Glastonbury.
So I do go to them. I'm off to Chris Evans one at Carfest. So we do that. My wife works at Carfest, so we go there every year.
Nice.
And I go a little bit in the VVIP bit, which is a nice place to be.
A VVIP.
Yeah.
Wrapped on the pads, but too high. Akashdeep, he has the... Mark Wood does this, doesn't he? He's running in and he's bowling around the wicket, and as he gets to the stumps, he kind of almost like jumps...
Goes the other way.
Yeah, jumps to the side.
I watched him in warm-ups, John, and exactly my same thought. He almost goes in, and then his body's going the other way.
Oh, they're going through the full repertoire now.
This is about the 8th time they've gone with this. But they sing it well.
Is Bumble on the way around or something? Have they seen Bumble? Here's Akashdeep, it's edged and it's been caught brilliantly at 3rd slip. Duckett has gone for a duck. Can you believe it? It's a fine 2-handed grab to his left. And India, who dropped catches all around the field, have just taken a stunner. Akashdeep has struck early. Duckett's gone without scoring. A genuine outside edge. It went quick and to the left of Shubman Gill, who cannot do any wrong. He's just come on the field, and India strike early. England 13 for 1.
I'll tell you what, it's a fantastic delivery actually. Made him play Ben Duckett. We know he doesn't like to leave the ball early on in his innings. In fact, full stop. 5 balls faced and he goes for a duck. I think that's a shock to everyone. He's been in such terrific form. But Akashdeep, after getting a bit of tap from Crawley in that first innings, comes back well and takes the wicket. But I'll tell you what, a round of applause for Shubman Gill. Huge batting score over 2 days nearly, and he's just played a blinder. Diving to his left, made it look so easy, like he's batting, and that's a big breakthrough for England, for India. And England now 13 for 1, and Ollie Pope comes to the crease.
Well, I did just say with Harmy, and we mentioned on air, that this next 90 minutes is going to tell us so much about where this Test match is going. You know, if England's cantered to, 100, 110 without loss, or now 1 down, you'd say, well, it's looking like a draw, right? But if India were to strike 2 or 3 times before stumps with that massive first innings score, wow. 3 slips in place, and first ball! Ollie Pope has just been caught a 3rd slip! The half-hearted drive, it is absolutely flown to the right of the fielder. He's had 2 grabs at it, and it's settled into his hands at the 2nd attempt, and Ollie Pope has been dismissed. First ball, Akashdeep is on a hat-trick here at Edgbaston. England are 13 for 2.
Wow, Ollie Pope stuck on the crease, first on, a little bit nervous, the feet struggled to get going, playing it through the leg side, a thickest outside edge to second slip, and I'll tell you what, another good catch on the second bounce, because that travelled, that was going at speed, and he just held it up and caught it at the 2nd attempt. And Ollie Pope, off his first ball face, goes caught 2nd slip, and the atmosphere is going to rise now. Akashdeep didn't get the dream start, but he's picked up a couple of wickets, and India are on fire. And guess who comes to the crease now, though? The master, the top England run scorer of all time, Joe Root.
Well, I wonder whether Joe Root has ever walked to the crease on a hat-trick.
I'm sure he has.
In Test cricket?
I'm sure he has. He's got to have, surely.
I don't know, I can't remember it happening before. It's not often that a hat-trick takes out numbers 2 and 3 either, or numbers 1 and 3.
All right, mate, don't rub it in. Well, of course it is. I mean, who was he, the left armour from Sri Lanka? He got the top 3 first balls of a one-day international, didn't he?
Oh, okay, yeah.
What was he, the tall left armour? It wasn't Shimmy Devas, it was the other one. Didn't he take... you remember, not LeBroy, that was before, years ago.
Didn't they take 4? Wasn't it 4 in an over? Anyway, 13 for 2 then. India bowled out for 587. Zach Crawley taking 11 runs from the first over, but here we are. Joe Root on the hat-trick ball with Akashdeep, past the umpire, he's in, and he's just pushed it out to cover Joe Root. He's not flustered, is he? Wow, what a start to this innings, Goffey. We were wondering how it was going to go, and Akashdeep has just picked up 2 wickets, and England have seen Ben Duckett, who scored a century in 2nd innings in the first Test, and Ollie Pope, who hit a century in 1st innings in the first Test, sent back, neither of which managing to register a run, in which India have just hit 587.
Wow, sensational over that. Huge round of applause for Akashdeep. I say, took a bit of tap, didn't he, in his first over? Not what he would have wanted, but the second over, round of applause, absolutely fantastic. Aggression, with pace, with skill, and the hat-trick ball was actually a good delivery. Right on the stumps, Joe Root had to get bat on it, came down a little bit late, wasn't a comfortable strike, but he survived the hat-trick ball.
And here is Mohammad Siraj, who wants a bit of fun as well. And he draws Crawley forward, playing defensively with a straight blade down the track. India, they got a lot of criticism after that first Test. They lost the unlosable Test match. But here, they are going to be in possession of this game for the next 3 sessions or so, even if England get off to a rollicking start tomorrow morning. They had runs quickly. 587 on the board, and England 13 for 2. And excitement. I mean, the Holly Stand wanted some excitement today. They haven't had a great deal to cheer about. This probably wasn't the kind of excitement they wanted, but it certainly stopped the singing. Siraj again, and this is driven down into the ground. It bounces up over the bowler. It's fielded at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, a decent start as well from Siraj. We know what he can be like with a new ball. He's one of them guys, isn't he, who normally gets it in the right place, and he can prove an handful. He can pick up a couple of wickets with a new ball. He's a skillful bowler. But he's also, on another day, he's one of those bowlers that runs in, he just keeps bowling throwdowns. And he can go around the park like he did in the first Test match with a new ball. So this is a big innings for Siraj as well, by the way, especially now his partner in crime who's come into the side, Akash Deep. And there's a lot, he's highly thought of, Akash. I know when he played in India in one of the Test matches, he didn't get it right exactly.
Here is Siraj, and Crawley coming forward, trying to place this through mid-wicket, picks out the fielder, no run.
So it'll be interesting to see how Siraj goes. Like I say, I'm a big fan of him. I had him down to be the top wicket taker for India this series, by the way.
Did you?
Only because Bumrah, I always thought he was always going to play 3 matches.
Yeah, no, that's a good shout.
And I thought, well, looking at their team, I'm not sure who's probably going to play 5 tests. So I went for Siraj, and I think he is a good wicket taker, but I think it's like anything. When you're a fast bowler, you just need to get that one. It gives you one, and that confidence rises, the pace comes up with confidence. Look at Akish. I bet that last over, every ball was quicker, the next ball was quicker and quicker and quicker.
He saw a couple go down, did Siraj, in that first test as well. Crawley defends again. Do you know he had a higher full shot percentage from his bowling than Jasprit Bumrah in that first innings?
He's a skillful
Bumrah
bowler.
Took a fifer.
He's a skillful bowler, John, and I've seen him quite a bit now over the years, and I think he had a decent IPL, hadn't he? He had a point to prove because he got left out, didn't he, of the World Cup squad for India, and he was disappointed in that. And I thought he had a good IPL, and skillful bowler. He's a wicket taker, but unfortunately for him, he has too many off days.
He is a little bit hot and cold, isn't he? But 20 wickets at 31 in the Border Gavaskar Trophy in those 5 Test matches across the winter, the English winter, as this is defended out into the covers again from Crawley. Might put away the cover drive for a bit. That's really stunned the crowd here. They were in good voice 2 overs ago.
The game needed it, John.
It did.
Come on, the game needed it.
No, you're absolutely right. If England had got to 110 with that loss at stumps, you'd be thinking, this is going to be a high-scoring draw. But now the pressure is going to be on England, and is on England right now. And also, they're going to be tired. They've been in the field for 151 overs. Some things you can't change about cricket. Driving straight to Jaiswal, who collects on the bounce at extra cover. End of the over, and that brings Akash Deep back on. And just hear the hum in this crowd. A lot of Indian fans here today, and we heard them. Joe Root coming to the crease and having to face a hat-trick delivery, which he did do. And sometimes, you do see that hat-trick ball, and it the occasion gets to the bowler, doesn't it, a bit? But this was bang on the stumps, forcing a shot from Root. Could have taken an outside edge, an inside edge onto the stumps. It could have taken the stumps, the pad. But Root just blocking it out into the covers.
Well, with an hat-trick ball, that's what you've got to do. You've got to try and give as many chances to get a wicket from that delivery.
Here is Akash Deep, and Joe Root coming across his stumps and trying to just place this into mid-wicket. It doesn't connect, no run.
And what I mean by that is you bowl it as fast as you can and straight as you can at the stumps, brings him bowled, LBW, and if he doesn't use his footwork, his feet, like Ollie Pope didn't, he gets the outside edge and brings slips into play. So that's the idea of an hat-trick ball. You don't want to bowl it wide because the batter can just leave it. You've got to bowl it at the stumps.
We all know about your famous, one of the, if not the most famous hat-trick in cricket, I think. Did you take many hat-tricks in county cricket?
Yeah, I did. Absolutely. One against Kent, one against Lancashire.
Here's Akash Deep again, and it's Joe Root playing defensively, yet to get off the mark. England 13 for 2 in the second innings.
I'm trying to think what else. I think I go about 4. I'm
4?
not quite sure. Yeah.
4 in county cricket.
No, 4 in cricket. So
4 in total.
one was Lancashire's. It was in a 40-over match, I think.
Okay.
I got one against Kent County Championship. I might have got another one in a county championship game, but I've been on the asterisk so many times. You can imagine my type of bowler, same as Wakar or lots of Yorkers.
Deep again. This is just dragging the length back just a touch, but Root playing on the front foot, and again just defending in and around off stump. He's having a slight problem with his footmarks. He was a no ball in the first over, and then he had another almost like had 3 players around him.
And this is a problem when the pitch gets dry. As a fast bowler, and you're hitting that pitch really hard, and you've got a beautiful rhythm, and it can play with your mind. That front foot, you know, when it gets dry and it gets uneven, and it becomes really uncomfortable because you're attacking the crease at pace, and if you're not stable on that front foot, it can make you bowl half volleys, long hops, throw it down the leg side because you're not strong at the crease.
Deep again, midway point of his 3rd over. And Joe Root is going to get off the mark. Just gets up on his toes and helps this ball through the leg side for a comfortable 2. And that moves the score along, 15 for 2.
Do you know when you see these pictures, John, and you see great players, you've seen many great players, haven't we, over the years, playing Test cricket, and I've played against them as well, and you know when they first come to the crease, now India are thinking, this guy gets to 10, gets to 20, there's a good chance on this pitch he goes on and gets a big one, right? As Shubman Gill did, as Jaiswal did. You know you have to strike early on flat pitches. Because Ricky Ponting got to 10, 20 on this pitch, he's getting 100.
Root will take another couple down to backwards square leg. And gets off strike. Yeah, there's just something about Joe Root, isn't he? When he's at the crease, you just expect him to be there and stay there, and
it can be now and again a little bit frantic when his timing's not 100%. He can be a little off. He goes away and works at his game, like, I mean, he's non-stop working.
Well, you all know him.
He can be a little bit frantic
up.
Sometimes, and he can come hard at you with the, do you know what I mean?
Like Ollie
just shaping it out. He can come hard at you with no feet, and but when he gets going, he's just awesome to watch. He's just an awesome machine.
Last ball of Akashdeep's 3rd over, and angling in on the pads of Crawley, who gets across inside edge down into the ground, and that's the end of the over. 16 for 2 then, with Zach Crawley 11 not out, Joe Root 3 not out, and England with both Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope dismissed without scoring, both going inside and over. 2 and 2 balls. Joe Root walking to the crease on a hat-trick, which he successfully navigated. And they're still looking at or are they? There's a little bit of a conflab going on involving Rishabh Pant. Akashdeep is just walking back to his mark. But in India, they needed to take those catches, didn't they? Saw a couple go down. Could have changed the course of the game headingly. And Shubman Gill and KL Rahul, that 2nd and 3rd slip, both taking, I mean, the 2nd one in particular went really fast, and he would have seen it a bit late as well. Here's Siraj, and this is just glanced down to backwards square leg for another single. 17 for 2. I mean, this is the stage of the game where, you know, I mean, this is, just imagine if Jasprit Bumrah was playing. Of course, Akashdeep wouldn't be playing necessarily, so he wouldn't have taken those 2 wickets.
Well, the good thing is that England are 17 for 2. India now have got a chance. If they're thinking now 16 overs, or just over 16 overs left of the day's play, picking up another couple of wickets tonight.
Wow, that would be massive, wouldn't it? That Siraj is in, and as a little cheeky shy underarm at the stumps, as Zach Crawley had his back to the bowler. He's in comfortably walking back. There is another test match taking place, by the way. I mean,
Bulawayo?
No, it's in Grenada, I think. It's Australia against the West Indies, and of course we're all looking ahead to the Ashes at the end of the year. Australia 93 for 4 at the lunch break.
Where's it at?
Grenada, St George's. So their top order isn't firing again. Cameron Green going final ball of the session. Wrapped on the pads, it is Crawley, possibly via an inside edge, either way. Just a little yelp from the bowler and the slip cordon. And Mohammad Siraj, he likes to get into a battle. You never used to be like that so much, did you? You used to play with a smile on your face. I mean, I can't remember you really. You weren't a nasty bowler.
A couple of times.
I don't think Siraj is a nasty bowler. It's just he likes to get himself fired up, doesn't he?
It's an handful. I mean, Jimmy Anderson's the same. He likes to fire himself up, doesn't he? And sometimes do something. Probably couldn't knock his way out of a paper bag, but as a bowling hand, you become aggressive, don't you? Some people need to do it, and some don't.
Siraj again. And Crawley will take a single to square leg.
But yeah, I think for me it was about having fun and smile on your face. Now and again, obviously, I got into confrontations. I think especially against Australia, a couple of times, especially Justin Langer. Me and him had some great dudes over the years. A couple of ding-dongs. I think once against Sri Lanka when I threatened to drop the nut on Mahanama, if you remember that one day game, we had his helmet on. I went to run him out and he pushed me over, basically. Remember that? In Adelaide? So that was an interesting moment.
I mean, Sri Lanka, they were a right old
They were an aggressive
bunch,
team, by the way. The very aggressive side.
Oh, Jarrod's here.
Hello, Jarrod.
Hey, Jarrod, sitting right next to you.
Well, just speak. You got a microphone. I'm having to peer through these bars to commentate as this is pushed out into the covers. 4 down at lunch, Australia. Jarrod. Yeah, they can't bat. It was Ranatunga, wasn't it, when he was captain of Sri Lanka?
Aggressive team.
And as for Kumar Sangakkara, by the way, who looks like the nicest guy in the world, and kind of is. He was. Can you remember him and Alex Stewart?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about Sanga. He's a competitor. He wants to win. And I think that's what it comes down to for Sangakkara. He's a winner, right? And he's desperate to win. Remember Dilshan?
Yeah.
Dilshan always had arguments with him.
Yeah. Oh, playing a miss. That was a waft from Joe Root. I had to just check who was batting. I don't see that very often. There was no great reward for that shot, even if he'd got the bat on the ball. I don't think he would have even picked up a single, but he's chased one. And on another day, this is what we say about Mohammad Siraj. He's that kind of bowler. They play him this and he doesn't get the edge.
I know, he's an unlucky bowler, isn't he? But that was good heat on it as well. I think that did Joe for pace off the pitch. It really did. Got caught on the crease, didn't it? Never forward or back. Just wafted it. And that's what he can do, Joe, early on. And that's why you have to get him early. But once he gets his rhythm and his movement and he gets it all in timing, he just looks elegant at the crease and he just accumulates runs.
Akash Deep, start of his 4th over, he's picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls, and it's Zach Crawley who got off to a lightning fast start in the first over. He scored 11. He's only added a run since then. He's being watchful, and this is blocked out to the leg side. How you doing, Jarrod? Gough was just saying, we kind of needed that. The game needed those 2 quick wickets. It's just moved the match on, and it's just given a bit of drama for the last hour of play, because it has been a bit quiet today, the Hollis stand.
No, it has. Look, I think for the first time in a long time, we have a team has a chance of winning this rather than a draw, and that's changed things a lot, hasn't it? And they still might bat pretty. It still looks like a flat pitch to me, Gough. It doesn't look like it's changed.
Here's Deep again, inside edge, down into the ground. 2 good catches.
Well, look, you've got a new ball for a reason. You get a new ball in cricket because there's every chance something might do something. A little bit of extra bounce, the other one might seam, because it's got a seam on it, believe it or not, and it's nice and shiny.
It feels like that for a day and a half.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? You tend to, that's why new ball bowlers can pick up wickets. They're allowed to do it. Jimmy Anderson did it for fun, right? Over many, many years. So if you're going to be vulnerable as a batting lineup, it's going to be against a new ball. And he's managed to pick up 2 wickets in 2 balls, and it's gone quiet all of a sudden again. So 2 more wickets though, and it makes this game really exciting.
Crawley with his bat raised, and he comes forward and just defends from the crease. No run, 18 for 2.
I'm also happy for Akash Deep because he bowled really well in Australia, and he deserved more wickets, and he's played a couple of times in India on flat pitches where that hasn't gone for him.
He got smashed around, didn't he?
He's obviously a good bowler, and Indian, I mean, we're now seeing Indian fans doing the biggest backflip you've ever seen on Shubman Gill after so many of them telling us he was rubbish. Suddenly, oh no, he's the next thing. Akashdeep is obviously a good test bowler. He's still got a lot to learn, and he's coming through, but he's got talent, so I'm glad he's having a little moment in the sun here. It is sunny at the moment, John.
Oh, thanks for confirming. Forward, and on the drive is Zach Crawley. It's not timed well enough to reach the boundary. Jay Swell will chase the ball down, but another couple of runs. Crawley moves to 14, the score 20 for 2. And he looks like a new ball bowler as well, doesn't he?
I like him. I think he hits the bat pretty hard. We've got to remember this is a slow pitch. Jack Crawley's batting outside his crease because the pitch is that slow. He's trying to stop that any movement whatsoever, and he's looking to drive him. That tells you it's a good pitch as well. But I'll tell you what, when it comes to Lords, I think India have got a decent attack when it comes to their Lords.
That's clipped to the left of mid-wicket, and the fielder's got his head in his hands. That was in the air, it was travelling, hit really, really hard. I'll have to have a look in the replay to see just how close that came. Is that Gill at short mid-wicket? It is, yeah. Haven't seen here's the replay.
Oh,
well,
not too far away.
Not too far. I mean, it was hit so hard. It either goes straight to you or away to the boundary. But
86 miles an hour, John, as well.
Yeah,
Akashdeep.
Good pace on the pads, and Crawley comes forward and glances his square of the wicket for another run. 25 for 2. Then England, after India made 587. That's the end of the over. Akashdeep still looking at where his foot's landing on the crease. Manners is here.
Manners looks like he's been bowling for 2 days.
It does, doesn't it, Manners? You've been asleep, Manners. It looked like you've had 20 minutes up there.
He went to bed at 7 last night and 7 the night before.
We're walking back tonight, aren't we, Manners? So you'll never see us again.
I hope you enjoy your walk. It's a lovely evening for a walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be walking
hand
to
in
the
hand.
left.
Are you out tonight?
There's every chance.
Oh.
There's no escaping the army. Harmison. No escaping him. Unless I lock myself in my room and pretend I'm not in it, I can't see.
I've seen you do that occasionally, though. You're not always a party animal. You occasionally have an early night.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah, a bit of Netflix.
We were broadcasting the India series last year. Siraj is in, he's edged, and Zach Crawley has just been caught at first slip. A flat-footed drive. The simplest of the 3 catches, but they've all got to be taken. And Mohammad Siraj has struck. England are 3 down late on day 2 with only 25 on the board, and Crawley's got to go.
Well, poor shot for me. That's the poorest shot of the 3. Really was just flashing at a ball that wasn't that wide. Feet were nowhere again and just flashing at it, trying to hit it through the offside. And so far we've had 3rd slip, great catch. 2nd slip on the rebound. 1st slip straight in. 3 down now, England. Zach Crawley goes for 19 from 30 deliveries. He looked promising, he looked strong at the crease, he was timing the ball. And the first poor shot he's played, he's vulnerable in that area, isn't he, against a new ball. The harder ball, sometimes just wait for the right deliveries to drive at. That was length, feet were nowhere, straight into 1st slip stands, and it brings another Yorkshireman to the crease.
Oof.
Harry Brook.
Who was dismissed first ball in his last innings.
I don't know if you saw what happened there, but they took the catch and they rolled the ball over to the umpire. And unfortunately, when they rolled it, it was a bit too close to Zach Crawley. And in his frustration, tried to kick the ball away, and he missed it. You know, sometimes you're just not seeing the ball great. Sometimes we've all had those days, John.
I'm better with my feet than my hands.
Goughy's going to have one tonight with Harmy. I tell you what, after not being able to catch anything in the last test, look, that wasn't a hard one, but all 3 have been sharp.
That was good catch, safe hands, wasn't it? Straight in, good height, slightly above his head. But like I said, third slip's come into play, second slip, now first slip. Been excellent so far from India. They've really attacked England with the new ball. And that's the idea. You know, on these pitches, for good pitches, flat pitches, you have to go hard at the opposition with the new ball. It's your best chance to take wickets. After that, you can sit in. But the new ball is vital.
Here is Siraj with the new ball, and Harry Brook chases one. Just props forward and follows the ball, and then its head snaps back. Rishabh Pant takes the ball. That's so close to England being losing 2 wickets and 2 balls for the second time in the innings.
Well, anybody would think.
Oh, that's an absolute
It was a good delivery, actually. A little bit of away movement from the right-hander. But again, you'd think England had been in the field 150 odd overs, wouldn't you? They were a little bit flat-footed at the crease. Every one of them have come to the crease. That first few balls, a little bit flat-footed. Ben Duckett caught on the crease. Ollie Pope caught on the crease. Zach Crawley.
Here's Siraj, a play and a miss from Brook. What's going on out there? Siraj could have got him twice.
Mate, wafted it again. Mate, length ball, just outside off stump. There you go, shaping away, goes for a big drive. Oof, got away with one there. Nowhere near it, nowhere near it.
I can see why you put money on Siraj to be top wicket taker. I'm a big fan of Siraj, I like him. I mean, I think if you're India, you'd love him to be first change with Shami and Bumrah taking the new ball. But here we are, down the track, Harry Brook, and it's an expansive shot for a team that are 25 for 3, chasing, well, not chasing, but giving up 587. He tries to slog this on the move.
This is a shot of a man who averages 58 in Test cricket. If he averaged 28, he wouldn't be doing that, would he? Let's be straight.
I wrote a piece the other day about number 5s in Test cricket, and I said that Rishabh Pant running down the wicket and slogging is like Steve Waugh blocking with soft hands on the leg side and taking one. It's what number 5s do. It's just changed so massively, hasn't it, in the last 20 years?
And you got
I don't
Travis
think Steve
Head.
Waugh would have played that shot.
Travis Head to do that, wouldn't he? He's Australian number 5. Siraj in with the fans here at Edgbaston, the vocal fans being of Indian persuasion, as Brook inside edges this down to Jaiswal at shortish mid-wicket. No run, 25 for 3. England have lost Duckett and Pope without scoring. Pope going first ball for the 3rd time in his first-class career. He went first ball against India last year as well. And a few moments ago, Zach Crawley.
Terrible shot, Zach Crawley.
It was a poor shot. He was in no position to play. And he edged one on a length to first slip. On the drive, no foot movement. And Siraj is in, and this is down the leg side. Harry Brook, of course, was caught down the leg side. First ball at Headingley. And that's the end of the over. 25 for 3 then. Still got another hour to go. A wicket maiden for Mohammad Siraj. He could have picked up Harry Brook on 2 or 3 occasions. It's all going on out there. And to talk us through the next half an hour, Goughy will be replaced by his best bud, Steve Harmison, and Neil Manthorp's coming in for me after a word from Jarrod.
Goughy's going off to prepare for his night out with Harmy. Just drink some milk, have a little nap.
He's going to sleep. Yeah, he's going to get 2 hours in before he comes in as 3 cruise campos.
Is he back tomorrow, Goughy?
Yeah, he's back
He's
tomorrow.
got day 3, isn't he?
Akashdeep continues running away from us to Joe Root, turns it away nicely off his pads out towards Mohammad Siraj under the sun hat at long leg, and England are 26 for 3. Well, it's been India's test match. They've done so far all the things right that they did wrong. The 2 main ones being going on and making a score that should really make the test match safe, which they should have done at Headingley when they were 430 for 3, and catching their catches. Got to catch the ball to win test matches, and I did say in our preview that if they continue to create chances and did the same things they did right at Headingley, then they would probably win this Test match. They think they should have won at Headingley, as Akash, or certainly not lost, as in once again, played away defensively by Harry Brook, drops it down on the offside. Can be a little bit of a sketchy starter, Harry Brook, can't he?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, he can be. Fends outside, off stump, sort of fishes for it. When he comes down the wicket, I think he comes down the wicket controlled. I don't think it's kamikaze style and sort of head up, whoosh, swing for the hills. He's coming down the wicket because of that sketchy start, and I think what he's trying to do is trying to get his body into the ball. So that's probably why he's coming down, because he's probably weight going back.
Akashdeep to Harry Brook, plays defensively from the crease, no run.
When that weight transfer's going back, he feels as though he's a little bit off balance, and then he's fending outside and fishing outside off stump. When he's coming at the ball, so he'll come out the crease to come at the ball, try and be in control, hit through the line of the ball, his actual body weight and his movement and his momentum and his head positions going through the ball, and then he goes back into his crease, stands still and feels as though his head's coming towards the target, and his hands, he's in control of his hands as opposed to playing away from himself. I think that's why he comes out of his crease first 3 or 4 balls if he has a bit of a sketchy start.
Here's Akashdeep in once again. Brook forward, soft hands, guides that one to backward point, fielded by Jadeja. Good to see him there as well. England 26 for 3. A reminder that a number of records broken by Indian captain Shubman Gill today, going on to a career best first-class score, obviously Test score of 269 useful contributions. Jadeja more than useful, 89 in a 6th wicket stand of 203. 42 from Washington Sundar, and a few bits and pieces from 9, 10, 11 as well. 6, 8 and 5 from Akashdeep, Mohammad Siraj and Prasid Krishna. Deep in once again, and Brook has a little push at this one. Kept low, but again just a flat-footed, unconvincing, dangerous-looking prod at that outside the off stump, and he was beaten by the low bounce, you would think, judging by his reaction, walking down the pitch and giving it a couple of prods.
Yeah, there were some inconsistencies of the bounce, even when the likes of Josh Tongue and Bryden Cast was banging it in halfway down. It wasn't flying off the surface, and there again we've seen that possibly for the hardness, the newness of the ball. It's very much sitting in the surface, and I was worried about England on these surfaces.
Here's Akashdeep again, and turned away behind square on the leg side. Go through for a single. I think you should talk a little bit about Akashdeep, Jarrod.
I did before you came on, but I'll say again that I think he's been unlucky so far in Test cricket. We looked at his control percentage, which is basically just looking at how likely are you to take the wicket, which is a good way sometimes of, rather than just looking at your average, where you might have a couple of drop catches or a few extra plays and misses on some days. Akashdeep has bowled pretty well in Test cricket so far. He just hasn't managed to take the wickets. One thing I'm interested in Harmy's view on is, and we'll wait for him to get rid of the 7 sweets he just put in his mouth, but Denver Nuggets in the NBA have a centre, a Serbian centre, 6'11", Nikola Jokic, who's very, very good manners. That's all you need to know about him.
Here's Mohammad Siraj, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. It's nipped back. It's nipped back.
I think they're having a look at the catch as well. I wonder if Shubman Gill has caught this as well. He dived forward at 4th slip and dived forward. Did he take the catch?
That just looked really close.
It did look really close.
He's trapped on the crease, isn't he, Harry Brook? It has nipped back.
They've gone for it.
Gone for the review on the basis that they've got 2 bites of the cherry?
Possibly 2 bites of the cherry. I think they would have gone. I'm not sure if it's carried to Shubman Gill. He dived forward, and whether it carried or not, I'm not so sure. I think if Shubman Gill had caught it, he'd have been sort of more in the face of the umpires to say, all right, the catch, thinking that the umpire might be giving this not out because he's inside edged it.
Well,
it's high, isn't it?
Is it high? Is it? Yeah, it's a bail trimmer, isn't it? If it's not missing, hits him what, just above the roll? But as I said, he's caught on the crease. He's not really got forward. Hasn't hit it.
At most, it's going to be hitting the top of leg stump. I don't think it's hitting enough.
It looks high there.
Yeah, I'm with Jarrod. I think this is umpire's call on missing. It's nipped back, but it's caught Harry Brook, who's about 6'1", 6'2", above the knee roll, about half a metre outside his crease.
Missing.
Top of leg stump.
Umpire's call, top of leg stump.
Oh, it's got a good corner.
Do you know what? Just looking back at that, even though it hit him above the knee roll, you could see that the ball wasn't really going up, was it? So it was always going to struggle to hit enough of the stumps there. But I think if I was the umpire, I probably would have given that out, I think, live. And I'd be pretty happy with my decision, I think.
Yeah, it's one of them decisions where it's not a bad call. It's so close, it's not a bad call. You can see why he hasn't given it out. There's a bit of doubt there. I think Chris Gaffney gave a couple not out at Headingley. And I think we looked at it, didn't we, St. Manners, and we said, look, it was a good decision by the umpire.
Here is Siraj again. Brook plays defensively, pushing up to mid-on.
Manners, do you want me to keep going with my 6'11"
Yeah.
serving tip? So basically, he's the best basketballer in the world, right? And so when Denver Nuggets are playing and he's on the court, he plays unlike anyone else. And so they play around him because he's the best basketballer in the world. When he comes off the court, they don't know how to play the team sometimes. But when he's not in the game, they play quite well because they go back to playing normal basketball. Jasper Bumrah is one of the best bowlers we've ever seen, right? And I think sometimes when you're supporting him as a bowler, you're bowling for Jasper Bumrah. And when he's not in the team, everyone has to step up and do what they normally do, which is all these guys would normally be the leaders of their attacks, even at a young age. So I think there's a psychological difference of not having Bumrah around.
Siraj in once again, pushes up towards mid-on. So no one's playing second fiddle, no one's bowling in the shadow.
They are not bowling for Jasper Bumrah, they're just bowling. So Akashdeep's got the ball in his hand, he's like, I've got to move it around, I've got to get some wickets. Siraj is like, okay, I'm the strike bowler here, this is my job again. Whereas I think there's an element that that was a no ball, by the way, as well. I think there's an element when you're playing for Bumrah, you can't help but think, oh, but I'm bowling at the other end, I've got to keep pressure on for him.
Support tactics.
Yeah, it's very different. And if you're not used to being a support bowler, which someone like Mohammad Siraj isn't, I think that can affect the way that you bowl. You'd still rather have him than not have him.
Here is Siraj in once again, and Brook hit on the pad again. Another appeal, but not so convincing, not so impassioned, not so imploring from Mohammad Siraj. We talked about this with the batsmen as well. We did say that without Rohit and without Virat Kohli, they're huge figures, and you know they're I suppose intimidating, is that the right word?
Legends.
You know, and so once they're not in the change room, the other batsmen sort of feel less,
There's
also less in their shadow.
There's also an element of I have to take some responsibility. Now, I think Mohammad Siraj has bowled enough for Jasper Bumrah to know that yes, he's second fiddle and yes, he's a support bowler. I thought at Headingley, he just didn't get the elements that he didn't put up with the elements that good. Running up the hill killed him. Absolutely killed him. Coffey will tell you running up the hill at Headingley. I know it was a little bit more pronounced when his day, but the style of bowler that Siraj is, the bustling into the...
Here he is. Oh, Brook gives himself some room outside the off stump and flays it through mid-off down to the boundary, and there's a desperate attempt charging down to the boundary by... See who that is deep there, but he's put his body on the line. So it's Jaiswal, isn't it? Yashasvi Jaiswal, demoted from the slip cordon, and but what a shot from Harry Brook, just extraordinary. Give himself some room.
Just coming out, he's feeling scratchy. He's come out of his crease, coming into the ball, and he's managed to get he didn't get any real good contact on it. He got a bit of a sort of thick inside edge, and it's clothed it for 4.
Here is Siraj, and Brook now pushes it away out towards mid-wicket, and they go through, well, they don't go through for a single. So, Harmy, just remind me, just refresh my memory, were you ever a support bowler?
Yeah, I think at times.
You'd be in Asia occasionally, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think at times. I think your support bowler is understanding the attack you're in and working with the conditions you've got. So if it's swinging round a corner, you're not trying to swing. You're trying to swing a little bit, but you're trying to use your height, your aggression, to push a batter back.
So you felt like you were supporting Hoggard?
I was supporting Hoggard. You know, I was supporting Hoggard.
Here is Siraj in once again. Brook plays defensively up towards mid-on. Straight to the fielder, no run. Brook 5, Root 5, England 33 for 3.
What Hogarth would say is that if I was going well and ball's coming out nicely and it was bouncing and you were causing batters problems, he would go a touch wider and basically try and make sure that the person that was having a little bit of a discomfort from my end stayed down my end. So he made sure that, right, I'll go at 2 and over by bowling a touch wider and say, right, I'll make sure he stays on strike. So as a partnership, you're always in the elements you've got to work with. You're a support bowler if it's not relevant for your skill sets, i.e. if it's not bouncing for me.
2 short catching mid wickets now as Brook punches one off the back foot to Jadeja at backward point, no run, 33 for 3. But you never started a test match as a support bowler.
No, you don't.
Always led the attack.
You all lead your own attack in the skill sets you've got, because there's different times where your I would say the advantage you have with the type of bowler you are, you make sure that you nail that, and you're the lead act in that front. There was times where you're thinking I'm a support bowler because this ball's going to reverse swing in about 10 overs time, 8 overs time. So, right, my skill sets is the short ball, being very aggressive. So it's cross seam, bowl it into the pitch, because I'm supporting the main attraction, which is Flintoff and Jones, who's going to have it reverse swinging round corners in about 8 overs time. I knew I couldn't reverse swing it, right? It was about, my short ball aggression. So at the time, you are working to a plan which is working with a team. So are we all support bowlers? We can be at times. Are we all lead figures? You are, because you're the one in control of the game when you're bowling your 6 balls. But I think there are passages of play where you understand your mate at the other end has got something good going, and you make sure you support them. That's what Warner McGrath did unbelievably well together, just by being good, isn't it, Jarrod? How good they were.
Because neither of them went for runs as well. And you listen to McGrath. McGrath would say, well, if Warne's on, it's my job to bowl 5 maidens here, right? And that's easy when you're as talented as McGrath. It's harder for someone like you, because you're thinking, well, how do I fit in? And if you're a younger player who hasn't quite made a name for themselves, and you look at a lot of the Indian bowlers we've seen recently, that's what they've been. You're talking about it when you're a bit more comfortable in your career, but when you're early on and everyone's like, this guy shouldn't be playing, it's harder, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned now what your job is. If, like I said before, if Hogarth's got the new ball after 6 overs and it's swinging, majority of the time my job is to make sure I utilise both bouncers in the over. So there's 4 balls to play with, and then you make sure that the back foot, they're playing more off the back foot than they are off the front foot, and you go in that South Africa series when Hoggy got a lot of wickets with a Kookaburra ball. My job a lot of the times from Michael Vaughan was to be very aggressive into left and bowl short balls. So if you identify when and who is the most dangerous, and at this moment in time Akash Deep is probably the one that's the most dangerous, but he's leaking runs. But you can leak runs when you look dangerous. Mohammad Siraj is doing a very, very good job at the other end at challenging the outside edge, but he's also making sure he's not going for any runs.
We've just had a drinks break, and India have been served their drinks by an illustrious waiter.
Jasprit Bumrah. I thought they were resting his load. He had a big
workload management.
It's not the best one. Virat Kohli did it in a game, didn't he? He'd have to be the most overpaid.
I think he wanted to go
on.
He wanted to say something though when he did it.
Yeah, he did. He was doing sprints last night. He was bowling at lunchtime. Jasprit Bumrah. He was doing 70-yard sprints last night. You were thinking, we're supposed to be having a rest. Send him to Lanzarote for 4 days.
Akash Deep is in again for another over of challenging fast medium pace, and it's turned away by Joe Root for a couple of runs to deep mid-wicket. Did you ever run? I'll tell you an interesting story. Do you remember Vince van der Bijl, who played for 1 season for Middlesex, took 81 wickets at 16, and he had never seen reverse swing in his life before, and he ran in in the middle of a June in a championship game, and he bowled, 83, 84 mile an hour away swingers with pace and with bounce, and because he was 6'7", and one day, bowling with the Dukes for the first time, he's run in and it swung in, and it never ever happened to me before, and he goes, "What on earth is that?" And it's pushed behind square on the offside. Jadeja does the fielding, and of course it was, years later, he didn't know about reverse swing. He didn't know. Did you? You see, because you said I couldn't reverse swing it.
Yeah, I wasn't. My action I could reverse swing it, but not as good as Simon and Andrew. So it was like I would get a go with a reverse swinging ball, but as soon as it moved off the straight, it's like looking at Geraint Jones. Don't tell Varney. Don't tell Varney. I quite like this bit, but then as soon as Geraint would give Varney the signal, that's reverse swinging. It's like Harmison off, Jones on.
Down the leg side, and there's just some interest, but not in the catch, because it's squirmed away from Rishabh Pant down to the boundary for 4 byes.
I remember having a nice dinner with Vincent van der Bijl in Cape Town. We were there on pre-season with Durham, and he was there very, very close to Jeff Cook, and he came into the sort of Durham dressing room, Dome Hotel, and then had a nice night out, and the stories between Cook and Vincent were very, very good. I mean, it was a very, very imposing fella. He's massive. I'm 6'5", and he was standing well over the top of me.
He's 6'7", but he's got a debilitating spinal condition now, so he reckons he's losing an inch a year.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's in Akashdeep in once again, driven by Joe Root up to mid-on, fielded by Siraj, and there's no run. 39 for 3 England in reply to India's 587. It's interesting. The Nottingham Notts Outlaws have just announced that Ollie Stone is back in their squad for the latest Blast fixture. That's good news. We haven't mentioned Ollie Stone for a while now. We've been talking about Gus Atkinson and Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, but Ollie Stone's still in the mix. That's good. Nice to see him back up from back on the recovery trail from injury. Turned away off his pads now as Akashdeep angles that one in from wide of the crease to Joe Root. Picks up another couple, moves on to 9. England 41 for 3. They've lost Crawley for 19, Duckett and Pope for Ducks. They were 13 without loss, 13 for 1, 13 for 2, 25 for 3. All caught at slip, first, second and third in that order, and now 41 for 3.
Yeah, 41 for 3, and staring down the barrel of 46 behind. It is good to see Ollie Stone back playing in contention. You feel awful mentioning his name because you don't want to put too much pressure on the lad.
Akashdeep in again, and this time Root just drops it up towards mid-off with soft hands, and Shubman Gill runs in to do the fielding, can't prevent the single. It looks like Joe Root wants to... Oh, it's a no ball. I was going to say, it looks like Joe Root wants to keep as much of the strike as possible, with Harry Brook looking as flitty as he is at the moment, and he's played some remarkable shots. He survived an LBW appeal on just one. When India reviewed, the ball was clipping quite a lot at the top of leg stump, so I think Joe would never do that, obviously, with his fellow Yorkshireman and a man who averages 60 in Test cricket, or 58. That's pushed away out towards point. Akashdeep, he's hit that through point and has taken a single, and Akashdeep momentarily swung round with his arm in the air facing the umpire as if he was going to appeal for leg before wicket. Smashed into the middle of the bat, as far as I could see. 44 for 3.
Yeah, he's getting excited there. He's bowled nicely, Akashdeep. He's bowled nicely. He's been aggressive at length. He's trying to drag the batter forward. Whether he bowled a beauty to Ben Duckett to get him out, playing with a straight bat, get it full enough for Ben Duckett to play with the straight bat. You'll cause them problems. It was an absolute ripper to Ollie Pope, squared him up, all ends up. Ollie looking to sort of work it through mid-wicket and got a leading edge. So yes, there, just getting a little bit excited. Occasion getting to him. I think it probably will be his first Test match in England. But There's excited and there's excited when you hit the middle of the bat, goes to deep point, and you start asking for an appeal. I mean, that is a different extreme.
It's Mohammad Siraj running in for the City end, bowls full length to Harry Brook, defends it resolutely up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 8th Test match for Akashdeep, born in Bihar, Bengal. 15 wickets at 35, but as Jarrod said, it's a small sample size, and he's bowled some very good spells. Might well have had a more profitable return than that. KL Rahul's got his hair in a ponytail. Just thought I'd share that with you. It's just about long enough now. Been extending the growth at the back for a while. That's clipped away off his pads by Brook as Siraj bowls back of a length, and fielded by Prasid Krishna at mid-wicket. Ever have a ponytail, Harmy, in your youth?
I did. Yeah, I used to play football in a ponytail. Yeah. Actually, I'll show you a picture of.
I would think there was a period probably where it was compulsory, wasn't it? If you were playing football in the northeast, you had to have a ponytail.
I was a bit of a headbanger when I'll try and find it. One of my first games for Durham. There it is. One of my first games for Durham.
Oh, Brook's given himself some room again and has driven that gloriously over. He's hit it for 6 over wide long off. He's just given himself some room. It's a team that's 44 for 3, now 50 for 3 with those 6. Brook moves up to 12, and I just find it staggering that he's playing cricket shots like that, but that's the way they do it.
Astonishing shot. So,
oh yes, oh my goodness me.
One of my first games for Durham. Obviously nobody can see where we are, but you'd have thought I'd just been electrocuted. And the one above is my 17-year-old son playing on Saturday, so somebody's took a picture of it, and then it's my mum that's took a picture of the other one that's on.
It looks like you should be playing bass for Black Sabbath. Driven by Brook again, this time not timed, straight to mid-off, bounces twice.
They're on at Villa Park this week. Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne,
Are
Villa
they
Park.
really?
Yeah.
Are they really?
Yeah. Saturday night. I think it's Black Sabbath, Guns N' Roses, Metallica. There's a big rock. I mean, I'm not sure which one I fancy the most, because at the same time, Bumble's on his way down, so I'll wait till Bumble comes, and Bumble's going to take over for me in a second. But I think
he can sit down with you.
Yeah,
you just share the news.
I think if I'm right, Bumble's coming on after me, but I think Friday night is ELO, and Saturday is Black Sabbath, was Ozzy Osbourne, it's Metallica, it's Guns N' Roses, all playing at Villa Park.
3 slips gully, short mid-wicket, Brook forward, and this time defends. Prasid Krishna does the fielding at short mid-wicket, 50 for 3.
All at Villa Park. I mean, I'm not sure which one I'd fancy the most. I love ELO. I love ELO. Bumble might tell you better.
Are the crowds, the audiences at Black Sabbath and Metallica, Guns N' Roses,
they'll be big because it's at Villa Park.
No, but are they? I mean, they used to be intimidating in the years gone by, but have they all sort of grown? Are they the same age now as the band? Do you know what I mean? Are they all like sort
in
of
the 70s?
Well, late 50s.
They're all headbangers without hair. They're just throwing dandruff around.
They're checking the bus timetable for the last bus, seeing whether they can get their pensioners' discount. Brook gives himself room again outside the off stump. It's just remarkable. Absolutely remarkable batting. He's missed it. Gives himself some room to carve it through the offside, and Mohammad Siraj is less than impressed, and is just stayed at the batsman's end and shared a few words with him. It's 50 for 3. I'm at a slight loss to know how to describe Harry Brooks. I mean, we were talking. I said there is absolutely, definitively no question that Bazball has matured and
no. I mean, they'll constantly play this way, and I'm just Bumble talking about long hair and You know, man has asked if I've had a ponytail. I had one when I first started playing cricket, and then we got on to headbanging music. Black Sabbath, Guns N' Roses, they're all at Villa Park on Saturday night.
Metallica. Akashdeep were pushed away defensively by Root for a single through the offside.
And I think ELO are on Friday night. I'm a big ELO fan. Which one would you are you the headbanger or are you the ELO?
AC/DC.
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 Brian Johnson, the Geordie.
Angus Young, Brian Johnson,
the Geordie,
Malcolm Young, Bon Scott, who's no longer with us. I mean, that is proper stuff.
I've met Brian Johnson a couple of times.
No!
Yeah,
Get off.
Yeah, he's actually in a band.
Yes,
before
he was
called Geordie.
Yes,
he's Wallsend. He's a Dunstan lad.
I want one of his. He's got like a vest that he wears.
Brilliant,
I've got to get one of them. Anyway,
here's Akashdeep, and that's flicked away through the onside. Lovely shot, lovely timing, beautiful piece of cricket from Harry Brook, and it's gone all the way for 4. Lovely cricket shot. It started because I said that Harmy looked like he should have been in playing bass for Black Sabbath, and of course Black Sabbath, born and bred here in Birmingham.
Ozzy Osbourne.
Have you seen the Black Sabbath bridge in the centre of Birmingham?
No, I haven't.
There's a tribute bridge. It's got a picture of all 4 of them with plaques.
Yeah. Well, he's Birmingham's own. He really is.
There are some bananas trotting through the Holly's stand away to our right. It used to be called the Raybank stand many years ago. That's guided away behind square on the offside to Jadeja at backward point, 55 for 3.
Well, they've managed just to get a rhythm into the batting, these two. It was frenetic right at the beginning, and England went 3 down. I just thought that was a classic case, mental fatigue. The shots that were played, the batters weren't at the races, angled bats. Pope comes in out first ball, looking to hit to mid-on, a full-length ball which should have gone into mid-off, gets an outside edge and caught first ball. Mental fatigue, out in the field for so long, your concentration just wavers.
Akashdeep's bowled very well indeed, and he's charging in again for his 7th over. That's down the leg side. He's just tiring a bit now. That wasn't so good. Short and down the leg side, harmless, and Harry Brook tries to help it on its way, but it's just a wee bit too wide for him to get underneath it. Brook is 16, Joe Root's 11, 55 for 3.
I talk about rhythm of batting, and it's so important just to calm everything down. I think that the Indian players were absolutely cock-a-hoop when they get 3 quick wickets. They would be 500 plus on the board, nearly 600. And then it's up to these two to just quieten everything down and get set out for what they can do tomorrow.
Here's deep once more, and Harry Brook plays defensively. He does at least commit himself full on. He's not often caught in 2 minds, but I hope he's settling down a bit now. He just, as I said, was looking a bit sketchy really, and a bit flaky early on. But you know, when he defends, and when he attacks, there's nothing held back.
Well, he could have gone early. He danced down the pitch and had an absolute swipe at one. But again, Joe Root looks calm. He looks absolutely fine.
2 slips and a narrow gully now, and Brook has a little fish at this one, trying to run it down to 3rd man, beaten. Little bit of bounce. The extra bounce, such as it's been, has, I think, exclusively been from the pavilion end, running away from us. So the batsman at the City end, every now and then, has had one that's bounced a little bit more than they've expected, but otherwise, not too much seam movement, not been nipping about. 55 for 3. Jon Norman, I think. Are you going to steer us home? Going to park the car in the garage at 6:30, which is about 25 minutes time. Another word from Bumble, and then it'll be Jon.
We might just get all the overs in. There are 9 overs to be bowled in 25 minutes. Probably not. We might be 1 or 2 short. But that last delivery that he had a tickle at it. There's 3 slips in there. The only thing he could do there was nick it. He's lucky, Harry Brook, that he's missed it completely. You know, when you've got 3 slips in and you're going to try and manoeuvre the ball down to 3rd man, it's high risk.
Siraj continuing, and England in a spot of bother, but you wouldn't realise by watching Harry Brook's shot selection. He's 16, but could have been out. Maybe 4 or 5 occasions. Comprehensively beaten past the outside edge. Twice in the first over he faced against Mohamed Siraj. He then had a wild swipe, an inside edge. And even in that last over, as you say, well, Bumble was... The risk-reward ratio wasn't really there. Root would take 4 glances, this pitched up delivery fine. Mohamed Siraj probing away, he wants the LBW. India had a big shout 4-leg before, which was given not out on the field. The ball shown to be hitting the top of leg stump. And actually, that kept low, that ball, by the way. There's consistency there because the umpires gave 2 similar decisions not out on field yesterday when India were batting, and they've done the same thing today. So if that's what they're going to do, that's fine for me.
Well, it's Shafadullah, the umpire. He's a not outer, you can tell that. All the appeals have been hitting the stumps just, and he's decided there's enough doubt, and over to the technology.
Here we are then. Joe Root, 15 not out with bat raised, and Mohamed Siraj in, and did that keep just a touch low as well? That's not what England want if balls are starting to misbehave this early on in proceedings.
I don't think he's going to do too much. It's such an easy pace pitch as this. If it does anything, I think it'll spin later in the game. If the sun keeps shining, it's unbelievably dry. There is no grass. There's a move going around the media centre that there's too much grass being taken off. England wanted more grass on it, and all the grass has been taken off. That's probably a chief executive saying, take the grass off.
I was thinking, cricket must be unique in that manner, as Root playing way out of his crease comes forward and smothers any movement. They keep a little bit low, you know. 2 from this over have kept low. Yeah, cricket must be the only sport in the world where essentially the chief exec, I mean, it's not always the chief exec, of course, it's usually the ground staff, but essentially it's to the benefit of the club for a game to go long, which often flies in the face of what is to the betterment of the team playing at home.
And the spectators, it's so important, the spectators, not seeing boring cricket, and it's all weighted in the batsman's favour, although England are 59 for 3.
Yeah, it's turned it around, doesn't it? As Mohamed Siraj now bowling round the wicket. I wonder how many overs these two have got. So Akash Deep has bowled 7, single taken to the leg side. 1 ball left of Mohamed Siraj's 7th over. You don't want to pick up an injury as well, do you? That's the thing. You don't want to overbowl these guys. We've got 20 minutes until close of play. I wonder if we do see a little bit of spin.
Oh, definite.
Yeah?
I'm sure that you'll be thinking Shubman Gill, I'll get my spinner into the attack and get 2 or 3 catches around the bat. Then England will start playing the clock down, take a little bit of time out of the game, as he is doing right now. Ball is ready to bowl, batsman's not ready, and so you take a bit of time out when there's 20 minutes to go. There'll be a night watchman padded up for England. If the next batsman, who is Ben Stokes, does he want a night watchman? Probably not.
Last ball of the over, again bowling round the wicket to Brook, who takes a single. Down to back of square leg. At 61 for 3, Harry Brook, of course, came in, didn't he? Late on. Now, what day was it, Bumble? Was it day... It was day 2 at Headingley. And he was caught from a no ball from Jasprit Bumrah, wasn't he? Bumrah had overstepped. Brook took the hook on. Top edge. It was a good catch as well at mid-wicket, but only for the bowler to have overstepped. So there would have been a lot of chat if that catch had been come from a legal delivery, because, you know, why would you come out with just 7 minutes to go in a day's play? You're only going to get yourself in trouble, and Brook nearly did.
Well, it's usually what they do is it's the next batsman will decide, he'll be asked, do you want a night watchman? Unless there's a policy in the team, look, we're going to have a night watchman regardless. But Ben Stokes is next in, and the way that they operate England, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he just strides out there.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I'd be more surprised. I mean, the Nighthawks retired, So, and Bryden Cass, we're unsure about how he is. 2 slips and a gully in place. Krishna, the new bowler, and this will be 4. A loosener on the pads of Harry Brook. Doesn't try and overhit this, just steers it through mid-wicket and away to the boundary for 4. 65 for 3, England.
It is a loosener, is that? It looks a very stiff loosener as well. Fresh into the attack, around about leg stump. One of those half volleys that you just lean on it, you've got the angle. The fielder now goes out to that boundary, to the square leg boundary. There's a deep fine leg who's quite square and a deep square leg.
And Krishna continuing. He was a little bit all over the place in both innings. At Headingley was Krishna, defensively played by Brook. He's 21 not out, score 65 for 3, so England trail by 522 after India racked up 587 in first innings. But his economy in both innings was over 6 and over, and it kind of was a little bit wayward, both in terms of line and length, bowled both sides of the crease. But he did bowl a couple of wicket-taking deliveries. In fact, nobody took more wickets than he in the India side. 5 wickets across both innings, as Brook just drops this into the onside and comes through for a comfortable single. He moves to 22. England 66 for 3.
You're just looking at captaincy of Shubman Gill with 587 in the bank. Massive score. England 3 down with 17-18 minutes to go. They're watching the clock. Get the clock down to 6:30. He's got 2 slips and a gully, that's all. Deep square leg, deep fine leg, deep backward point.
Singles all over the place. This is pushed up to mid-on, where Mohammad Siraj, who's just bowled 7 overs at Fields.
You just got to try and get into these two's mind and get really aggressive with your field. Get another catcher in, get another slip in. Do without the saver at backward point. Bring him up into a catching position. Bring square leg up, put a short leg in. And you're making him think all the time, these 2 batters, they are watching the clock. They'll take as much time out as they can. But when you look at this field, it's India are on the defensive.
Yes, it is a bit mystifying as Krishna comes in. And that's the other thing as well, the bowler. You know, imagine if he goes back, this is pushed out to the covers, no run. You know, Prasidh Krishna needs confidence himself. He needs wickets. He wants to be walking back at the end of the day's play feeling like $1 million because he's just nipped out one of these England batters. But you tell me how he's going to get a wicket with a field like that.
Well, he's got 2 slips and a gully, that's fine. But you've got to play on the mind of the batter. They're counting the clock down. Make no mistake, 15 minutes to go.
Gentle pace of Prasidh Krishna. He is actually the quickest bowler outside of Jasprit Bumrah, who's not playing. But I'm not sure about the speed gun. I'll have a look at the screen. This is again comfortably defended by Joe Root, who's 16 from 25. He faced a hat-trick ball earlier today after Ollie Pope was caught at second slip first ball.
That was a poor shot.
It was.
Real poor shot.
Playing to mid-wicket when he should have just been playing.
It's a mid-off shot. It's just a mid-off shot. Just hit it to mid-off. Full face of the bat. Present the full face of the bat. But John, if you've been out there 580 odd runs, so many overs, it plays tricks with your mind. There's a mental fatigue that comes into it, and you're not giving it your full concentration. Seen it time and time again, whether as a coach or a player. You get battered out there in the field, and you've got to really get your batting head on right, clear your mind.
Nitish Reddy set to bowl his first deliveries in. This is, what is Harry Brook doing? I mean, it's a flat-footed drive on the up with a packed offside field, and he's just now come down the track and he's doing a little bit of gardening.
Slap. He's just slapped that from firm-footed. First delivery from Nitish. It's high risk.
So the first ball of the spell, he's not seen anything from the bowler. Could have come a cropper again. I feel like Harry Brook. He's this time just dropping it towards the fielder at short point. 66 for 3. 15 minutes to go in the day. 2 slips in place. There's a fielder at forward point. There's a cover point mid-off. And Nitish Reddy, who didn't do much with the bat. In fact, it was his dismissal that really put India in a bit of a tricky situation. 211 for 5 when he was out, shortly after Rishabh Pant had holed out. And you thought, here we go again. They're going to throw it away. Then Ravindra Jadeja and Shubman Gill combined for 203-run partnership for the 6th wicket. As, again, with minimal foot movement, comes forward and punches this to wide mid-off, no run.
That shot there from Harry Brook just pushed to mid-off. It's in the air for about 10 or 15 metres, round about knee-high. As we just look at it now, exactly where that's gone, there's a fielder just been put there. at that sort of short extra cover for a punch into the offside that's round about shin high.
One slip and a gully. 2 catching fielders at cover, but Reddy drifts onto the pads. That'd be disappointing for India. Brook would take a single. He moves to 23. The score 67 for 3 here at Edgbaston on day 2.
2:40 this afternoon. I thought that a bowler came on. I thought it's somebody who's won the lunchtime raffle to come and have a ball at Shubman Gill. It was Harry Brook, bowling right arm optimistic.
You know who his one test wicket is, didn't you?
Yeah, it's Kane Williamson.
Kane Williamson was at 159 at the time. Here is Nitish Reddy, and Joe Root just takes a step down the track and plays defensively again. No run. England just want to get through to stumps now. Well, Joe Root does. I'm not sure Harry Brook's that bothered. He'll play whatever he plays.
Well, it's just 16 minutes past 6 from the big clock on the scoreboard, and 6 overs remain. We might get 3. If the bowler spinner, we get 4.
That's actually pretty good going.
Not bad
for this series. Here is Reddy again. This is well wide and keeps a bit low. And Rishabh Pant does well to collect this. End of the over, 5 runs coming from it. England trail by 520. And they're 3 down, 67 for 3. They were 25 for 3. But they have recovered a touch. There is another match taking place. I'm not sure if they've come back out after the lunch break. Oof, Australia have lost another. And it's Travis Head who's gone. They're 110 for 5.
Where's that match played?
It's been played in Grenada. It looks like another bowler-friendly pitch, much like the one at Bridgetown was. Australia were 47 without loss. They're now 110 for 5.
Who's getting the wickets? Is it the paceman or the spinner?
Oh yeah, they took out the paceman. Jamal Warrican wasn't really used in the first test, so they replaced him with Anderson Phillip.
From Lancashire?
Yes, yeah, and he picked up the wicket of Constas.
And Smith, didn't he get Smith out? Did he get Smith out?
No, that was Alzari Joseph.
Okay.
Alzari Joseph has picked up the wickets of Khawaja and Smith. Jaden Seals has got Cameron Green, and Shamar Joseph has just nipped out Travis Head with a brute of a delivery, according to ESPN Cricket Info. So we'll keep an eye on that one for the next 10 minutes, but England will be keeping an eye on it as well. We're going to see spin. We thought we might. How many overs did Krishna get? Was it just the one? Anyway, Jadeja's in, and this is cut away by Harry Brook. Touch too wide. And that brings Root on strike. I mean, what a blow that would be if India could get one of these 2. They are England's best 2. Is that a no ball?
Yeah, no ball. First up from Jadeja, and the field changes now. He's going to have a second slip. Yeah, 2 slips.
2 slips. A leg gully, deep square leg. There's a backward point. one man in the covers, mid on a bit further back, and a deep point as well. And Root is forward, just pushing this out to that fielder in the covers. No run, 69 for 3. There's been a few no balls, mainly from this end as well.
Again, I'm looking at this field. There's a deep saver on the offside boundary. There's a deep backward square leg. England are 69 for 3, 10 minutes to go.
And Jadeja is in, and this is comfortably played through mid-wicket. 2 full on the pads, and Root will take a single there all day long. No fielder either, so he gets off strike. Root moves to 17. Harry Brook, 24 not out. And Ravindra Jadeja, who batted well earlier today, didn't he?
Yeah,
made 89.
Super cricketer.
Would have been disappointed not to get to 3 figures.
He's just pushed his mid-off deeper. He's hovering, not near the boundary, but not serving one.
And Brook comes forward with those 2 slips in place. Plays with quite hard hands. Gets over the ball, pushes it out to the offside. No run. And these are England's 2 best bats, Harry Brook and Joe Root. I think India could get rid of one of these 2. Wow, they'd have enjoyed their day. Brook again defends. A bit flatter from Jadeja this time. 2 balls left of the over. And maybe introducing him as just a way of Shubman Gill getting another over in tonight. Harry Brook, though, doesn't want that, so he's just held things up. He's refastened his gloves, and he's forward and defending. No run. I mean, it was a slow day, wasn't it, Bumble? Shubman Gill was surprised when he was out. I can't think of a chance, a half chance in his innings. Good partnerships with Jadeja and Sundar as Brook pushes this up to long on for a single. End of the... No, 1 ball left of the over. Is there 1 ball left? Scoreboard. What's going on here?
I think it's the end of the over, but Chris Gaffney, the umpire, is admonishing the fielder who's collected the ball and deliberately thrown it into the turf, and the umpires like it to be thrown in on the full. I don't see why. You should be able to throw the ball where you want.
I did walk past the Sky Sports coverage today, and they seem to be picking up on the point that you made late last night about Jadeja.
Oh, brilliant!
And his fake attempted running.
Yeah, I mean, I went and sat with Ravi Shastri, and we were chuckling away. I said, that's the way to do it. I hope he had big studs in as well. Get the biggest studs in you can get and knock the pitch around, because I'm going to be bowling later. And I likened it to, well, is it legal? It's 34 mile an hour in a 30.
Well, Krishna's going to bowl. He's been switched ends essentially, and his first delivery is just pushed to mid-wicket for a single by Harry Brook. 1 run added, 72 for 3.
Cricketers worldwide tuned in know exactly what we're talking about, that when you're batting and you're going to be bowling next, knock it around a bit, because you know you're going to be bowling into that area. Give me a bit of help. The umpire will just tell you can't do that. Move away. Damage is done.
And also it is a flat track. They need a little bit of help. Oh, there's a big beer snake out on the hollies. That's a large one. Yeah, defended by Root, 17 not out. Look at that. That beer snake over there, Bumble, is being carried by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people. It is an entire tier length of a beer snake.
It's been that interesting cricket. That's about it. Let's make a beer snake. And this pitch, if it were any flatter, they'd shove it in an envelope.
Maybe Harmy's been out there between commentary stints.
Yeah, you'd have got through that lot.
2 slips in the gully as Krishna is in. There's no beating the bat of Joe Root, it feels. He's just coming forward and just getting into line and defending.
I wonder whose watch we're going on. Yesterday, last night, we were going on the umpire's watch because the big clock that we can all see on the ground was 6:30 last night, but we did another over, and so I would expect that we might be going on the umpire's watches.
With 5 minutes left in the day. Christian is halfway through his over, so we're definitely going to get one more after this. Oh, inside edge onto the pads this time from Root, who comes forward. A little bit of encouragement there for the bowler.
You know, I think if you ask the spectators today what sort of a day have you had, I think they would say it's been quite boring actually, because it's been heavily weighted towards the batters. Mental fatigue for England. They lost 3 wickets, but they should steady things down. There's no excuse for some of the shots that were played, but I understand. I've done the job. I understand that mental fatigue.
Krishna once again, length delivery, and Joe Root gets across and tries to flick this towards mid-wicket for a single, but stops on him a touch, and it just goes bit too straight, so it's fielded by the bowler, who's got 1 ball left of his over. 4 minutes remaining here. Harry Brook's trying to take a bit of time out the game, at the non-strikers. And here is Krishna in, and this is left alone. Extravagant leave by Root, almost suggesting the ball has leapt up off a length. It didn't appear to. And that's the end of the over. 72 for 3. Now, can Jadeja zip through one?
He'll want to. He's in position, Jadeja. England are in the middle of the pitch, just having a chat and adjusting the gloves, prodding around on the pitch. Jadeja's ready, he's waiting. Fielders are in position. England are just stood there chatting. Umpire now gets interested and just got to tell them, can we get on with the game? And they leisurely get back into the positions as the clock ticks down. There's about, well, on the big clock there's about 3 minutes.
Well, the bowler has been ready to bowl for, I would say, at least 30 seconds, and still Harry Brook is just making him wait. Finally, Jadeja manages to deliver a delivery on off stump, which sees Brook defending, and he's just going to go and do a bit of shadow batting. Now he's going to change his gloves again, refasten them, fiddle with his pads. Suddenly, okay, he's ready now. Here's Jadeja again, and cuts. Bounces to the right of first slip. Gill, I think, who half fields, he parries it. See that fielder who's halfway in from the boundary at third, or very, very deep gully. Jadeja again, and Brook tries to run this down again past the fielder at backward point, no run. And Jadeja is halfway through this over, 2 minutes to go. Brook fiddles with his gloves, and square leg umpire's telling him to get back. He's telling him, Brook, get back, but Brook is actually starting to argue with the referee, with the umpire. There's a Freudian slip for you. Tossed up and driven and fielded by KL Rahul, who, if he'd taken that cleanly, and maybe Joe Root at the non-striker's end, saw the misfield. Now Root's coming down the track. Suddenly he wants to have a word with Brook about something. And this is all to delay things. The umpires are coming in. I just think it needs to be taken out of the batter's hands. The umpire can say, well, we're just going to have another one, guys.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And Pant, he's at it all the time, wicketkeeper, and quite rightly.
Here's Jadeja, driven back to the bowler. That's not where Brook wanted it to go, because it means Jadeja can just turn round the top of his mark, and Brook again takes a few steps towards square leg umpire. I mean, this is a bit ridiculous. I understand what they're doing.
Just play another over.
I'll just bowl the ball. Here is Jadeja, it's tossed up, driven into the covers, no run, and I think that they're going to get to bowl another over. I think the umpires will just do it. Fielders are running round, and after all of that, India will get the chance to bowl. Final over of the day. Prasidh Krishna gives his hat to the umpire.
Good umpiring. Time's up, but with England delaying tactics there, the umpires have said, right, we'll play another over.
Umpire Steve Buckner did that famously, didn't he, in Pakistan? You must have been at that test match.
Yeah, I was.
Carried on in the dark. Famous victory. I remember watching that. I was at work before I got into this industry, and me and my mate ran off down to the pub to watch the final part of the innings. His first delivery is pushed back past the bowler. That was that kind of felt like a turning point for England. It was around that time they won in Sri Lanka away. They won in Pakistan away. Two things that hadn't happened for a long time. And then, of course, embarked on a really good run under Nasser Hussain. They became a real tough team to beat. Krishna is in, and Jarrod comes forward. Defends again, 72 for 3.
They were well organised at that time, with Nasser Hussain and Duncan Fletcher. The central contracts had just kicked in, so they had an England team that they could organise and plan. And no nonsense, Nasser Hussain, one of England's better captains.
Had some fast bowlers coming through, of course.
Yeah, that's it. Jimmy Anderson would be coming through at that time, I think.
Steve Harmison.
Matthew Hogg, all the crew that eventually...
Yep, that we know so well now. Final over of the day. And Krishna is bowling it. Joe Root has taken on the hook. Oh, there's a fielder on the boundary at deep square leg, and it was in the air for a while. He came running in. That's not a shot I was expecting to see Joe Root play.
No, he rushed into the shot. He wouldn't probably be expecting a bouncer from this pace of bowling. I'm just looking where he is. The fielder is at deep backward square. He's probably about 15-20 metres in from the boundary. He needed to be maybe another 10 metres in from that, and you know, right now, last over, there's that fielder who's been grazing out at deep backward point. He's coming in only into saving one. You've got to get in the mind, batters, at last minutes, last throws of the dice in a day's play. Get them round the bat, get them catching.
Here is Krishna. This is steered through vacant third and away to the boundary for 4. Please, Shubman, don't push Mohammad Siraj down to the boundary at third for the final 2 balls of the day. Brook moves to 30. The score 77 for 3. England trail by 510.
Just a ball that's a decent length, but wide. And he just got bat on it. Just leant on it. Nothing more than that. Didn't hit it, just leant on it.
2 balls left in the day. It's been India's day. And this time Harry Brook has just shouldered a ball over the stumps. He's played defensively, the ball's bounced down and then up again, and Brook has watched it all the way, and he realises it's about to land on the stumps, or certainly go very close to it. He can't touch the ball with his hands, so instead he just leans into it and shoulder barges it.
He did, he shoulder charged the ball. The first thing he did, his reaction was to hit it with his hand. Can't do that, he's out, handled the ball. And so he withdrew his hand and hit it with his shoulder. And India appealed. It was a big appeal. As ever, players don't know the laws.
There's another aspect to this as well. The old who failed to get his leg over moment from back in the day was nearly reprised.
It's been said before.
Final ball of the day then, and it's a short delivery. Harry Brook ducks underneath, immediately turns and makes his way back to the pavilion. 30 not out, with Joe Root, who has just gone over for a handshake with Shubman Gill. Nice touch. Top score today, highest score by an Indian cricketer in Test cricket in England, 269. And actually Harry Brook has just realised that he also should go and shake Shubman Gill's hand. So he stops walking back to the pavilion, turns round, goes to offer his hand to the Indian skipper, who is a happy man tonight. A little chat between KL Rahul and Joe Root. And the umpires, Harry Brooks making his way off. Shubman Gill leading his team off. And India are in the box seat at the end of day 2 of this second test match.
There's a big chat going on, and it's KL Rahul, Joe Root and the 2 umpires, and I can only guess that it's about time wasting. It was a good touch that they went to Shubman Gill and shook his hand. Well played, a fantastic knock. But England have settled things now through Brook and Root. 77 for 3 after 25 for 3, and so it promises to be another excellent day tomorrow. Today has been a bit of a moving day, you would say, and you'd expect a little bit more tomorrow. England 3 down. The first hour will be very important. That first hour, from an England perspective, to stay intact, just build these partnerships, quieten the game down, and I expect it will be another full house tomorrow.
Brilliant stuff, Bumble. Thank you for your time today. We'll see you again at Lord's. It has been a run-scoring day, but with a late drama, as Bumble was just saying. India starting the day 310 for 5, knowing a few wickets there, and England would have been properly in the game. But those 2 wickets, they did come, but they took a while. The first one in the morning session, Ravindra Jadeja bounced out for 89 on the stroke of lunch, but not before he and Shubman Gill had put on 203 for the 6th wicket. The second wicket to fall in the afternoon session, 558 for 7. Washington Sundar departing for 42, and the remaining 3 wickets didn't hang around that long. Shubman Gill, highest score by an Indian in England, 269. Akash Deep caught in the deep for 6. Mohammad Siraj stumped for 8. That was it. The bowling figures: Chris Wokes 2 for 81 from his 25 overs, 6 maidens in there. Brydon Casey spent a bit of time off the field, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 83. Josh Tongue 2 for 119. Those figures, they don't sound too good, but actually he was forced to do quite a lot of horrible, ugly work, and the dismissal to remove Jadeja was a good one, as was his dismissal of Karun Nair yesterday. 28 overs he bowled for 2 maidens. Stokes, didn't see a lot of him today, and I think you'll know what I mean when I say that was probably a good thing. His 19 overs went for 74, and he picked up the wicket of Jaiswal yesterday. Shoaib Bashir, wow, marathon, 45 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 167, with Joe Root taking a wicket for 20 from his 5, and Harry Brook giving us all something to smile about. He bowled 5 overs for 31. India bowled out for 587. There was about an hour and a half left in the day, and England lost 3 quick wickets very, very quickly. Duckett and Pope being dismissed in 2 deliveries from Akash Deep. Duckett caught brilliantly by Shubman Gill, diving to his left at second slip. Ollie Pope then, first ball went to a good catch at the second attempt from KL Rahul at third, and when Zach Crawley edged behind, or rather to first slip for 19 from the bowling of Mohammad Siraj, England in a lot of trouble. Harry Brooks still there at stumps. He could have gone, you know. 3 or 4 deliveries going past the outside edge. He played expansively and had a bit of luck. He went for third. He's still there, 30 not out. Joe Root alongside him, 18. So we'll come back tomorrow with England trailing by 510. Stumps on day 2 here at Edgbaston. England 77 for 3.